All right. Well, that was Logan Hart. I hope you guys enjoyed his work. That was really, really amazing. Um, looks like we have a couple more things going on. We're going to have Douglas Martin coming up with the next presentation. We also have a live performance by Grant again, so be looking forward to that. That's going to be really, really good. I believe Douglas is coming up next, if I'm correct. I'm looking at my schedule thing here just to make sure. Yeah, he's coming up next. Now, his presentation is going to be in two parts. The first part is going to be 2 hours, so it's quite lengthy, and then we're going to do the final live set with Grant, and then we're going to do a Q&A roundtable with everybody who wants to join up. And then if people are interested in finishing Douglas Martin's presentation, there'll be another 2 hours after the roundtable going deep into the night. If you're interested in that, kind of an encore presentation that will be going on until, his stuff is done. But we'll be here with you. So if you guys want to hang out and join up with us and talk or anything like that, please do. So yeah, let's get right into Douglas Martin's presentation. He is a great symbologist, independent researcher, public speaker, author. He's been specialized in knowledge in cinematic language and anthropology, especially the Egyptian sciences, Freemasonry, the ancient mystery schools and mystery traditions. But his presentation is called The Depravity of the Socialist Mindset Part 2. And if you're interested in Part 1, you can also find that in the video sections on the S.E.E.D Truth Academy YouTube page, and on Odyssey, and on BitChute, and on all the other platforms. So let's get right into it.
Hello and welcome to the S.E.E.D 5 conference, Metamorphosis. My name is Douglas Martin, and my presentation today is titled The Depravity of the Socialist Mindset. This slide is my slide from Part 1, and today I'm going to be presenting Part 2. Before we begin, I'm going to caveat this with a little bit of review from what we covered in the first part. So what is the socialist mindset? The socialist mindset is the belief that no matter what the human problem may be, control is the only answer. So we can basically equate that to the statist mindset, or the belief in man's law, or man as the lawmaker, which is the most erroneous and dangerous ideology on the face of the earth that threatens our species. It's also related to humanism, which is basically comes from the Greek ideal. In Part 1, we covered the semantical dilemma of the political terminology, from terms such as socialism, capitalism versus communism, democracy versus republic, conservatism versus liberalism, communism versus fascism, Marxism, cultural Marxism, feudalism, manorialism, slavery, etc. And basically, we're going to be continuing today to flesh these terms out and help better explain so people can get a better understanding. There's nothing deeply esoteric, but this is basically advanced political science in that sense. So it does require more education. So that's what we're trying to do today, is to help people understand so we can see through the lies propagated by the mainstream media and the collectivist paradigm, if you will. We covered social concerns, covered the 7 deadly sins, but we're going to cover that again today. We covered Gary Allen's book, None Dare Call It Conspiracy. And, I define socialism as any form of coercive government and centralized control of resources, basically. Communism as the complete abolition of private property, which is dangerous because all rights are based on property rights. All human rights are based on property rights. Gary Allen talked about how financial capitalism is used as the anvil and communism is used as the hammer to conquer the world. The collective versus the individual we covered. Socialism brings a sense of entitlement and the sense of being owed something, and therefore people are willing to impose the violence of the state to get what they want under the guise or the illusions of a leveling of the playing field. And it is basically rooted or based in atheism and cultural Marxism, dialectical materialism, etc., many underlying psychologies that drive this sickness of the mind. For instance, the modus operandi in the Soviet Union was to reduce the value of a human life to that, or equate it to that of the livestock. That way they could just do with it what they will. And the new, climate change, rapid in quotes, agenda is basically doing the same thing. It's trying to elevate the value of a rock, essentially, above the value of a human life. So you want to keep that in mind. Associated with the belief, which is a corruption of the idea of human nature, the idea that some people are born good and some are born bad. It amounts to also that people believe that some are born to be masters and some are born to be slaves, which is more erroneous thinking. The individual versus the collective dichotomy. The collectivist wants to believe in the accidental history. They want to ignore the fact that things have been socially engineered and planned that way for thousands of years. Hence the FDR quote, if it happens in politics, no matter what, anything, if it happens in politics, you can believe that it was planned that way. And they don't want to accept the planning of the agenda or their failed agendas. They want to keep repackaging and rebranding it and selling you the same corrupted, broken ideology that never works, that always fails, because socialism and bureaucracy are responsible for the fall of every great nation in the history of our species. Communism being the long-term plan, and fascism being the short-term plan, which we saw the rise of the Nazi Party, the Third Reich in the 20th century. And democracy amounts to, another erroneous ideology, amounts to two wolves and a sheep voting on what's for dinner. And that doesn't work out well for everybody. And of course, Roman pragmatism, the idea that we can just lay down the railroad tracks no matter who's in the way, and negate morality and moral responsibility. And they want to sell you the PID model, which we covered, the poverty, ignorance, and disease model, which is just basically allowing people to find their power in their victimhood, like we're seeing now with the transgender agenda. And it becomes a very powerful political device of people finding their power in their victimhood. And we get this nanny state, this welfare state. And the state modus operandi is to create the dependency on the system. Therefore, they can force you to abide to their will and conform to their will. So if they've got everybody on the dole, even if you're on Social Security and you think that you earned that, you're still dependent on government for your monthly payments, and they will use that to force you into compliance. They will use everything in their power to force you into compliance, because government's only means to any end is coercion and violence. And people want to reject the truth in exchange for this accidental history. Both parties embrace an immoral system in our democratic republic, and both parties are responsible for the results that we're getting. And this polarization dialectic is just keep passing the buck and blaming the controlled opposition, and it's a fallacy, and it's never going to work. We're going to have to do a lot better, because the real solution is not honestly a political solution, it's a spiritual one. And by that I mean we have to know truth, because spirituality is all about sovereignty and freedom. In fact, it's not about what happens in the afterlife. Socialism is a mental construct of the diseased mind. It's driven by social Darwinism and selfishness and moral relativism, and ultimately eugenics or dysgenics. The idea that we can decide who lives and dies, and when they live and when they die. So I just want to make sure that we looked at, the review on this. We covered classical conservative versus classical liberalism versus neoconservatism and neoliberalism, communism and fascism. And they all are forms or lead to forms of totalitarianism. So the long-term communist agenda is basically the same, or where Antonio Gramsci's got his idea for the long march through the cultural institutions. And communists are interested in top-down hierarchical control. And we covered Carroll Quigley, and how, while Carroll Quigley had exposed a lot of the globalist agenda, he himself admittedly was a globalist, but he is one that wants to bring their plans out into the open, and many of them still want to keep it by covert means and clandestine. And we talked about crony capitalism, and we're going to cover property rights. But both the Republican and Democratic ideologies are complicit in the tyranny that we're witnessing now. So I wanted to mention that. And, some of this material is difficult because it's advanced political science, but it's not deeply esoteric. So this presentation is really a caveat for all my earlier work, which is more solution-oriented, but that work is more esoteric in dealing with the occult. So keep that in mind. Now we're going to move forward here. So as I said, this presentation is the caveat for my earlier work, and this is part 2 of part 1, the depravity of the socialist mindset. And we're going to take an in-depth look into the problems we face in the world today due to the condition I will be referring to as the socialist or the statist mindset. The idea that no matter what problems the world that man is facing today, that control is the only answer. And this belief in man's authority is the most dangerous ideology in the world, and this presentation is for mature audiences only. And that doesn't necessarily qualify an age bracket. It just means a mature enough mind to understand it and deal with it. So let's take a look at what's behind the red curtain. This is my new title slide for Part 2, The Depravity of the Socialist Mindset, Part 2, Seed 5, Metamorphosis. So welcome to Seed 5, Metamorphosis, and we'll continue. So what is the velvet glove? Okay. A government is part of its primary modus operandi is to keep the illusion of the moral high ground. So many of the things that it's doing that are extremely immoral are done by covert means. It doesn't want people to see it for what it really is, which is evil. So it operates by clandestine means, a covert modus operandi, because it's endeavoring to keep the moral high ground. While its only means to any end is violence, it doesn't want that to be shown on the surface, because man knows that the human will not be bridled and chained. That's why they gave us the overt chattel slavery first, because they knew that that would create a distraction when they moved us into the covert means of modern slavery. And the more that they uncloak, the more that they're vulnerable, the more they come out in the open, and the more people could see it. So the more people are likely to stand up and begin to resist it. So this is the phenomenon of the velvet glove coming off of the iron fist. And then the more people that are resisting it, the more it forces them to uncloak, causing an even greater effect of this uncloaking and a greater resistance to the tyranny. As the empire grows, it becomes more obvious. The evils of tyranny are rarely seen but by him who resists it, by John Hay. That's a great quote. So let's keep moving forward here. We'll try to move kind of fast because we got a lot of material to cover and try to keep the momentum going here. So these are some of the results of what we're going to get with this socialist system every time, de facto. You know, taxation, propaganda, and huge, vast amounts of scandalous waste. You know, so people that are crying out, "Oh well, we got to have government because my roads won't get built." It's like, first of all, government doesn't build the roads; they hire private contractors for these things. People are responsible for building the roads. You know, the original idea when this country was founded is that, you know, man has the right to organize and you know, let's say raise levies for infrastructure, but they do not have the right to impose taxation and force taxation and bilk the populace the way we're seeing now for their agendas, whatever they may be. You know, if people want to get together and organize and pool their resources, well, that's fine. But when you force taxation onto a populace, you're forcing in a moral condition under the guise of being moral, and you're creating a negative karma for everybody that we're all going to have to suffer. And it's just, it's not okay. It's wrong. It's always going to be wrong. There's nothing I could ever say that would ever make that okay or make that right. There's nothing anyone could say to make that right, because taxation is theft. And then we get all the deceptions of the propaganda and the scandalous waste, the amount that it would actually cost for us to have the infrastructure that we have is going to cost significantly more with all of the scandalous waste and the red tape of the bureaucracy, and government's never going to have enough money to complete the agendas that it wants to complete. So ultimately, it's going to have to take everything, and it will devour everything in its path. And all prohibition or anything that is a claim on someone else's body is a form of slavery. Any claim on the product of someone's labor is a claim on their body. That is slavery. So we got to keep that in mind. We have to understand that slavery is a lot more than just the chattel slavery that we saw in the colonial times in the founding of our country, the United States. There's a lot more to it. And how that slavery had been exploited to bring in, the agenda of the Union forming, because they really wanted to get rid of all the independent manors and force 50 feudal territories so we could have feudalism, which would be more easily brought under a centralized control. It's very complicated, so this is why people were fooled by it. We're getting fooled by it because we're not well enough educated to understand the sleight of hand, to understand the con, the ruse, the grift. And that's what politicians are. They're grifters. And grifters are going to grift. Grifters going to grift. So keep that in mind, and we'll keep moving forward here. Now here's some forms of taxation. The list would obviously be too long because it's going to get into the realms of the ridiculous, which it already is. But just some of the immoral taxes that we're already faced with. Income tax, which didn't really exist until 1913, and the signing of the Federal Reserve Act under Woodrow Wilson. Property tax. Anybody that believes in property tax does not understand property. How could you actually own something if somebody's going to lay claim that you got to continue to pay tribute to them to possess it and keep it? Sales tax, state tax, federal tax, local tax, business tax, capital gains tax, excise tax, tobacco and soda tax, tolls and fees, licensure, on and on. There's not really any end to it. They're going to tax everything that they can. If you take a walk, they'll tax your feet. And I took that scene from The Silence of the Lambs and made the meme as an allegory of what government is. And the water cannon there, that's the velvet glove coming off of the iron fist. That's showing you that this is really their only means to any end, to force you into compliance. People don't want to see this for all kinds of reasons of psychology. It's all psychology at that point. Denial is a big one. There's a lot to it. And when you get into why people want to cling to this, that's what you're dealing with. You're dealing with the deep psychology, which I've covered extensively in my earlier work. We'll keep moving forward. Friedrich Nietzsche says, "The state is the coldest of all cold monsters, and coldly it tells lies, and this lie drones on from its mouth. I, the state, am the people." And how many people are buying that lie? because the state is not the people. It does not protect and serve the people. It serves its corporate policy, which goes to the top of the top-down hierarchical structure that's in place. And the people at the top of that structure, you'll never know their names. You'll never even know who they are. But we'll talk a little bit about what the power structures actually are in this world as we go through this. Patrick Henry said, "I smell a rat." When the forming of this country happened, and it was the Federalists versus the non-Federalists, which were the ones that wanted no government versus the ones trying to set up rapid, in quotes, minimal government. Patrick Henry said, "I smell a rat, and I'm smelling a big rat." So they want to distract us with all this mindless entertainment while they're also demoralizing us, because they know that it's the demoralization ultimately that will bring forth their agenda. Because as people become demoralized, they lose their sense of purpose, they lose their sense of belonging, they lose their sense of morality. And that's really all it takes is, one generation to be demoralized in order for the government agenda to succeed, in the sense of they take everything. That's their idea of success, So they give us all this mindless, disgusting entertainment and endless sports ball activities, and they use the sports ball to usurp the male energy, which is the masculine energy, which is the energy that would, pose a resistance to the tyranny. They don't want that male energy with time on its hand to think about what's being done to them. They want them distracted and complacent and displaced. So they're going to spend, vast, astronomical amounts of resources paying these professional athletes to keep, rapid in quotes, men and their minds distracted from what's happening around them as their freedom is being destroyed. And the Romans called it bread and circus, but it's really disgusting to look at. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with watching a game, but you see how people are obsessed with this, and they even get upset when their so-called teams lose. They think they're on the team. They're running around saying, "My team" or "our team." And then they'll have huge emotional reactions when their team loses, and they don't even care that their freedom is being destroyed. It's disgusting, and it shows you that they've been arrested in their adolescence, and they're actually a child in an adult body, and it's really deplorable to look at it and see it. This is one of the hardest things about really becoming enlightened, is seeing the world for what it actually is, and then seeing the people that you know and love in that condition and determined to stay that way no matter what evidence is brought before them. It's really deplorable. And, the Hollywood circus, it comes from a corrupted, what I call the cult of Dionysus, which is just another example of a corrupted solar deity, but it was in the Greek culture that the entertainment was brought forward, and it's because they had a democracy. They had a legitimate concern that the play actors could influence the opinions and ideologies of the masses. We'll talk a little bit more about that as we go through this. But yeah, they part of the modus operandi of the government is always going to be a manufactured lack. For instance, in this country, we have a volunteer military, so it's not in the interest of the state to have a thriving economy, because they want the dilettante masculine boy energy in the military, for their war campaigns. And also, to have that masculine energy under their control so it doesn't turn on them. But mainly what I'm saying is we have a volunteer military, so they don't want people really to be able to go out and easily find good paying jobs. They want them signed up in the military. And but the modus operandi of any government is to create scarcity, because the first directive of the government is self-preservation. So as soon as it's no longer needed, then that it's in danger of extinction. So it's always going to create problems that create the need for more government to perpetuate itself, to make the host dependent on the parasite. So they're going to use the means of manufactured lack, planned obsolescence, and artificial scarcity, for example. And they're always going to use the bread and circus gladiatorial sports spectacles to force compliance or to garner compliance. But yeah, Dionysus was the god of wine and agriculture, but it's a solar cult. We're not going to get into that today. But statism is very childish, and the Democrats or the left, they want mommy because they want the nurturer. And the Republicans or the conservatives, they want daddy because they want protected from, some foreseen impending boogeyman threat. And that's no irony that you have the dichotomy of the mommy and daddy. That's part of the way the forces in nature actually work, and the controlling classes in this world are fully aware of that. But they use certain areas as a testing ground, like L.A., Los Angeles, to see what will stick. They're throwing feces at the wall to see what feces will stick. And it's no irony that that's on the coastline, because it's interesting how the communism is rife all the way up the East Coast and the West Coast, because now we're being squeezed in the middle and being corralled into socialism or communism, whatever you want to call it. It's totalitarianism. We'll talk more a little bit about that, but we covered a lot of this in the first part. And another way that they're going to try to keep the moral high ground is they use food as a weapon, and starvation. So 43 million people died in Russia under Stalin because food was used as a weapon, and the failure of the crops was a political agenda. Refer to the FDR quote, planned that way. And there's a lot more to that, including the Lysenko affair, which is not only designed to force to force the crops to fail, but also to marginalize Jean-Baptiste Lamarck, whose theory on evolution, based on a cooperative, instructive paradigm model, preceded Darwin's model by 50 years and described a cooperative, instructive model of or system in nature. So there's a lot more to that Lysenko affair. But the system wants to force dependency on the system. That way it can control the populace. And the system can't solve the problems it's created. I mean, the system is not broken. It's working perfectly in its own favor, in its own interest. You're raising a baby dinosaur in hopes that you'll be eaten last. You're raising a baby Tyrannosaurus Rex in hopes that you'll be eaten last. So part of the shadow work is recognizing what role that you're playing in this collective and how you are propping up this evil system. And that's the responsibility of each individual. We all have that responsibility to recognize that, understand it, and withdraw ourselves from that. So bread and circus are plays, farces, spectacles, gladiators, strange beasts, medals, pictures, and other such opiates. These were for ancient peoples the bait towards slavery, the price of their liberty, the instruments of tyranny. By these practices and enticements, the ancient dictators so successfully lulled their subjects under the yoke that they stupefied peoples, fascinated by the pastimes and vain pleasures flashed before their eyes, learned subservience as naively but not so creditably as little children learn to read by looking at bright picture books. And that's by Etienne de la Boetie. And, we were talking about the Greeks, comedies and tragedies, they wore acting masks. Well, why is that? Because they didn't want their celebrities, their play actors, to gain the notoriety and the popularity where they could hold sway over the masses. Now we're seeing that phenomenon now. They're using this huge blackmail hedge under the guise of pedophilia, which I'm not saying doesn't happen, but it's really used as a blackmail hedge to keep everybody under their contract on a short leash. And because they don't want these actors who have gained notoriety and have sway over the people to actually have their own opinions about things. So they're not really allowed to be in public and tell you what they really think. So anything that you hear them say, they're being told to say. We saw that phenomenon in the Mulholland movie, David Lynch movie, Mulholland Drive, where the director finds out that he's not in total control of his film, and he throws a fit while he has to go see the cowboy to get his head straightened out. And he's told that he can ride along. We also saw it in the movie The Godfather when the director didn't want to hire the relative of Don Corleone, and he woke up with a severed horse's head in his bed. That's the kind of thing that is going on as a result of this. And I want you to understand how it's related to the democracy and the Greek ideal. You can understand why they wouldn't want influence on the masses outside of their control. That's why they forced the Greek actors to wear these masks, because they did not want them to gain the popularity and the notoriety where they could hold sway over the masses. Only the men were allowed to act, although there were many female parts. That's pretty interesting. And I've talked about Lysistrata too, which is where the women took a vow of abstinence until the men stopped the war. There's a lot more to that. And the muses, the 9 muses, is where we get the word amusement. And then the word entertainment means to occupy the mind. And of course, in Greece, Athena was venerated. And Hollywood is the magic wand in the sense that the magic wand is made from Hollywood. So it's no irony that it's called Hollywood. And I got more information here about the masque, which is MASQUE, which is amateur dramatic entertainment popular in the 16th and 17th century England, which is considered dancing and acting performed by masked players. There's a lot more to this phenomenon of the mask, and now we're seeing, this phenomenon in our modern times with this horror of this mask. There's a lot more to the mask. I would like to do a whole presentation on the mask and get into all this stuff at a more deep level, but we'll keep moving forward for now. And I kind of went the wrong way there, it looks like. Bear with me here. Mark Twain says, in religion and politics, people's beliefs and convictions are in almost every case gotten at second hand and without examination from authorities who have not themselves examined the questions at issue, but have taken them at second hand from some other non-examiners whose opinions about them were not worth a brass farthing. And I love that quote because it's so true. But the phenomenon and the reality of the situation is startling, to say the least. So we're going to take a look at World War I and World War II and the Euro theater in the 20th century. And this is a huge subject. Obviously, we're not going to have time to cover all of this, but there are some interesting things about this and that we need to take a look at, because this is a result and a part of the modern condition, the human condition. But yeah, I mean, so yeah, this is definitely part of the depravity of the socialist mindset. This is what it inevitably results in. And, you know, the more things change, the more they stay the same, so they say. I got a Hitler quote here, I'll say that. Let's see what he says. Germany is prepared to agree to any solemn pact of non-aggression because she does not think of attacking, but only acquiring security. And that's Adolf Hitler, you know, leading up to World War II, most likely. And Alexander Solzhenitsyn says, a state of war only serves as an excuse for domestic tyranny. And that's very true. I would agree with that. But I would tell you that both of these wars were actually the same war, and that World War II was really just, you know, part two of World War I and a continuation of the same conflict, because you had the same banners in both wars. One of the things that's not understood in the beginnings of World War I is the fear of Bolshevism. And many people don't really understand what Bolshevism actually is, but, you know, the proletariats became the Bolsheviks. And, you know, they ultimately overthrew the reigning monarchy of Russia, which was considered a successful monarchy because it had reigned for over 300 years. And that Bolshevism, the fear of that Bolshevism was rife in Europe and in England and many other parts of the world, I suppose, for that matter, but particularly in Europe and England. And this Romanov dynasty was, you know, I mean, it was considered a successful dynasty because it had lasted for over 300 years. And, you know, I mean, Cecil Rhodes and Alfred Milner and the funding of the Rothschilds and even Woodrow Wilson, yeah, they were pivotal in fomenting everything leading up to this conflict that began as World War I. And of course, they weren't the only ones. I mean, most of the industrial and capitalist venture classes were interested in this war because they all feared Bolshevism, which is the rising power of the labor class. They feared the power of the labor class. And, you know, it was a legitimate concern. You know, so this idea that the civilians were killed in the war that actually weren't fighting in the battle just got caught in the crossfire as a happenstance. I think that we need to rethink that, because we need to understand that they were the target. We need to understand that the ruling class understands the fear of the Bolshevism, and they also understand the threat of the moral decay, which in their eyes, the only way to deal with that was to call the populations. And I think that's very, very important to understand. So while Cecil Rhodes and Alfred Milner and Edward V or Edward VII and Woodrow Wilson were instrumental in fomenting World War I. They're not the only important players, and we're going to talk a little bit about that. For instance, I see it as a sibling rivalry. And if you notice, George V looks almost identical to Nicholas II of Russia. And they're standing side by side. You could hardly tell them apart. And then you have, Wilhelm Reich of Germany, the second, the Kaiser. Also, all three direct descendants of Queen Victoria. So it was basically a sibling rivalry, which you could say, with Germany wanting more glass in its milk. And Franz Joseph, in my view, actually was the catalyst for the whole conflict. It's very controversial because the way that the war started was this Gavrilo Princip assassinating Franz Ferdinand. And, that's controversial because he was in direct line to succeed to the throne in the wake of Franz Joseph. And Franz Joseph hated Franz Ferdinand, and he wanted his son Karl to succeed to the throne. So he had a very personal interest in eliminating Franz Ferdinand. And in my view, he happened to be on a hunting trip when this Gavrilo Princip managed to assassinate Franz Ferdinand, and that's basically what catalyzed the whole thing. And then Austria decided that it was the Austro-Hungarian Empire, shared by Franz Joseph and Wilhelm Reich, decided that they were going to go into Serbia, what became the Balkans. And that brought Russia into the war. So then Russia entered the war, and then all the Western forces, got involved, and the whole thing became a huge, mess, and basically consumed most of the 20th century. And as far as I'm concerned, it's still taking place in terms of what we can call balkanization, this idea of taking these regions and chopping them up into small parts and then installing controlled dictators, let's say Western controlled dictators that they can control. This is the phenomenon of balkanization, which basically begins right at the end of World War I with Lawrence of Arabia, which is another huge controversy. And, so World War II, we'll never understand World War II without understanding World War I and understanding why Germany was so disgruntled about the Treaty of Versailles and how much that they lost in the Treaty of Versailles, because everything in Germany's eyes at the beginning of World War II it's certainly a just cause, because they've been treated unjustly at the end of World War I, which also gave us the armistice, which I would tell you was gun control in Europe. They were bombed into capitulation, basically surrendering their firearms and their ability and even their will to defend themselves and their culture, etc. It's a very complicated matter. But see, it's not really a settled matter, and we can know that because nobody really understands it. Nobody really understands World War II because they don't understand World War I. They don't understand Lawrence of Arabia because they don't understand balkanization, which is what's happening in the Middle East now and has been happening in the Middle East since World War II. And they don't understand that the populations were the target, not innocent bystanders. And, we saw it in the London bombing and the bombing of Dresden and the forming of the Siegfried and the Maginot Lines in the trench warfare. There's so many atrocities that occurred in these conflicts. And they don't really understand Bolshevism. So these are things that we have to understand. War is not the answer. Only love can conquer hate. But what is love? Love is agape, which is expanding awareness, expanding consciousness, awareness. So that's what true love, that's the love that conquers the hate. We have to learn to accept and deal with the real world. And there's a documentary called Apocalypse, World War I in Color. I highly recommend that. I highly recommend James Corbett's work on World War I and World War II and conflicts of the 20th century. James Corbett's got some great work on Cecil Rhodes and the Round Table. And, who was Cecil Rhodes? He was a British mining magnate and politician in southern Africa who served as Prime Minister of the Cape Colony from 1890 to 1896. And his British South Africa Company founded the Southern African Territory of Rhodesia, now Zimbabwe or Zambia, which the company named after him in 1895. He also devoted much effort to realizing his vision of a Cape to Cairo railway through British territory. Rhodes set up Rhodes Scholarship, which is funded by his estate, and he was involved in the Round Table, which is said to, be instrumental in the fomenting of the war. He had already caused a war in South Africa against the independent states of the Boers to get the gold in the diamond mines. Alfred Milner and he became part of the Round Table group that was instrumental in setting the stage for World War I. And they set up the Beers Diamond Company in 1888. Joseph Goebbels says, from the Third Reich, the war made possible for us the solution of a whole series of problems that could never have been solved in normal times. See, that's important to understand because that's what the government wants. It wants more problems because that creates the dependency on more government. Smedley Butler says there are only two things we should fight for. One is the defense of our homes and the other is the Bill of Rights. War for any other reason is simply a racket. I would tell you that all war is a racket. And those aren't the primary means to fight a war. Freedom is the only reason to fight a war. A Bill of Rights constitutes a republic, and that's a Roman ideal, and it's a false ideal. The idea of the republic is a failed system. It's already been proven in the fall of the Roman Republic, for instance, and every other republic. Every third world country in this world calls itself a republic. You need to get your head around that. You need to understand that it's too sophisticated for the average mind to understand that they're going to get fooled by it. Look at the Germans. They're some of the most intelligent people in the world. Got fooled by this. Everybody's been fooled by it because it's not a political solution. It never can be, it never will be, and a government's only means to any end is violence. And that is not a moral position. I'm not saying that there never comes a time when you need to use physical force to resist. But I am saying that any war fought for your government is a government agenda. And the only thing that people should be willing to defend is truth and freedom. Because those are always going to be the most important things. And most people don't understand those things. They don't understand what rights are, so how are they ever going to defend the rights? There's a lot to this, and we're going to get into this stuff. So everybody strap in. All right, well, there's way too much to cover to go into everything about these wars, but I'll try to remember everything that I wanted to say. We've covered some of it, and we'll see what happens as we go forward. So, what is a Bolshevik? A Bolshevik is considered a member of the Social Democratic Party in Russia from 1903 to 1970, member of the Russian Communist Party in the former Soviet Union. And as I said, the proletariat, the working class, became the Bolsheviks, as a resistance to capitalism. So, capitalism has to precede, any kind of a revolution or a socialist upheaval, because there has to be something to steal. That's important to understand. And on this slide, I have the quote from the George Orwell book Animal Farm, where he says, and this just shows you how the propaganda augments and changes and embellishes itself. But it begins out, all animals are equal, and then it is added, but some animals are more equal than others. And it just goes on and on. They just continue to augment it. And got to understand that really, to have the spiritual armor to resist this, the only way we really can is to understand what real truth is, what really matters, and why we're getting fooled by it. Because nobody really has the right to engage in this collective coercion. That's what it comes down to. So it's not that history is repeating itself. It's that we're going to get the same or worse bad result every time we try to set up and embrace man's law, man as the lawmaker, because that's never a moral position. The best that we're going to do is to learn the natural laws laid down by the Creator that exist here for all time, that will always be here, cannot be changed by man, cannot be legislated. If it's written down and it has any qualities, benevolent qualities at all, it's simply redundancy. We have to understand the natural laws that operate in this time-space continuum, if you will. The system incrementally forces dependency. It absorbs everything into it. It repackages the failed socialism out of the ashes of the collapsed civilization and rebrands it and resells it to you. Darwin's so-called theories are very ambiguous in the sense that, people have construed his findings with his first hypothesis, which is later with his later conclusions about his own work. But the Marxists use that as the scientific foundation for all of their ideologies. And that's what we need to understand about Darwin's work as the scientific foundation for cultural Marxism. And that's a big subject, so we can't go fully into all that. But, the government response to a problem, in most cases, as we saw in 2020, take a bad situation and make it 100 times worse than it had to be. So we need to understand that and why that is, because that's the government's modus operandi, is to really create more problems that creates more dependency on it. It's to perpetuate this victim abuse cycle. And I often say that Christianity was accepted in the Roman world, and this is the false, institutionalized version of Christianity that I'm referring to, because it offered consolement to an already conquered people who wanted no responsibility to truth. They wanted consolement. But also the modus operandi of the government is to really demoralize the population, ultimately breaking the will. Like domesticating an animal. That's the term we use. The animal is broken. It means their will is broken. Well, that's what the government is really endeavoring to do to the people and the populace, is to break the will. And that's what George Orwell's 1984 is really dealing with, is the breaking of the will. And, that's done through dialectics, polarization dialectics, what some people call the Hegelian dialectic. But I talked about that in my last presentation at the Funnel 3 conference and broke that down pretty good. So you can check that out there. But it becomes, more about indulgence and personal aggrandizement, selfish means and selfish ends. Um, so there's a lot more to this stuff. Woodrow Wilson ultimately dragged America into World War I after promising that he wouldn't. So I want to mention that. And it's all driven by this pro-Western hegemony, which is, they want to call it a globalist agenda. See, as we saw in the movie Network that was made in the 70s, they were basically telling you then there really aren't any real countries anymore. We saw this because in 2020, every government in the world was acting in lockstep with this new agenda, this pandemic or this plandemic agenda. And the fact that they were all acting in lockstep should be enough for people to see that this idea of countries ideologically opposed to each other is all just a ruse, that there really all are no countries anymore. There's really only one world government system. And the people that work as politicians in this system are serving the same agenda, regardless of what that agenda is. They either play ball or they go see the cowboy. It's basically what it comes down to. But there's a lot more to cover in this war. Obviously, I'm not going to be able to cover all of the aspects of it. But let me see how much more I had here. Part of a conspiracy cover-up involves creating multiple narratives for people to attach to and argue about, creating noise around the main signal. And I'll go ahead and say this. Osiris is a death march. Humanity is doing the ritual of Osiris, the death march. We're going into the west, into the setting sun where the light goes below the horizon into the darkness. That's where we get the idea of westing. I'm not trying to get too esoteric, but just keep that in mind because I've talked a lot about it. Hitler wanted the Prussian structure of education. Weimar was another revolution that came out of World War I to get Germany out of the Prussian system. So there's a lot more to this, and I was going to cover a lot more of this originally when I set out to do this talk. But you're really going to have to study, especially World War I, to understand World War II. And that's really, it's a huge subject. So I'm just going to try to keep moving forward, and we'll see what we can do with what we got. Capitalist production therefore develops technology and the combining together of various processes into a social whole only by sapping the original sources of all wealth, the soil and the laborer. And that's Karl Marx. So he's basically saying before we're going to have our socialist revolution, it has to be preceded by capitalism, or there won't really be anything to steal. If it were necessary to give the briefest possible definition of imperialism, we should have to say that imperialism is the monopoly stage of capitalism. And I'm not sure who quoted that, but probably Marx or Lenin. Capitalism has triumphed all over the world, but this triumph is only the prelude to the triumph of labor over capital, which means that eventually the labor class is going to revolt. And this is what I'm talking about, this fear of this Bolshevism, and why capitalism and Bolshevism are both, or capitalism and socialism or communism are ultimately doomed to fail. Because, they're all rooted in materialism. And as long as we're making materialism our highest prospect, we're not going to attain to a morality that's going to be good for everybody. And that's what we have to understand. The capitalist will sell us the rope with which we will hang them. So the capitalist will sell us the rope. They'll make the rope with which we will hang them, after they profited off of selling it to us. And that's an interesting quote. So, these guys really understand this. And that means they might have been pro-capitalist yesterday to get to their political position today. Because they know where it goes. You got to understand this. Fascism is capitalism in decay. That means the velvet glove is coming off of the iron fist. Karl Marx says capitalism must precede communism or there is nothing to steal. Karl Marx, they really understand this stuff. When war is waged by two opposing groups of robbers for the sake of deciding who shall have a freer hand to oppress more people, then the question of the origin of war is of no real economic or political significance. I guess these are all Vladimir Lenin quotes, and we're just taking a look at the depravity of the socialist mindset. But we have to understand that these guys know what they're doing. They know it well enough to exploit it to their ends because they know where it goes. They know the psychology behind the uneducated, the labor class, or the ignorant classes. Let us take the most concrete example of state capitalism. It is Germany. Here we have the last word in modern large-scale capitalist engineering and planned organization subordinated to the Junker bourgeois imperialism. Cross out the words in italics and substitute a Soviet state, that is, a proletariat state, and you will have the sum total of the conditions necessary for, rapid in quotes, socialism, which, as I said, is coercion and centralized control of all resources. That's what he's talking about. Freedom in capitalist societies always remains about the same as it was in the ancient Greek republics. Freedom for the slave owners, Vladimir Lenin. Because ultimately that's what communism amounts to, is you'll have the communism at the ground level and the fascism on top. And that's what we're seeing. That's the model in China now. So the communism does not eliminate capitalism. It eliminates the opportunity for anybody that's not already wealthy to ever rise to become one of the, rapid in quotes, slave owners or venture capitalists. You got to understand this. The dictatorship of the proletariat means a persistent struggle, bloody and bloodless, violent and peaceful, military and economic, educational and administrative, against the forces and traditions of the, rapid in quotes, old society. The force of habit in millions and tens of millions is a most formidable force. Without a party of iron that has been tempered in the struggle, a party enjoying the confidence of all honest people in the class in question, a party capable of watching and influencing the mood of the masses, such a struggle cannot be waged successfully. So that basically is saying that they need to control all of their influences, or they need to control the minds of the masses, and that's what we're talking about with this propaganda. And, they need to have an end and they need to have a means to an end. They need to have something to steal and a means of stealing it and then a means of maintaining it. There's a lot more to that stuff. But as I said, socialism and bureaucracy are responsible for the fall of every great nation in history. When one man dies, Stalin says, it's a tragedy. When 10,000 die, it's a statistic. So what does he mean by that? When one man dies, it can gain enough propaganda to actually create ripples in the agendas of the state. It can force the velvet glove to come off the iron fist. But when 10,000 die, let's say like in 9/11, it just forwards the agenda of the political, class. It's going to be used to forward political agendas. And it has to do, I can see that, with the individual versus the collective, because it's when it's one individual, we realize that something's been lost that's valuable. But when it's many individuals, it's just a collective, and the collective has no consciousness. That's part of that. You need to think about that, understand that. Lenin was the first to discover that capitalism inevitably caused war, and he discovered this only when the First World War was already being fought. Of course, he was right, since every great state was capitalist in 1914. And that's an interesting quote. That's an interesting situation, I think. So we should pay attention to that. So what is social Darwinism? Okay, well, the idea of Darwinism is the survival of the fittest, or the survival of what it amounts to, which is the survival of the most ruthless, in human terms. But yeah, we can't really compare human nature to the nature of the animal kingdom, because we have the ability to reason and understand the difference between right and wrong. We're not going to experience the same karma as the animals. We have to be responsible for our decision making and ultimately our actions. We have to understand the difference between right and wrong action, So, this idea of natural selection is where we get the idea that some are born masters and some are born slaves, or that the cream rises to the top. Well, let me tell you, the cream is not the most psychopathic, because that's what's going to rise to the top inevitably in any socialist system. And by socialism, I mean any form of coercive government, based in man as the lawmaker. You're going to get that result every time, and their power is going to be derived from how far they're willing to go in their evil deeds. Need to keep that in mind. The term nature really has nothing to do with Darwinism. The animal kingdom has nothing to do with the consequences for human behavior that are governed by the natural laws laid down in creation in this time-space continuum by the Creator. So, it becomes the survival of the most ruthless, and the most psychopathic or psychotic is the cream that's going to rise to the top inevitably. It's rooted in dialectical materialism, which is the idea that basically in order for growth to occur, it has to be born out of a struggle. That's related to the random worldview, that everything is a grand accident. So you get idiots watching TV shows like The Big Bang Theory because they want to believe in that nonsense. But it's really materialistic ambition to control, because it's driven in fear. It's fear of ignorance, fear of darkness, fear of lack, fear of the unknown, etc. It's rooted in our most primal fears. And the controlling social engineer classes know this. This is the game that's being played. But it's not a game. It's a very serious reality. But this is the nature of their modus operandi. And the nature of government is evil. By its nature, it's evil. It's also failure to control the self. Anybody that's trying to control somebody else or control, manipulate others is really refusing to control themselves and use their own faculties to learn truth and to put their time and attention where it belongs on truth discovery. That's partly what they're abdicating, because they know with that comes responsibility. It's rooted in social Darwin is rooted in getting a leg up. So people will allow themselves to fall all the way to the bottom of the hell pit, the garbage can of cess, as long as they come out with a leg up over somebody else. And that's what we're seeing. As the flames get higher and higher, we're falling to the bottom of this cesspit, and everybody's complacent as long as they see somebody else in a less advantaged place than they see them, or as long as they see themselves having an advantage over somebody else, a leg up. It's all about getting a leg up. And I wanted to mention democracy and postmodernism. While the term postmodernism, the idea that you can just go with your feels like a blind man in his orgy and just feel things out, it comes from this Greek ideal of democracy. So I'm saying that while the term sounds modern, postmodernism, it actually existed in Greece, because the ruling classes in Greece encouraged postmodernism because they wanted people to go with their feels. That's what propagated the illusion of democracy. That's very important to understand. And most people don't understand it. That's why I'm trying to explain this stuff, to help us understand it. And, it does require an intensive study, years of political science. And that information has become harder to get to now. It's still available, but it was easier to access a lot of this stuff 10 years ago, 15 years ago, so because there was more people talking about it. So I want to mention that. And, we've seen the phenomenon and how it plays out in this social Darwinism. For instance, in 2020, when there was a hoarding of the toilet paper. And for the first time in this country, we saw empty shelves at the grocery store. It's a sure sign that we're going into a third world banana republic. And that's the thing about banana republics, is there really is no bananas to eat. Because everything has been devoured and destroyed. What does it amount to in this social Darwinistic behavior is that we're selling our soul for convenience. We'd rather be dead without our conveniences. So we are actually selling our souls for these creature comforts and these conveniences. And it's based in a scarcity-based economy. It's driven by the fear of lack. It's driven by job security. A lot of people are taking what used to be, higher paying jobs for a lot less pay, like airline pilots, just to secure the tenure of the title. So they're taking a lot less money just to have that title of an airline pilot. And they deserve to be paid, let's say, a lot more maybe, but my point about it is it's amazing what people will do just for the title and tenure. The modus operandi of the system is to create a deficiency and force dependency on the system. The phrase "making a living" and being a rapid in quotes hard worker clearly now really means obedience to the state, regardless of the rights being violated. And and this happened in 2020. People were given the choice to obey the state or lose their jobs, and many did. And you got idiots thinking that these things weren't mandated, but their very livelihoods were stripped away from them if they didn't fall into full compliance. And it's absolutely disgusting to think that people are this gullible and this vulnerable, but they are, because they're this ignorant. And, they're this vested in their social Darwinistic idealism of statism and socialism, which includes capitalism as a form of socialism, because capitalism, as I said, you still have man's law, you still have centralized control of resources. There's never been any such thing as laissez-faire capitalism. It's only crony capitalism. But even barter and laissez-faire capitalism, it's still materialistic ambition. It's our lowest potential as a species. It's our lowest prospect to bring out the worst behaviors in everybody. Be in competition with our fellow brothers and sisters for all eternity. Think about how disgusting it is. And what does it result in? We're just stealing the future from our own children. That's all it amounts to. Destroying all that is good and decent. It's really disgusting. Loyalty to the state is the end goal, because obedience is all that is required for evil to succeed. And I'm going to repeat that. Evil is all that's required. Obedience is all that's required for evil to succeed. And yes, evil can win, and it's winning now. Anybody that cares about freedom, we're getting our asses kicked because there's not enough people doing it, not enough people that have the courage to talk about it, because they're addled, deballed minions of the state. They've been mentally destroyed with this mental disease called socialism. Social Security, pensions, 401k, retirement plans force people onto the government dole. You know it, I know it, and the American people know it, or need to know it, because then that forces you to be into compliance with anything that the state decrees. And I'm not trying to quote Bob Dole, but I guess I got a kick out of that. Oh yeah, Bob Dole, that's why. Because you're on the government dole, bobbing the dole. That's what they want you to do, bob the dole. And they want you to think it's your money. They want you to think you earned it. It's not your money. You don't have possession of it. What do? Every 3 months they threaten to shut down if you don't give them more. If you don't say what you allow us to either print more or steal more from something. It's disgusting that people want to keep believing in this crap. But I know the psychology why. I'm trying to explain it now. I'm not going to fully explain it, but a lot of it's going to get explained here. In part one, in this part, it's going to be explained. So here I'm showing this social Darwinism. What does it result in? It results in us using technology to destroy each other, to manipulate each other, to get a leg up, to harm each other, to deceive each other. It brings out the worst in all of us. And yeah, we go into cartoon land where everything is an illusion, because we can no longer discern reality, because we don't have enough information available to us to discern what it is, because all that's going to be destroyed. If it's available now, that's our only hope. But it's only a short hop and a skip before they get rid of all of this stuff, regulate the internet, get rid of all the important books, and then we're never going to be able to get out of this. And we're very close to that precipice now, So it's about getting a leg up, hence foghorn leghorn, led to the Cold War, the end of World War I, or World War II, led to the Second Red Scare, which is the fear of communism. It was known as McCarthyism because Senator Joseph McCarthy, was making a stink in Congress at the controversial end of World War II, when Patton was relieved of command of the Third Army and the Russians were allowed to enter Berlin. And, Patton was making us think about it. That led to what was called McCarthyism, which was the Second Red Scare following the First Red Scare at the end of World War I. And then that term was changed to conspiracy theory in 1969 by the CIA in the wake of the Kennedy assassinations, So think about that. because they just wanted to marginalize anybody questioning the authority, anybody questioning the official narrative. You know, but this, like I say, this social Darwinism is about getting a leg up, and that's what this slide was about. And, you know, think about how much they hold sway over the behaviors of the people. We saw it big time in 2020. I mean, all of a sudden, everybody marching in lockstep with this government program. And, you know, how on this, you know, these certain, how we're controlled by the calendar and the clock. You know, these are all government programs to control people's behavior based on the calendar and the clock. And we're deceived in our modest ambition for creature comforts and convenience. You know, we think that we're modest in our monetary ambitions and we're not gold diggers, but we're actually worse because we're not really clear in our ambition. You know, in that sense, a gold digger, you could say, they've already accepted what they are, you know, and they're not really trying to hide it. And they're aware of it. You know, it's a satanic ideology, yes, but they're closer in tune in their own mind with their actions and their thoughts and their emotions. They're not on somebody else's strings at all times. You know, that's something to think about. You know, vanity is the devil's favorite sin. You know, think about that, because it's all about selfishness. You know, that's what's being exploited by the government. And we need to consider what is right livelihood, you know, which jobs are actually doing harm in the world. And just about any job almost nowadays, you have to either be in collusion with government or in contract with government to have the licensure to be opened. And if you work for corporations, they're fully in compliance and collusion with the government. They're in contract with the government. There's hardly any jobs out there that I could almost categorize as right livelihood. There's not many, you know, but ultimately it's materialistic ambition, and that's not more important than freedom. You know, whether or not somebody has family to feed or kids to feed, that's never more important than freedom, and it can't be used as an excuse. So we need to grow out of that erroneous axiom, you know. And again, we got forced dependency on the system. The devil was never a maker. The less that you give, you're a taker. Ronnie James Dio. You know, like I've often said that the annexing of the Warsaw Ghetto under Hitler was about crushing the dissenters. You know, we have to understand that a lot of the impoverished class makes up a lot of the resistance over long periods of time, because they've been ostracized from society for non-compliance. So the fact that a lot of these people may have been Jewish, in my view, is circumstantial. Of course, that's been exploited in many ways by Western propaganda to marginalize or to bolster the campaign against the Third Reich. And I'm not saying there was anything good about the policies of the Third Reich and that the Jews weren't targeted and marginalized. But ultimately, we have to understand that that was all politically charged. And by making it about a prejudiced issue, they could divert it away from the attention of the capitalist venturers or the venture capitalists and the industrial interests that really were driving that war. You know, the big banking, and as far as I'm concerned, the religious institutions, the Vatican, everybody was basically, you know, on the take and had something to gain. But it was, you know, marginalizing the homeless people and sanitizing the ghettos is to sanitize the image of the government. They don't want to see homeless people on the street in camps and things like this because it tarnishes their image. That's the velvet glove coming off of the iron fist that they don't want you to see. Many of the business, especially on the corners, are propped up by government subsidies to create the appearance of a successful residential or a successful business area, you know, and to bolster gentrification and things like that. You know, so the businesses appear to be alive and well and thriving when in fact they're just props, like in a Hollywood movie set, and you can only see the front of the buildings and everything behind us, just a house of cards. You have to understand that that's where all that money that government says it needs actually goes, is to create the illusion of prosperity. It's very important to understand because people, their guard is down. They don't understand it. You know, so keep moving forward. So, like I say, you know, the government snaps its fingers and people dance on strings, you know, and they've got them controlled by the calendar. They've got them controlled by the clock. They've got them controlled by the news. Everything that they say and do and decree, people are ready to dance on strings like puppets, like marionettes. And it's really disgusting, you know. This Black Friday is a great example of that. And we see these people just go insane to buy a smart TV because they're dumb people. So now the TV is smarter than the people. That's something to be concerned about. You know, it's manufactured lack to induce fear-based fight or flight mentality and this disgusting mob behavior. You know, so I want to talk a little bit about leadership. A lot of people don't understand leadership, in my view, and we're going to break it down very basically, but there's more to this. We just start with these foundations because every other form of leadership that we can boil it down to is based on these. Starting with transactional leadership, which is based in punishment and reward. It's known as the carrot and stick. If you do good, you get a carrot. If you do bad, you get the stick. It's not really a carrot dangling on a stick leading you along. It's that if you do good, you get a reward, and if you do bad, you get punishment. And you think about it, all governments are based in this. That's why the tradition we call Christmas is based in this. Because, you know, he knows when you've been bad or good, so be good for goodness sake. Because that's saying punishment or reward. You need to keep that in mind. That's what they're selling you, is transactional leadership. It's rule by fear. It's rule by terror. It's rule by dominance. All government leadership is transactional and amounts to rule by fear, keeping the population under a state of duress, perpetual duress. And under duress, every action is actually adverse. It's an adverse reaction to the fear of punishment or the fear of harm being done unto the individual. It's very important to understand. Now, what is transformational leadership? Number one, I'd say it's very rare in this world. You know, I'm not really thinking of anybody I want to name as giving us an example of this, but there are some, you know, and they've basically devoted their lives to the cause of freedom, you know, and but it's basically inspirational, you know, seeing what somebody else is doing for the right reason and becoming inspired enough to join the cause, because ultimately that is the spiritual lesson, is that we need to do the right thing in spite of fear, simply because it's the right thing to do and for no other reason, you know. You know, I would name Mark Passio as a transformational leader in my view. because he's devoted his whole life to the cause of freedom and truth. And he turned from a very dark path to get on this path. So I recognize that, you know. Maybe you could say Gandhi, you know, if you believe in the Christ, that Jesus Christ as a historical figure, which is really going to make you very confused. But if you want to believe in that, then he could be seen as a transformational leader. But that's not really trying to compare one to the other, because we got to get past magical thinking. We got to get past superstitious belief and just understand it's about what we care about and what we're doing with our time and attention that could inspire somebody. You know, what does it take to move men to truth? Well, the Euro theater in the 20th century and all the carnage and suffering and nuclear war and bio warfare and everything else that we're seeing and have seen hasn't been enough. So what does it take to move men to truth? All of the, you know, the few thousand years that we have in the classical history is essentially warfare. It's not enough. What is enough to move men to truth? But it's leading by example, peer-to-peer, visual, devoting our time and attention to things that matter. Stalin said, I only need one generation to bring in lasting communism over intellectually educated, Stalin said, I need only one generation to bring lasting communism. Over intellectually educated people are easily controlled. They believe in their own BS. You know, they're too smart for their own good. You know, they think they know all they need to know. And that's a dangerous position, because they're not in a position to learn anything. As I said, you know, the Germans were some of the most intelligent people in the world. Some of the most phenomenal feats of engineering we've ever seen, and they got fooled by these systems. They got fooled by these ideologies. So let's not, you know, let's try to stay modest and realize that these things are not easy to understand. You know, if you read J. Edgar Hoover's book, The Masters of Deceit, it almost sounds anti-government. But at the end of the day, he's going to throw you on the capitalist train. And you already know that. Because people don't understand communism because they believe in capitalism. They don't understand it's a false dichotomy, that they work hand in hand, hand over fist. A leadership must arise in which every citizen can have confidence, assured that its sole aim is the happiness, the welfare of the German people. Adolf Hitler. You know, these are just some ideologies that we're looking at. And these quotes of these dictators, these psychopaths, these tyrants. And maybe they started out with wrapping in quotes, good intentions or benevolent purpose. But, you know, we have to understand power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. There's no exception to that rule. Plato said, when the tyrant has disposed of foreign enemies by the conquest or treaty, when the tyrant has deposed of foreign enemies by conquest or treaty, and there is nothing to fear from them, then he is always stirring up some war or other in order that the people may require a leader. See, that's government's modus operandi, is to create dependency on it to continue to exist. Okay? So we're making a little headway, but boy, we got a ways to go. So government is slavery. No matter how you feel about it, what you think about it, you know, it's really what it is, because it's based in man's law, coercion, and violence. Government's only it means to any end is violence, and that can never be moral. So government ultimately is slavery. It comes from the Latin verb gubernare, to control, and the Latin noun mens, which means mind. The etymological origin of the English suffix "ment" is often debated, yet it is overwhelmingly clear that those who created the English language deliberately chose "mens," the Latin word for mind, to mean the state of or the condition of, in direct keeping with the first principle of natural law, the principle of mentalism, which demonstrates that in order for any particular thing, event, circumstance, state, or condition to exist as it currently does in our manifested reality, the plane of effects, it must first have existed in mind, the plane of causality. And that needs to be fully understood and embraced. You know, how does it work? We need to achieve internal anarchy or internal monarchy. If we have internal anarchy, which is internal confusion, not in line in our thoughts, emotion, and actions, then the result is we project external monarchy or externalize control, which is government, coercive control. So with internal anarchy, we're going to have external chaos, external monarchy, because the government is the chaos. The control is the chaos. So we need to have internal monarchy to have external anarchy in the sense of freedom, no masters, no slaves. It's not no slaves or no rules and no masters. It's no masters and no slaves. So get it straight. Like I say, a government's modus operandi is to keep the moral high ground, so you're going to have the ostensible purpose versus the true purpose. The velvet glove is the ostensible purpose. The iron fist is the true purpose, what they're trying to hide. And we'll talk a little bit about that. I think we covered some of that in part one, but we'll see. But they want to, under the guise of maintaining critical infrastructure, my roads, protect people's lives, rights, and property, my caliphate, punish wrongdoers, preserve justice. This sounds like a Batman movie. Defend freedom from potential enemies, to boldly go where no one has gone before, leap tall buildings in a single bound, etc., etc. So what is the ostensible purpose of government? To maintain critical infrastructure, protect people's lives, rights, and property, punish wrongdoers, preserve justice, defend freedom from political enemies. What is its true purpose? The iron fist. Control and ultimately enslave the people who are its subjects, dictate commands called, rapid in quotes, laws, to protect its own interest and limit any threat to its continued control, conduct abject violence in the name of safety and security, rapid in quotes, a life in slavery isn't worth a damn. Mark Passio. It is an immoral position maintained by violent and immoral people, and I fully corroborate that. Government is not reason. It is not eloquent. It is force. Like fire, it is a dangerous servant and a fearful master. George Washington. I've already said government's only means to any end is violence. People obedient to the state are merely indoctrinated government products. That's what they are. They're government products. They're a product of the state because they've been indoctrinated into the agenda of the state and the thinking of the state, which is mind control. No matter how repressive a brutal regime becomes, those in power will continue to claim good intentions and will insist that extraordinary government power is necessary to protect the people and create justice and order. And it's an old song. So nobody's got really any excuses to keep falling for it. But we know what's driving it. It's cowardice, apathy, and laziness. The three ruffians. Which is weakness, It's also self-loathing, because you've been demoralized and dehumanized. And I want to talk about dehumanization. You know, the idea that there was no outcry about the Iraq war until soldiers were videoed throwing puppies off of a cliff or something. That's dehumanization, because nobody cared about the people suffering until the animals were suffering overtly. That's disturbing, because that means they've been dehumanized. You got to think about that. The powers delegated by the proposed Constitution to which the federal government are few and defined. Those which are to remain in the state governments are numerous and indefinite. James Madison. Yeah, I mean, to create more crime, they just write more laws. You know, arbitrarily. They arbitrate law. And that's not law, because law is immutable. It can't be arbitrated, and it can't be altered or changed. Those are rules. That's corporate policy. It's a big difference, you know. It's ambiguous. It's arbitrary. If you go 10 feet in either direction, you cross an imaginary line. You got a whole new dictator, a whole new landlord, and a whole new laws to obey. And then they're going to tell you, ignorance of the law is no excuse. And by that they mean their, wrap it in quotes, law. They're not interested in the laws of creation, because that's, you know, their power is vested in them being the arbiters of truth and law. And this stuff, to me, is so easy to understand, but I realize that it's not easy when we're first starting out and learning this stuff, and I want people to learn and understand this stuff. I really don't want anybody to have any excuses to play the victim. Not saying there's no such thing as a victim, but as I said, the state is encouraging you to find your power in your victimhood, because it's a powerful political device. To consider the judges as the ultimate arbiters of all constitutional questions is a very dangerous doctrine indeed, and one which would place us under the despotism of an oligarchy. Thomas Jefferson. The Constitution does not say the Supreme Court is the ultimate decider of constitutional law. Politicians continue to appoint judges that will manufacture justification for federal overreach. And what is justification? And jurisdiction. You know, jurisdiction means to speak the law. So somebody who has this God complex, and that's what believing in government is, whether you are a lawmaker, wrap it in quotes, or a politician, or the same thing, you know what I mean, but or someone who just supports it. It's all rooted in God complex, which means you're refusing truth, which is the same as overthrowing the Creator, and you're embracing man's arbitrary edicts, and you're justifying a right, from the Latin facere, to fashion, to make right, to justify, to make a wrong a right, and make a right a wrong. And that's all the government does. That's all it ever can do. To force compliance. So people believe that the world is controlled from London, Washington, D.C., and Moscow, let's say. And I'm here to tell you that world is controlled by religion. Because you do not control billions of people with coercion. Because the human will not be chained. As I said, it's done with mind control. So the world is not controlled from London, Washington, D.C., and Moscow. It's controlled from Rome, Israel, and Mecca, and the old religion that these new religions came out of, which is all erroneous thinking, you know, that came out of a deteriorated Egyptian science and an expression of the Egyptian science that most people outside of Egypt that had left Egypt no longer understood, and their traditions had become vestigial and inert, and then arbitrary and ambiguous, to create these religious doctrines that propagates this mind control that keeps the masses in thrall. So people don't understand the word religion doesn't just mean the culture of religions. It means any form of erroneous thinking, including the belief in authority, which is the most dangerous religion. And the belief in money is a religion. You know, as it is two of the most powerful examples. So we're going to have to learn to understand this. And keep going here.
That was a great little segment from Doug. And he has probably another 2 hours to go. Maybe a little bit more, but he's going to do the encore for the rest of the night. Right now, we're going to bring in Grant from Presence and listen to some of his amazing, enlightening music. So kick it off for us, Grant.
Cheers.
Cheers, man.
This next song's called Change Ourselves. To change the world, we must change ourselves first.
The problem is, folks, most people still in the year 2018 cannot properly define a right. And that's why we're losing our rights, because they do not understand that a right is an action that does not cause harm to another sentient being.
Stop playing a victim and take some responsibility for our lives. Yes, we got to stop causing harm and let this most fundamental truth shine bright. Yeah, well, did you know that we are inextricably connected and our actions affect the freedom of the collective? Respect that when behavior falls in line with the correct intention, society will experience redemption to change the world. Oh yeah, we got to change ourselves, yes, to change the world. We got to change ourselves. Oh yeah, to change the world. Oh yeah, we got to change ourselves. Now, to change the world. Oh yeah, we got to change ourselves. Alright, because a right is an action which does not cause harm to another sentient being on this plane. Respect that when I steal from another man in any way, these actions are inflicting pain. Well, did you know morality is not subjective and distinguishing right from wrong is objective? Respect that our creator gives us natural law protection and won't accept no acts of aggression to change the world. Oh yeah, we got to change ourselves, yes, to change the world. We got to change ourselves. Alright, to change the world. We got to change ourselves. Right now, boom, to change the world. Oh yeah, we got to change ourselves. Yes. Are you going to compromise your integrity for the fear of making other people angry? Nah. Are you going to compromise your integrity? Nah. For the fear of making other people angry. Are we going to compromise our integrity? Nah. For the fear of making other people angry. Are we going to compromise our integrity for the fear of making other people angry? Are we going to compromise our integrity for the fear of making other people angry? A right is an action that does not cause harm to another sentient being. That is the definition, and it is as simple as that. This next song I'm going to play is called Integrity. This one's about keeping the promises that we make to ourselves. I'ma live with integrity, say. Keeping the promises that I make to myself. Prioritize physical, mental, and spiritual health. When life gets rough, I'm rising above and never fear to be out. Cause deep inside me is a calling, and this calling be felt. Yes, making the most of every single minute today. The power of presence, breaking my essence, intentions they fade. A strong intention and emotion is the recipe for change. They must align with my actions, and the passion is stay. I say, align with my actions, yes, and the passion it's stay. I say, I won't run away. No, I won't be running from myself today. Running from myself today. 'Cause the real me is the only me I can't escape. Oh yeah. So I'ma live with integrity. I'ma live with integrity. With integrity, I say. Living with integrity here. Gotta get back on the path when I fall off. My mindset back on track, won't let it take too long, yeah. Stay present and meditate when it all seems wrong. Got to surrender to the curtain for it gets too strong, yes. My outer reality is a reflection of inner space. When I open up my heart, the world's a better place. I forgive myself and others for our past mistakes, so we can move past all the trauma into Jah embrace. We moving past all the trauma into Jah embrace. So will I fit the mold of others' expectations? No. Or live a life of freedom and celebration? Will I paralyze myself with hesitation? Or live a life of self-realization? I won't run away. I won't be running from myself today. Running from myself today. 'Cause the real me is the only me I can't escape. Oh yeah. So I'ma live with integrity. I'ma live with integrity. With integrity, I say. We live in integrity. Thanks for rocking with me, S.E.E.D Conference. It's been such a pleasure to be with you today. Look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Thanks again to Brandon and Chris for having me on.
Awesome. I hope you guys really enjoyed his music. Make sure to check out the links that I put in the comment and give this guy some support. Go to his YouTube channel, listen to his music, share it. It's epic. We're loving it. Thank you so much, Grant. We really appreciate your music. Very inspiring. It just hit me deep in the soul, man. I really loved it.
Cheers. Thanks so much for having me on, you guys. Appreciate it. We'll see you tomorrow.
All right. See you then. All right. Well, it looks like we are finally going to get to the round table. We have some top caliber speakers coming in here. I think we got a few people ready to join up. There we go. There we go. Look, we got Patty. We got Brandon. Who else we getting in here? Here comes, I think we got James coming in. I think we got Will Keller coming in too here soon. How you guys doing?
Doing great.
I'm doing
Awesome. Awesome, guys. What do you guys think?
About what?
About what? You smart
Epic, man.
ass.
Epic day one, dude.
fucking amazing.
Unreal. Just absolutely
Unreal.
unreal, man.
Awesome. Oh, there we go. We got Corey. Oh,
Corey.
nice. We got anybody else joining up? I don't know if we got anybody else. Was there anybody else joining up? I don't think so. I
I'm
think
gonna
that's
grab a
it.
drink real quick. I'll be right back.
All right. Sounds good. Thank you for joining us, Patty.
Well, thanks for having me. I'm going to have my partner join too. I'm going to just check to make sure she has the right room.
Okay. Sounds
So
good.
check with her.
Sounds good. We really enjoyed your presentation. That was
Awesome.
very needed. Very, very needed. I think a lot of people had a lot of good comments about it. I don't know if you were in the chat at that point, but they were really enjoying it.
I need to go back and check that out. I had my mom and dad, of course, had to drop by during that time, but I'm excited to. I saw a lot of the other people's presentations, and everybody's was great. I was just like amazed, honored.
Well, I remember one question that they had for you. They were asking, what is like a top tier juicer that you may recommend for them? I know that was one question that came to the table.
Yeah, and, I personally have a Nama J2 juicer, but the Green Star is also amazing. Those are like the top two. I think that the Nama J2 is just really nice because it's easy to use, and you can do batch juicing, and you can like walk away, and it's easy to clean. But the Green Star really extracts a lot of the mineral rich, chlorophyll rich nutrients from the greens, especially. So it just kind of depends on, what your intentions are with juicing.
Right, right. But there you guys have it. Awesome. So what's up, guys? What do you guys think? Did the conference do good? What do you think about it? Enjoying it?
It's awesome. Great
What was
success.
Yeah, there we go. What was your favorite part so far?
Who?
Any of you. It doesn't matter. One of you.
Oh, there's
like,
been
this is a
like
round
this
table.
trend all day where like the presentations seem to be able to kind of perform cohesively with one another. It seemed like there was a common thread among a lot of our presentations. They all went very well with each other. There's always a risk with these things that, and it's not to say that it's a bad thing, but there's always a risk where like you go from one subject to something that's may come across as like a polar opposite from the previous subject. It seemed like there was a nice even flow from one to the next here today. It was really great to see. It's like we all kind of formed together like Voltron and in our own little disparate pieces. It's just so crazy and great to see that kind of happen.
Nice. Yes, I completely agree. It really solidified everybody's work, complemented each other's work. We had a lot of stuff about health. We had a lot of stuff about mind control. We had a lot of stuff about the occult and symbolism. I think we really hit all the aspects that is on the table, that we really need to get out to the public.
Absolutely.
Yeah, to piggyback what Jim said, there's a lot of synchronicity in a lot of presentations. Mine was the first presentation, and I was kind of nervous after seeing everyone else's presentation. It's like, oh man, it kind of fit well together. Just talking about symbolism, and then a lot of talk about the Alpha Cube, and to one comment they said the best thing about the event, Corey's hair. So I just got a good laugh out of it. But yeah.
Yep, we got to get Corey's hair on as a speaker next year.
It's going away now.
His hair does long form presentations.
It's a good stand-in for Will's beard.
It is
Right,
the
I know.
equinox. The beard is getting restless, so
Beard
it'll
is
come
getting
out
restless.
shortly.
It's gonna be
Unruly,
Man, we're missing it.
all
That's
unruly
what's up,
haired
Nate?
principals.
Thanks for joining us.
Yes, thanks for having me. Hopefully you guys don't hear an echo because I've had an issue with an echo. You hear it?
No echo here.
Oh, yes.
No, there's
awesome.
an echo.
Awesome.
Yeah,
Um,
there is an echo for sure.
Okay.
Now-
you
now
got well.
Uh-oh.
Oh, we lost you. I think I lost.
I got muted.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. You guys really kicked ass today, and I'm just really blown away by the amount of amazing information that came out of every single one of you. I had, my expectations, but really everybody just completely blew my mind. And you guys should all be proud of yourself. And I'm honored to be, next to all you guys. And it's been an amazing journey, and I'm pretty worn out. My mind has really taken in a lot of information today, as anybody who has watched the whole thing, and it's just it's truly amazing. So thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you. Nate.
Very I have a question for you guys here. In the context of mind control, what ethical consideration should be taken into account when discussing topics like hypnosis, subliminal messaging, and persuasive techniques? Anybody can answer that. That's for the whole group.
Is the subject voluntarily doing that?
That's for you to answer.
That's the counter question. I would say the counter to that is if it's going to be ethical, then the person that is going under the getting hypnotized, shit, it's not ethical if it's not being done voluntarily. So
Right.
if it's being done to us covertly against our will, then it's unethical. It's immoral. So
I think there's kind of two different ways you could look at that. There's whether or not that information should just be put out for anyone, because then other people can use that to either good or nefarious purposes. So I think that may be one aspect of the question, is like the ethical aspect of just putting that out there for people to use, and then there's how it could be taught, or how it could be used, basically. So like in my trivium hacking, I talk about kind of like the light and dark versions of mind control and what the difference is. One is using knowledge of how the mind works to convey truth, and it's for the embetterment of who you're trying to influence it, versus using deception and trying to usurp their free will to serve some sort of hidden agenda. That's a very key distinction about the kind of the light and dark mind control. Like, for example, I would consider parenting as a form of mind control. You're shaping their mind literally, but as a responsible steward, and hopefully you're shaping them into something that is for their own good and for the good of everything that they have an effect on as they become a grown-up.
Very well said. Very well said. Take into consideration things like subliminal messaging that we all know that is constantly around us. How would you feel about that? Because a lot of us do consent to those types of logos and things like that being part of our markets, right? So how would you feel about that when it comes to that? Any of you guys? It's a simple one.
I'm not a fan too much of symbols. Like, I don't. But I do have obviously symbols around me. Most of the ones that I use, I create myself, or I sort of like reinvent,
Right.
sort of like, because that's what I do with any sort of invention. Is the word is improvising, not so much creativity. That's all we're ever doing all the time. So I just don't like to attach myself to things. I'll use things usually as a mechanism, as a tool, like anything else, but I just don't want to attach myself to that as like an identity.
Right.
I'll make a
go ahead, Chris.
comment. If we're talking about a world without coercion, we still have to find a way to get a point across. And without coercion, our next best way to do things honorably is through persuasion and sales. And there's a blurry line a little bit when we do that in a manipulative way. But how bad do things have to get before we try harder to affect people mentally to help them see what's right? You know what I mean? I think there's a balance. And to me, that learning to do these presentations and learning to do graphics, learning to master the art of telling a story kind of multidimensionally, we're trying to build a better box than the one they got us trapped in. So I think using our creativity and mastering these skills and learning how they use them against us gives us like a more powerful sword to fight their evil sword, you know?
Nice. That
That
was
makes
going to
any
be my
sense.
next question, which was how do you deal with such prevalent symbolism or subversive use of symbolism in culture?
Get away. Go in nature.
Go to nature.
Yeah, I would say
honestly, that's
I
my
would say-
solution.
It's a good solution.
I would
Do you-
say
but do-
learn the symbolism, learn what it means, and just
Yeah.
flat out reject it.
Yeah,
If
become
you need-
illiterate.
I'm not saying to
Become
reject it,
illiterate.
but even if you were to understand the symbolism, there is a foundational understanding to knowing yourself and returning to that uncarved block, that original self that is underlying everything, because there's programming and a lot of logos and symbolisms all around us and we don't have much conscious control over it. It's always like in our faces. That the best way in order to try to see what's really there underneath is to go into some sort of solitude or reflection, whatever that is. And you can do that anywhere. I'm just saying that has to be a return at some point in time, even if that's in the process of also understanding the symbols, because in order to learn anything, you need to have the moment to step back and reflect in the first place.
I meant I should have put it in better context. I apologize. I meant that if the symbolism doesn't serve you in a positive way, if it's done in a nefarious manner, then reject it then. So that was the context in which I meant.
Right, right.
I see symbolism as the language of the subconscious mind. So it's there, regardless of how it's being used or whether we are aware of it. And it comes down to know thyself, essentially, because the symbols that are being used by these dark occultists, they didn't invent this stuff. These are templates that are built into the universe and the way that our mind is connected to reality at a very, very fundamental primordial level. So not only is it important to understand and know thyself, but then as a magician, which I identify as, and I think whether one realizes it or not, we all are on some level, so might as well embrace that so that you can be good at it and not suck. But then I think a good magician knows how to tap into any charge. And so Chris mentioned sales, and that has a really icky connotation for a lot of people, but at the end of the day, we're all salesmen, right? We're selling ourselves, we're selling our ideas, what we're trying to bring forth into the world, have a good impact on things, or one way or another. We need to be good salesmen, and that's just basically being a good communicator. And so again, as a good magician, you are going to tap into any charge that has a potency that can get the desired effect, and symbolism is a very powerful way to do that, because you're, instead of communicating logically up here on this higher level, you're penetrating all the way deep into the deep, more primitive parts of the brain, and kind of operating at that level.
Just to add a joke in here, you sell yourself, man? Are you on OnlyFans? Come on.
I mean, I'm a trucker, so I got to do what I got to do.
You got to do what you got to
all the
do.
lot lizards out there.
Right. What happens at the truck stop stays at the truck stop.
Oh, right. Nathan, are you trying to jump?
Yeah, I agree with Corey to some degree that it's about getting back to pure forms, really, because once that's what I was trying to say in my Oculus presentation. It's about understanding the pure form. For example, being the circle dot. If you look at all the other symbols that can go over top of that circle dot, now you understand the pure form that the other symbols have to get back to. But the point is to understand that you have to get back to the pure form anyway, to understand the pure form, so that way you don't have to, completely understand every other symbol that looks like a circled dot. So if you can just get back to the heart of that, and it is about understanding that, I agree with what Logan is saying too, and it is getting back to our understanding that it's primitive. These symbols are primitive, and they are within us, and if we can understand these really simple forms, that's where we regain our true power. But to see where it goes too, that's where we grow our power, because to see how these symbols have evolved and what they've become and what they're trying to say to us, we also have to become conscious of that too. But I also want to say, it's like, symbolism is like it's like guns. Guns aren't going anywhere. you know we can't get rid of them. We have to learn how to use them, and we have to learn how to understand them. I mean, we're using symbols every day of our life, because symbols are the letters of the words that we use. The words are bundles of symbols, and we're using those to communicate ideas. And it's just it's very, very important to understand that at a very deep fundamental level. So that's my piece.
Nice,
Nice,
very well said. Welcome. Noah, welcome to the
Hi.
roundtable. Hello.
Thank you.
Good
Did it.
presentation, by the way. We really loved it.
Oh, great. Happy to hear that. I
Yeah,
wasn't
we had
there
a-
for the live presentation because I was probably sleeping at that time.
Yeah, you got a lot of good feedback in the chat from people. They really enjoyed it. It was very informative.
Wonderful.
Wonderful. So do you guys have anything you guys want to bring to the table? Not many people have any questions. Oh, we have a question right here. Hold on. I think we got a question. Symbols are great to understand occult knowledge. What's the effect of wrong definitions? Should we use them?
Interesting question.
I couldn't hear you clearly, just like cutting out for me.
It's cutting out. You're a little choppy on our end too.
Okay, maybe
Well,
the Wi-Fi connection is not super strong.
I'll take this. I'll just try to answer this a little bit, because I think I kind of understand. There is wrong definitions of symbols for sure, but the goal is to understand the form and get an eclectic understanding of the symbols, so you can really start to see the dogma that becomes attached to it. As it through history, because you can definitely see where certain symbols have bad definitions, or maybe they're just not that correct, and it's up to you to correct them, because it's up to you to do the eclectic work to really see for yourself what this symbol is really saying. And I feel like with every symbol, there's never a complete perfect definition necessarily. I mean, I guess you could say there is to some degree, but it's more about you finding the truth, because that's what symbols help us do. They help us find the truth, and the more that we take in all the different definitions that we find, the more that we come to a more centralized understanding. And that's the way I see it anyway.
So do you think that symbols are both positive and negative, or neutral? Do you think that they can be unilaterally like one thing, like just a positive use, like a natural state for them? Or do you think that it's just based on our subjective mind?
Are you? Well,
Yeah, I'm asking anybody. I mean, I'm just throwing some questions out here.
Well, the way I understand it is, a symbol is neutral always. Even an inverted pentagram is neutral, But when you understand, like, okay, the pentagram is a great example of something that has more of a, I would say, a negative charge to it, because when you're dealing with the realm of duality and, spiritualism, materialism and spiritualism, if the, inverted pentagram, the upside down star, if it has the 2 points going up, that's dualism. But then if you have the 3 points, going up, that's the Holy Trinity going up. That's spiritualism, that's levitation. So it's about understanding that the form really truly matters with the definition, and understanding that what's negative about it. It's not that the symbol itself is negative, but it's about how we understand it. What it's being used for, because obviously Satanism is not a positive thing. There's nothing positive about Satanism. So an inverted pentagram is not it's not carrying a positive charge to it. Okay. And I mean that internally. So it's not saying anything. It's not corresponding to us properly in the inverted form. But if it's, if the 3 points are pointed up, then it's more of a positive charge, and it makes more sense. I mean, little kids draw the stars, pointing up all the time, right? And maybe that's just because that's how they see them and that's how they remember them. But it's like, if they were pointed down, it's really projecting dualism. And it's I think that's one of the best ways to, or one of the best symbols that you can explain, that actually has like both of the negative and positive, and actually you can actually see the form, depending on the orientation, of course.
Right. We have a question here for Patty. She, or Hexproof Anarchist, wants to know if you have any other book recommendations. I guess that would go for you, Patty, and Noah.
Yeah, so it looks like they ordered the S.E.E.D Gospel of Peace.
Mm-hmm.
Any other recommendations other than that? Well, Noah shared with me a book that I'm currently reading, Man's Higher Consciousness. Noah, do you want to comment on that? Because I'm on like the second chapter. But why don't you, Noah? I know you know about that book, so go ahead and take that one.
Yeah, no, I that's what I wanted to recommend. It's a little bit different, the S.E.E.D Gospel of Peace and Man's Higher Consciousness, but at the core of both of those books, there's much of what Patty and I talked about, and the truth about humans and our bodies and the fuel for our body. And in Man's Higher Consciousness, I would say he goes much deeper into the whole idea of food and the kind of food that fuels the human body, and what we've been taught and what we believe, and just the function of the human organism in its purest form. And Hilton Hotema, which is the writer of Man's Higher Consciousness,
May have lost her.
Yeah, she got out.
Yep, she got out.
Okay, can you hear me?
Okay.
Yep, you're back.
Yeah. Okay. I apologize. The Wi-Fi is a little spotty today. So Hilton Hotema has many other books that I would recommend, but it's Man's Higher Consciousness that I personally read, and my mind opened up to so many different possibilities and truth.
All right, well, there we have it. Thank you very much. He has another question, actually, for Brandon Spencer. He thought your presentation, or he or she, Hexproof Anarchist, thought your presentation was very inspiring and unique. What inspired your presentation, Brandon Spencer?
Only my sun sign is a fire sign. I know I don't really display a lot of emotions or anything like that, but the fire's, symbology that I talked about is something that I see that is literally dead within people. So in my interactions, talking with people, in my 17 years of being an umpire, I've been able to travel all across this country, and I just see that the spirit, their ability to, want to know truth, their care for knowledge is just dead. It's not there. And after thousands and thousands of people that I've talked to, I always, wonder, like, why is it that I have this burning fire? Why is it that some of us have burning fire and this passion, this care, willing to make the sacrifice, and other people don't? So I wanted to just kind of bring back this symbolic understanding of what fire, was symbolic of in a lot of the myths and stuff like that. Because not only do a lot of people understand symbolism, but how I say it, the spiritual aspect of man is something that has been subverted to such a degree. It's almost like it's not even there. So people aren't really operating, holistically. And I just wanted to showcase that because I see it so much. And, it's very heartening or disheartening because it's not the way it's supposed to be. We're supposed to be operating with much more, energy, much more, color, much more vibrance, but sadly, we don't even have that, that spark. We don't even have that tool, so there's a reason why people aren't really creating because they lack that, they have the potential. It's just, it's still dormant, it's still dormant within them. So, that's what the fire is supposed to be there, to help start things, cause that energy, to keep flowing or, that initiation to get you going, to light that fire underneath your ass. So that's really what inspired it.
Nice. Tapping into the inner flame. Do you have something to say, Corey?
Well, that's just, I think what he said is awesome. I mean, I noticed the same thing among talking to people. I mean, I run into a lot of passionate people, probably because I seek them all out. Uh, but the people I don't talk to, I mean, I can tell. That's the reason why I don't talk to them. I mean, because they're just off put. Like they don't even look at you. I mean, there's people who are consumers. They don't have that energy. So you can definitely tell. Now, I have some ways to work around that, I would say. Like I go to the beach, for instance, and I will literally walk up to anybody and talk to them because no one really is going to have a bad attitude at the beach. And so I'm just saying, like, that's kind of a way around it because nature can come to your assistance. Like I said, and when Brandon, we were talking before you and I, when we bring people into the food forest, it doesn't matter what person they are. They change. Boom. They're inspired. The fire comes right out of them. So Brandon, maybe, I don't know, just saying, nature might be the answer again. I don't know. Maybe just maybe.
Nature is always the answer. I always saw that too whenever I was growing food and I brought people to my garden. I was like, here, have some food. They were always so inspired to want to go out and start to do this and get in tune with nature. And they're always so curious about that because it's something that we're never taught, is getting in touch with nature and getting in touch with ourselves and that communication between you and the divine spirit of nature. So I think nature is absolutely the answer. We have another question here from Angela Green, and she asks, does subliminal knowledge create habits in the unconscious reaction? It does, I think. I don't have my glasses, so sorry about that. But any of you guys can take any of these questions whenever you know.
Well, I'll just jump in real quick. Angela, always awesome in the comments. Really appreciate your energy and showing up for everybody's shows and always putting that good vibe out there. But that speaks to my presentation somewhat. What really binds these walls that hold us all in is all these unconscious subliminal things, and they've been built in so many little ways throughout our lifetime that it's hard to separate them. And I had the one slide where it shows this sort of person lost with holding on to these threads. And, as we go through our day and we're spending time on this sort of virtual, semi-virtual world, it gets more and more tricky, I think, to hold that line of reality as it is. We're all looking at the same thing. Like I pointed out earlier in our conversation, Brandon, September 11th, I'm looking at it and other people are looking at it and I'm saying, yeah, that's absolutely not what you're seeing. And they're saying, well, that's what they said we saw. You know what I mean? So there's a big difference in what we're seeing and perceiving. And I think all these little things that add up, that everybody has talked about in different ways in these presentations, are pointing out all these things add up to this weird subliminal kind of unconscious way that people are living. That's, it takes a lot of study to really learn to see it for what it is, even though it's so simple and right in front of us.
Yeah, what it brought up for me was that part from James's presentation when he had the two different paths, the reaction and the response. That's very important as well. The reaction is coming from the unconscious and the subconscious, your programming and all of that stuff that's happening beneath the surface. But definitely, I think, like, as I talk about a lot with my mind control stuff, it's like mind control is inevitable. It comes down to, are you going to be the one to do it, or someone else? And so I think there's actually a lot of very useful hacks, and like you can literally hack yourself and like train yourself through the subconscious mind to have more productive habits or healthy actions and things like that. So I mean, I recommend people looking into that and figuring out how you can train your own mind through the subconscious. It's very powerful.
Well, that kind of connects to the next question from Wake of Truth. I'm wondering if they're speaking to our subconscious mind. How does it differentiate the intended meaning? I suspect this is about our symbolism conversation. Does anybody have any ideas about that?
I see what they're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, I understand. I think it is about the symbolism.
Yes.
For me, I was actually going to say this earlier, so I'll just throw it out there. But with a lot of things, there's a objective and a subjective quality to them. You can look at it like the masculine and feminine components, and language very much carries this. So language is, symbols. It's more complex form. So even looking at words and how they have an intrinsic meaning, all of us presenters, we like to break down the components, the etymology, and look at it, and that's timeless and it's fixed. But then there's a constantly evolving aspect to language as well, where words, woke used to mean, you were awake to the matrix and all this, and now it means like you're crazy lefty, or you're a red pillar, like you watch Andrew Tate or something. Like, these words are always morphing, especially when the social engineers are trying to bastardize terms and things. Well, the symbolism world is the same way. As I mentioned earlier, the symbols are original. They are spiritual, like archetypes that are grafted into our minds at the most basic level, as like templates that it's like our base operating system. It's like if you know computer language, it's like the MS-DOS running below the Windows. It's like the super, super primitive aspect of it. And these are very like objective imprinting. But then you can build layers on top of that, and how there's as like a living form of how we relate to those symbols, how we define them, how we kind of interpret them, and then, like we've talked about, what if you have the wrong definition or something, and then your conscious brain might be interpreting it one way, but your subconscious mind is still very much just, it is what it is. It doesn't think about it. It just knows. It's relating in that way. Hopefully that's making sense. It's a little
Yes, very well
Before
said.
we had words, our brain was interpreting and figuring things out. And if you think about it on the physical level, chemicals interacting is not words. It's going to be more like shapes, right? So some of this stuff is just, if you think it out, it's deep within everything. It's integral.
Yeah, like when you're brand new to the world, and you just, like, again, I had that slide with the baby with the wide open eyes, and he's just taking everything in. All is like, oh, there's sounds and there's all these shapes. And how do we teach children? We start with the basic shapes. So the symbols is really just that. There is no difference. It's just what your mind is able to make out of the world of forms in which we're operating, and then it starts to associate. And there's, like, for example, there's a whole color coding language as well. This is marketers use this all the time with different colors and what they're associated with. Yellow is happiness and sunlight, blue is like stability and trustworthy, and black is elegant and and so you watch a Lexus commercial and it's got all this slick shiny black because it conveys luxury and class and things like that. So again, and colors could be seen as symbols as well, a form of symbolism. So it's a really fascinating and extremely deep and vast topic. You could really just like constantly study and never cover all of it.
Absolutely. Go ahead.
You're kind of getting into the hack of the subconscious, right? The subconscious mind has a heavy emphasis on imagery. This is why the imagination can have such a powerful effect. You were mentioning the early stages of human development for babies, right? The sensory imagery, they see shapes in the beginning in the first, month or so, couple months. So you have to see it to achieve it. So this is a hack for the subconscious mind, is using the imagination, one of the most powerful tools that we have, and visionary meditation and this kind of stuff, to program the subconscious mind. So again, that's a powerful hack that someone can dive into.
I can't help but think about and remind the listeners about this idea that whether or not you believe in the intended meaning of the symbols, there are people out there that do, and they intend to act upon those intentions. They understand these meanings, and I mean, they're going to do what they need to do, So with that in mind, when these symbols are presented to you, and they might go into the subconscious, like when they're this subliminal messaging, right? Whether you recognize the symbol or not, it's there so that when the moment is right and the symbol is meant to be recognized, there's people behind that may very well have nefarious intentions in mind. So
Right. See, I look at symbolism as a universal archetypal language there, like what you guys were talking about, but it's actually built into the fabric of the universe for consciousness to be able to interpret different aspects of environmental circumstances that are taking place. So, for example, whenever we see forms in reality, we are going to interpret that data, and it's all symbolic in our mind because we originally think in symbolism. So when we see a dark cloud, we're going to associate that to experiences that we've had with dark clouds at some point, or what we've been taught about the dark cloud, which usually will be like a storm or maybe cold weather or wind or something along the line of this. So yes, those are our interpretations of it, but it's also built into the fabric of our brain and how it actually works, our consciousness. So, and then as Nathan was talking about, he's talking about simple forms and getting back to the pure essence of what the most simplest forms are. And then as you can raise your consciousness, there's a fractal evolution along with that, where it's unfolding like a flower, and you can gather more complexity out of that and more order from that, based upon the concepts that your intelligence can bring to the table with that. Because as we're interpreting more data and we're gaining access to different aspects of our brain, our neocortex and other aspects of our brain and other portions of our brain, we're going to be able to tap into different forms of natural intelligence where we're going to understand nature. So this allows us to get in tune with nature. It literally is the ability for us to harmonize with nature, is by being able to pattern recognize these symbols in nature itself. It is why we're doing, like, this is what we're doing right now. Symbols are just vibration in form. That's literally what they are. It's called cymatics for a reason. So I think all of your guys' answers were very amazing. I have a question for Patty over here, so that we don't leave her out of this circle. Where would you say that some people should start with, like, juicing or taking care of their body when it comes to that kind of line of, healthy nutritional intake?
Well, I think anytime that we can take a step back and reduce the amount of work that our body needs to um, do with regards to nourishment allows for healing to take place. So there's lots of different forms. It doesn't have to necessarily just be juicing, but even something like intermittent fasting is quite powerful. But just taking a step back and letting the body do what it does best, which, the body is infinitely more wise than, any allopathic physician. And by simply reducing the amount of digestion, because energetically digestion is quite demanding on our body, and when we reduce that load, it allows our body to do more meaningful work, which could be like getting rid of interstitial congestion, all of that gook that builds up within our tissue spaces, which when that stays there for a long period of time, that's what leads to chronic irritation and then inflammation. And then inflammation often progresses to things like cancer and all of that stuff. So it's always a good thing to just lighten the load and to let the body have a reprieve from the constant onslaught of eating, because I know Noah had to leave, but she mentioned Man's Higher Consciousness, which is basically a book that supports the idea of humans being breatharians, where really all we need is the nourishment of the sun and air to breathe in. And that's our original energy source, is the sun. But we eat food because I think that we're in a deeper state of consciousness now, where everything is more materialistic and we feel like we need to eat. And I'm not telling people to stop eating. I'm just saying that I think our main goal is to get to a point where we're so ascended, if you will, where food is not really that much of a requirement for maintaining our energetic self. Because when it comes down to it, there's really no requirement for food to come in. We can get energy directly from the sun, but it's one of these very foreign ideas, because not too many people in the scientific community there, it's all about, treating the human body like a machine, like input, output. But I think everyone here realizes that we're much more than just a machine. We are just pure consciousness, and I think more amazing than we even realize. So I don't know if that was too esoteric of an answer.
No, that was great. That was absolutely great. We have another question here from Awaken Your Mind. Thank you for all your time and efforts with the great conference. Question: how do we make this material, these concepts, these presentations more popular and widespread?
Derek, share them.
Right. Share them. There we go.
And tell everybody else to share them.
Do you guys
that's the only thing we're going to have to do to beat these algorithms that are constantly beating us down.
Derek probably knows the answer to that question too,
Yeah, he does.
He's just being fresh.
Yeah.
He's someone who is out there sharing it, but it does point to something that I think Derek does, which is infuse creativity. And that's something that I really pushed hard on this presentation. I was like, I got to find a way to make an extra. I got to start finding a way to push my creativity, and I think that's a way to reach people in a different way. And
everybody's food force.
Did you do the rap, Chris?
I go.
What's that?
Did you do the rap?
Yeah.
Oh man, that's awesome. I just wasn't sure. I mean, it sounded like you, but I just, I didn't see you doing it. So I was like, oh man, if that's him, that's hilarious. But it was really great.
Yeah, I used to like making music a lot. So it kind of got there.
There's an echo when Nate's unmuted.
I have a question for everybody here, if that's okay.
Yes. Oh yeah.
Okay, so I know, Brandon, you're in Georgia, right? Not to put you on the spot or anything, but I hope you come down to Florida, because we're gonna hold a pretty big event on November 11th at the 50-acre food forest at Jim Gale's place, and we're gonna have tons of stuff like speakers. I might set up a conference, and all of you guys can come down to Florida and be a speaker at the conference in real life. Yes, I already held 2 movie screenings for Lark and Rose's movie, and then I am holding another event in early October, but this big one is happening in November. So if anybody wants to come down to Florida, literally, please do. Okay. When I say food forests are the solution, like Jim Gale says, I know Mark Pastor says natural law is the solution. What do you see as the common theme here? Nature, right? Nature is the answer. But anyways, the point is that food forests are really making a big difference. Down here in Florida, it's becoming a whole movement. Like, I'm not even kidding. They have people who are going by and they're like asking me if I want to help install food forests at neighborhoods. And it's becoming a huge thing. If this becomes the bridge toward freedom, I'm just saying, don't say I didn't warn you. I think this is a potential very big bridge. It's growing very rapidly. So I think if you guys want to get started on that, it's not hard. That's all I'm saying.
So it's a live event in Florida?
Yes.
Oh, that's
On the
awesome.
11th.
On the
DJs,
11th.
parties on the roof. They have a shooting range. The guy's building an airplane thing too, so he can go places. And we're gonna have. I'm thinking Mark Pasio. Hopefully, he can come down. He's not one to travel. I don't know if he will, but
Yeah, he's pretty strict
some of his
about
friends
that.
could too, and we'll find out.
That's cool though. Do they do it annually? Is that an annual thing, or is?
Well, bear in mind, like this whole operation started very like it's very new, but like it's
Okay.
already booming like crazy. Like just within 10 months, his plants grew to full size and already are producing yield. For most farmers, that's like unthinkable. Like it takes several years at least to get yield. But it's because he has all these systems set up with the electroculture and the permaculture. Everything's working together perfectly in nature. And this, I mean, if is there any better model for what we want in the world? He's also right next to a sheriff's office and he flies the civil peace flag and they don't care. He doesn't pay taxes or anything like that. I mean, they know their stuff. No one's going to mess with them, right? And he
Yeah.
also talks about natural law and these ideas. He gets to the root cause. He doesn't ignore it. He talks about everything. And I think if somebody's willing to be transparent like that, that to me is a sign of like, this is a real truth seeker, right?
Oh yes.
So it's beautiful.
Absolutely.
Is Pat Miletich going to be there?
Anyone. I'm actually kind of setting up the conference side of it because I just introduced that idea. I'm like, what if we have a conference at the Food Force? He's like, what if we do it on the 11th? I'm like, okay, when you're filming a movie, when you're doing a DJ party? He's like, yep. I'm like, okay.
Okay.
You should reach out to Pat Miletich and have him come.
I don't know. I don't have a lot of people's contacts. So if you guys ever want to help set this stuff up with me, please, any of you guys want to come down here.
How were your screenings with the Jones Plantation?
I'll make a video about it. So
Yeah.
if people can participate, because I'm actually going to do like a movie review on my channel. But
Nice.
we have footage. John Peniel Chidester, him and I, we mainly set it up together. And so we have footage of what went on. And you guys will be able to see it.
Yeah, I think it's a
Awesome.
great learning tool, and had the opportunity to watch it with some folks recently, and I think that's something I recommend to people. Check out the Jones Plantation, share it. That's another way to answer the question that we were just bridging that topic. How do we do it? Through these creative means, by productions, by working together and creating higher quality productions.
I have something I want to add to that answer as well from Derek's question, because it's something that I feel strongly about. I think as much wonderful things as we're doing collectively, I have to be honest about the things that I see, and I think this is one area that we could really kind of step up our game and focus in on is learning to kind of play the game when it comes to these platforms. That means learning what makes a good title, even just your thumbnail. Those two things are so important. Like you could have the most amazing mind exploding video ever, and if your thumbnail and title sucks, nobody's ever going to watch it, because those are the two things that people see in the feed that makes them go, oh, what's that? Right? And so there's so much free information on YouTube. Literally, you go on YouTube to learn about how to use YouTube, and there's tons of great channels. And I mean, I can just throw out, I like vidIQ and Think Media are fantastic. Even go watch some Mr. Beast. I like, there's tons of great stuff on this, and I think we as truth speakers really need to step up our game in making freedom and natural law sexier. It is, it speaks for itself, but you have to kind of sell it. And Corey, my man, I think you're actually doing a really great job of it. When I
That's
see
not what I
your
was gonna
stuff,
say.
I'm not,
not.
but I
I'm
was
not.
already gonna say that because
I'm not.
you do that well as far as like how
No.
you're presenting. And
He's like, no.
Thank you, Logan. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay.
But this is the truth, okay? I'm part of this generation and I kind of know them a little too well, which makes me like, right? Because I don't like that. But the point is like the issue is the more crazy you are, the more like outlandish, the more you're out there, the more you cause problems, the more you cause drama, the more views you'll get. I'm sorry, that's just the truth. So if you want to be successful on the internet, the goal is leeching, which means stealing other people's content or having
Right.
connections to big content creators. Not talking about truth concepts that get you censored. And then being crazy and doing things that will make everybody watch you. It's probably something that is like really, really like ridiculous. So
No, it is the
Bye,
truth.
Corey.
Yeah, bye, Corey. They didn't want him telling the secrets. It is the truth, though. Like, whenever you look at,
Yeah.
let's say, like Twitch streamers, you know, they're piggybacking or coattail riding off of other,
I'm sorry.
you know, bigger streamers. And then you just have to be, I guess, coming from my background, kind of like Bam and Jackass and those guys. The more crazy you are, the more attention you're going to get. It is the truth. That's how the
Right.
internet works. You know, they love cringe material. They want stuff that they can mock you for, you know? That's literally what they want. This stuff doesn't sell to the, you know, this common, you know, age population. How old are you, Corey?
And,
If you don't mind me asking.
I mean, it doesn't really matter, but do I have to answer? I don't know.
No, you don't. I don't care. I was just curious.
Okay, but I'm
You
just
don't have
saying,
to
like,
answer.
I didn't
don't
mean
care.
to leave. I misclicked, but I do that like all the time on this thing. But
Yeah.
but yeah, so I'm just saying that you're right. It's a crazed culture, but I'm not saying that we should feed into that, because over
Mhm.
time I think these ideas will grow and there's going to be different mediums. I'd rather we grow slowly but surely than have a bunch of people, like masses, come into the channel and they're, you know, spamming us, attacking us. Because here's the truth: if you build a community based on drama and attacking other people and doing all the things that get you views, I think you're walking on a rope. Like, it's kind of tough. You see it with a lot of content creators, which is why they commit suicide and have all these weird problems, because they're not themselves.
Right.
They're trying to be somebody. They're trying to get views, and I'm not trying. I'm just being myself. And that's why I
Well, it's a-
appreciate you guys. Like, I would not be in this community if I didn't think all you people were like genuine truth seekers, right?
What do you
Right.
mean, you people?
How
I didn't
dare
say
you?
persons. I said people, but yeah.
To clarify, that's not what I was. I wasn't talking
News
about
guys.
the outlandish stuff where, like, in this video, we're gonna crush an entire Lamborghini. You know, like the Mr.
Yeah,
Beast.
right,
Like, yes,
like-
that's something he does, but I'm more just talking about how to craft a thumbnail and a title that just kind of intrigues people to where they you know, they get curious about it instead of just being like so logical or just straightforward, you know, kind of getting more creative with that. It's
So
very
how
minor
can we
tweaks that
make
you can do that.
education sexy is what you're really bringing to the table. How can we make the truth sexy? How can we make it appealing to the modern population, where their main drive for information is about entertainment and, you know, getting that dopamine hit, getting that stuff, right? And getting,
Well,
so yeah.
You know,
It-
it's kung fu. It's a just like martial art. Kung fu means skillful work, you know, that you train for, and it's an art. So anything you do, if you can do it skillfully and artistically, you can do it better. And that's, I think, what we can take away personally from that.
yeah.
I
I
don't
mean,
think that there is
I'm not
really any,
deluding
like,
myself as far as like thinking that, oh, we just make the really good title and thumbnail and then everybody's going to come flocking in. I get that, right? But it's, like I said, more about just creating the intrigue. So, you know, kind of adopting that sales mentality that we talked about earlier. It's like, it's not icky if what you're selling them is freedom, right? It's for everyone's benefit. So just learning how to, you know, basically what sales is solving problems, and kind of like, to do that, you have to kind of get in there and like mash on people's pain points a little bit and be like, oh, does that hurt? Well, I can help you with that, you know, like that's how you get the point across. So just by touching on that, say in a title, for example, like, and then not giving it all away in the title, like you see this a lot. It's like, kind of like, this one thing will save you so much pain. That's like a generic version, but that's kind of how we could craft a title that makes people like, well, I don't want to feel pain. What's this all about? And then they go and see, and maybe they're just like, oh, this is stupid, and then they click away. But at least you got them to click. So that's all I'm saying, is at least just let's try to get, you know, get more views that way, you know.
I
I
do
agree.
find, you know, the people that I deal with tend to be a lot younger than me in my close vicinity and in my social groups. And I do find that a lot of people are very interested in deeper meaning, allegorical things about film or about music. They do like diving into the meanings of, like, let's say the lyrics of their favorite song or something like this, or the meaning behind a certain scene in a certain classic movie or a modern movie. So I do think like getting out into the creative aspects of entertainment does help a lot. It doesn't mean you have to become a movie director or something like this. I do think that kind of content does help. Like, I do like Corey's work because he brings in the classical element of the literature, and that, for me, that's very appealing to me. I love that side of history is literature. So if you can find the little skills that you do have that will appeal to a certain specific niche or a certain specific audience, that's where you need to focus on that, right? And it might not bring you in 50,000 views or whatever somebody's getting, right? But at least you're getting to somebody. And that's why I still do the work that I do, is because if I only reach one person and it's bettered their lives, then I've done my job here, you know? And I've had thousands of people come back to me and thank me for the work that I do, but I've only needed to reach one person to feel successful at putting this information out there. I do not feel that I've wasted my time in any shape or form because I got through to one person. And that's all it takes, is that one person. You can change their life, and that is really what it means. That's what love is really about, is to help somebody else. If somebody else is suffering, then you yourself are suffering at some level. And that connection between you and that person, and being able to change that person's life through the internet, whatever it might be, is just a very powerful, powerful thing. So
I'll jump in on this. I love what you guys are saying. I definitely think it's about quality in your craft. This is a process of evolution, right? In your skill set, in your knowledge of the tech, of marketing, of promotion, on how to get a message out on all fronts and aspects of this endeavor of getting your work out and starting your work and creating your work. I see us all as nodes of truth. We each have a circle of people that follow our work and support us and give respect to us. We need to be in contact with those people. I do one-on-ones with one-on-one sessions with people to try to help them and educate them on a personal critique of starting to do the work or progressing their work to the next level. So this is what a node is, right? A node is a network. We all kind of unify with our own communal aspects to it. So we got to know, the tools, the AI tools that are out now that can be highly beneficial. Understand graphic design. There's always that 0 point, that starting point, and then we need to move forward. That's what evolution's about. And there's many aspects, and it's going to be different for everyone. So it's starting and breaking that inertia and getting the momentum going.
I think that's well said. Mark Passio is going to bring a heavy presentation tomorrow on the importance of technology in the spiritual war. So I think that will really connect to what you just said. We do have another question here from Hexproof Anarchist again. Is Metatron's cube a hypercube symbol? So this could go to you, Logan, or you, Chris.
Nate.
You guys were working on the boxes.
I mean, Metatron was
what
like
I preach and say, I don't know on that one.
I looked into Metatron somewhat. Metatron's like the ultimate angel, the angel that had the power that no other angel had, basically, and kind of, I think, symbolizes this mathematical concept. And the hypercube, what's interesting about it is, it's something that can be, hey, we got Indica here. We can
No, we
look.
don't.
No, we don't.
We did.
You scared off, Chris.
The shepherd trick came out again.
Yeah, the hypercube's really interesting because it's a mathematical concept that can be figured out, and calculated. And yet, try to imagine a 3D box unfolding into the space of a dimension that we can't see, or folding into itself. And it's kind of like you can't physically see it. It's almost like one of those pictures that they draw where it looks like infinity or something. It's a concept. And like I said in my presentation, the square doesn't really fit into nature. It's a concept. And so what I think it ultimately means personally is the concept of power. And when we have power over other humans, that's like the ultimate power, that is this godly power that we're not really supposed to have. And that is the balance of natural law. And that's why, in the hierarchy of angels, the most powerful one had this power to neutralize all other powers, which is power itself, the Metatron's cube. That's the way I would make the allegory.
Nice. Man claiming to be God so he can dictate everybody's lives, right?
Basically.
How you doing, Indica? Are you there? Can you hear us? Indica?
Mama.
She looks frozen. Oh, there she is. Can you hear us,
Indy?
Indy? Nope. I guess not. We'll just move on.
I actually have a question regarding this cube as well, because I've heard a few people say, the cube doesn't appear in nature, and while not technically a cube, the hexagon could be seen as a cube because you draw the lines into it and it becomes like a 3D depiction of a cube, which you can see on the North Pole of Saturn, as well as the like the honeycomb, for example. So what do you guys make of that? Is that a cube, or am I just reading into that?
Well, the way that I understand it is that the hypercube is more of the idea of something going into itself, to where the Metatron's cube is more of a, I mean, it can be made into, it's flat, but it can also be made in, or it's 2-dimensional, but it can also be 3-dimensional, and it's better to understand it 3-dimensional. But I don't really see it as the hypercube because I just don't see it how it can go into itself. So that's really all I got.
I'll say this on the Metatron's cube. It's also the same geometry as the Merkaba as well, which can symbolize the aura of the human body spinning, right? Opposing energies spinning in different directions. So the Metatron's cube is more or less like a sigil as well, a geometrical sigil.
Well, in this kind of study I did of sacred geometry, it's almost like what do you call those Russian dolls? Every shape actually fits inside of every other shape, and this is something that can be discovered mathematically. And like, even with, you were to cut up something in the physical world, it can be cut up in all these shapes. And so we discover these shapes, and kind of like we were talking before about symbols, these shapes exist in nature. And so this is kind of a, whether we're talking about the 4D cube or the combination of all shapes, you get these pretty interesting mathematical concepts. But how do they apply to real life? Well, we discover these things just like symbols, and then it depends how we contrast them, what meaning we draw from them, and they've been used traditionally in some of these ways, like we were talking about. Like the honeycomb, you always think of kind of a positive connotation, whereas like the star or the upside down star, like he was talking about, it's because the way it's been used. But the shape itself, it does exist. And when I mean a square doesn't exist in nature, I mean, you don't normally see squares, you don't see a square shape around, but it does exist. We discovered it just like every other shape, and just like we can discover all these mathematical concepts.
Someone in the chat all mentioned a grain of salt as well,
or is it sugar?
Any kind of different crystallization forms, I think I've seen be cubes.
That's right.
So there's another example. So maybe it's safer to say the cube is a very rare shape in nature, but to say that it doesn't exist at all, maybe not true.
Well, we have a good one here from Beagle Eye. Who are God's deputies?
We are. Any being with intelligence can be that.
Any activated human being, right? Moral human being taking right action.
The
and
Pope.
there's no centralized authority that swears you in, right? It's like you just exercise your moral agency. That's all you got to do. So that's actually a really interesting kind of thought experiment, I guess.
So how do you feel about this when it comes to the divine right of kings or rulership? Because that does apply, right?
Well, I mean, are you enforcing your law or natural law?
Well, they could be trying to enforce natural law. Like there's
Well,
been many regimes that have tried to enforce natural law upon people, you know?
yeah. Well, I mean, there's no difference in that and like self-defense or like seeing somebody getting assaulted in an alley and you decide to jump in, right? It just maybe you kind of formalize and organize it a little bit more, but
Our
we
knowledge
talk about
evolves.
potentially having like security services in a voluntary society where it comes down to, is it a right that you have? Then you can delegate that. So
Right.
if you can defend yourself, then you can delegate that to someone else to defend for you, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, Brandon, you can read like Hitler's book, and he mentions natural law like 25 plus times actually as an appeal to his office, and many people have
Absolutely.
done it throughout history. That's not the point. Our knowledge always evolves, and it's just like any ruler using religion to their benefit. I mean, there's people who practice the religion without any sense of government or connecting it to politics, and then there's people who do use it to their agenda. And it's funny because you read the Bible and you read the Tao Te Ching and all these other books, and it's like they're clearly not meant to be used for political purposes. There's a lot of warnings in these texts that talk about that, and but people want to ignore that to fancy their own ego and what they want to be true, right? So they filter reality through their own perception to fit their own whim, and that's where you have the dangers with moral relativism and man-made construct. And then by definition, because you're filtering reality through your own perspective, you end up with man-made law.
Absolutely. Very well said. And that's what I was thinking of, which was what I read from the Nazis and the Hitler books. So that's why I brought that up. I'm already fluent with all this, so this is just for the audience, just in case they were asking any of these questions or would bring it up. Because when I hear like God's deputies, I immediately think one of two things: either that we're all those things, or that we have an issue with the monopolization of power and claiming that power is coming from a divine source. And that's, and creating a hierarchy based upon moral relativity and things like that with that. So the divine right of kings is obviously very, very dangerous. So when I hear, God's deputies, I would be very, very cautious about using that as a form of rhetoric in our work, obviously. That's just coming from
Context is important for
Yes,
sure.
context is very
Divine right to rule, absolutely yourself.
That's right.
And
Nailed it.
aligning your consciousness to truth, because it really all comes back to that, whether you're acting as an individual or some kind of organization. Human beings are fallible, so you can make a bad judgment call and think that you're acting out of in alignment or for the sake of natural law, and you could just be wrong about that. And that's kind of one of those all these perpetual hole pokers, I like to call them, when they're trying to argue against this idea of natural law. And it's like, well, what about this and what about that? And it's like, but like, people are wrong about all sorts of things. That doesn't negate the fact that the truth itself exists. It's just that human beings are fallible.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Hi, Indica. Did you get some good service finally? Are you out in the sticks? I think she's still out in the sticks. She's having some problems getting in here.
Hey, Brandon, I just want to mention
sir.
one thing. I don't know, you probably read Nature by Ralph Waldo Emerson, but he has
Yes.
a chapter in that book on symbolism. And when you were talking about symbolism before, it's just like, it literally came like right out of that book. Like, it was actually insane. I was like, whoa.
Yeah, I read that book when I was like, I don't even know, 16, maybe 15 or something. And I love Ralph. I love his work. So that's good. I'm glad I sounded like him. That's quite a compliment.
I mean, it's good. Like, I think that chapter is very interesting because he basically makes the point of like, this is how we get symbolism, by looking into nature, which is what like you were saying. And
Right.
in that case, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and obviously we build upon symbols, right? Our own interpretation because of our imagination, because of the advancements of our own interpretation of reality and how we interact in society and how we get very complex with our society. So we do build upon that, but there is like a primal version of symbolic forms in nature that is just based in and built into our consciousness that we have to use. So that's
Just
how
look at
I've
the
always looked at it.
Fibonacci sequence. I mean, it's
Absolutely, yeah.
everywhere, and that is a excellent symbol of harmony
Mhm.
right then and there. This is I think someone in the chat asked about if the Fibonacci sequence, applies to cubes,
Mm.
squares. I don't think that's the case. I mean, a rectangle, maybe you can put that geometry in there, but the way that it's a spiraling outwards, it could be inwards as well. This is where feng shui comes into play, right? I mean, just looking at the harmony and the patterns that you have in your house. Why do we have square houses, right? A square will you trap energy. You get stagnant corners in a cube. So
Right. That's
Actually,
true.
speaking of that, I've never done a video on this. I wanted to do a video on it, but it was just not something I want. It wasn't something I was going to do a video on. I mean, you guys would be interested into it, but not a lot of people. You probably never, maybe you heard of it, octagon houses. Well,
Mhm.
when I'm older, I'm probably going to build one. But the abolitionists in the 1800s, it was part of their movement. So, funny how I mentioned, right, like food forest can be part of what we're doing, and all these other things can come together. Well, similarly, in the abolitionist time era, you had different ideas being developed. You had a movement going on back then of people building octagon houses. And that was not just done spiritually in a way that you guys are kind of describing, but because they also claimed it would save you land, it would save you money on cost, it would allow you to do so in a way where it's kind of like a circle, but using materials that you'd be able to do because building in a circle is very difficult. So it was invented by a guy who I think they call him a phrenologist or something, somebody who studies the skulls. And so that medical practice is no longer done. I wonder if Patty knows if anybody in alternative medicine practices that, but
Like phrenology?
I think so. Something, right? Isn't it skulls or something?
Yeah,
Well,
that's
like they study
that's
the bumps on the
phrenology.
head. I've heard of that.
Yeah, yeah, that's what he did. So that guy wrote a
That's
book
kind of
about
cool.
octagon houses. It became a
Mhm.
big movement, and so you'll find articles online of octagon obsessed vegetarian abolitionist. I'm not even kidding. Look up. There's articles titled that online.
Wow.
Or we're
That's
talking about the
impressive.
flow of energy, right? So an octagon house, a circle hut. I mean, this is what the indigenous and the ancients used a lot because the flow of energy is harmonious.
Mhm. Well, you
You
mentioned feng
know,
shui. That's Chinese. In the
Yeah.
Chinese, the bagua, which I mentioned in Taoism, is a octagonal shape that surrounds the Tao
Yep.
symbol.
That's right. That's
Yeah.
right.
as someone who's spent a lot of my life as a builder, I'll say the interesting thing is that, it's much easier to build something in a square way. If you just look at the most basic buildings, it's just two pillars and some sort of arch, what we call a header over a door. And the more you get to circular patterns, the more skill it takes to build it. And in many ways, the stronger a structure can be. And so that sort of also amplifies, like when they build the big giant cathedrals or the big giant churches, it amplifies light, amplifies sound, and even energy. In some ways, we wonder about some of these ancient structures. And I think these shapes are all powerful symbols and archetypes. And when we kind of learn the balance of power with archetypes and symbols, we can do amazing things. And some of the things that are still on this planet that can be researched are huge indicators. And some of the things that I didn't mention in our earlier talk, Brandon, but also got me started on this journey of curiosity is, how did people build these structures? How are they able to do things with roundness that we can't even do now? And I think it's an interesting insight into the difference we're talking about these shapes and what they mean when you move from the circle to the square. And what's the whole thing about the compass and the square and squaring the circle? When you're simplifying things, when you're making a human version of laws, you have to simplify moral truths. And moral truths can't always be simplified into simple boxes like human laws. So it kind of all ties together and reverberates in these different ways we can think about these symbols and the reality we're experiencing of slavery, being boxed in.
Yeah.
It's very well said. Very, very well said. Yeah, I use feng shui in my own house many, many times. I think it's very important to get in tune with how energy flows through your space, and that includes your own temple in your mind and in your body. So you can feel the energetic um nervous system, right? So, and how that actually interacts and how it's working inside of your body. And then you can also take that to your actual home and figure out the best way for it to flow, just like your work environment. When you have a good work environment, you're usually going to get more quality work done, so that's very, very important. Anybody else have anything they want to bring to the table? Looks like Nate wants to talk.
I love this conversation. Like symbolism is such a misunderstood thing, and so many people are so uneducated to it for a reason. It's we've been made to be so fearful of it, and people just have a very tough time wrapping their head around it because it's abstract. And we're not allowed to think abstract because abstract, abstract, it can be more of a left brain or a right brain way of thinking. I think it's, abstract really is about both of the hemispheres coming together to really see what you're looking at. But, from a right brain perspective, I would say, people are very, very much lacking in that way of thinking, that abstract right brain thinking. And this is why people just, look at symbols and, they could really just care less about them. But, I'm just stoked that, my talk tomorrow, I'm going to get really deep into it, especially dealing with sacred geometry. And it's everything. Once people understand that it is a universal language, because it really is symbolism, then we're going to understand this is how we communicate not only with the intelligence of the universe, aka the creator, but it's also how we communicate with each other. It's how we communicate. It's essentially understanding animism, because it's about understanding that it's in everything. And once we really deeply understand those forms, to some degree, really, that's where we're really going to start to see this unfoldment. And the unfoldment is the beauty of your internal spiritual journey, to really see that and to communicate within that, to operate within that, and really use these tools to your advantage to really see, where it takes you. Like what Logan was talking about with syncretism. Just it's about allowing yourself to be taken into it and just realizing that symbolism is just, it's everywhere. Geometry is everywhere, and when we really start to see the bigger picture, then we're going to understand that it really does have a lot to do with our sovereignty, because the people who rule this world, they know this information, and they're we can come up with all these different solutions, but I think we got to be well rounded and be open minded enough to know that geometry is being used all the time, through cymatics and other forms of mind control to really get people to do what they want them to do, because they're not conscious of how things actually work, and there's not enough of us talking about it to get it into we're not raising the frequency high enough. We are, but I'm saying, overall as a whole species, I don't think we're raising that frequency enough in that, with that topic, because it's just, I just see so many people that are so illiterate about it, and also so quick to just shut it down and say, there's nothing to it, just go about your way. Nothing to see here, nothing to learn here.
That is so true, because I was talking about this with someone. Oop, it might be backing. But I was watching the Alex Jones show, and they mentioned that that spirit cooking woman was being asked by, I think, Ukraine to be an ambassador, and they're using these satanic things to get their agendas put forth. But what Nate's talking about is, how is it that we can use the same type of symbology to kind of raise our consciousness, because we have to be one step ahead of the powers that should not be. And so I think, getting that, front where we're all on the same page, and we're going to be putting forth a movement that is more powerful energetically, with the symbols, with everything else. And it's basically what we're talking about. But the powers that should not be, they're really putting all of their power in one very defined and poignant agenda to create the chaos that we see all around us. Anyway, I just wanted to put that forth because it just made me think of that.
That's a great point, Patty. They're using occultism. We need to use the same knowledge that they're using for light. This is why occultism, the study of this knowledge, needs to be transmuted into light wisdom, and we need to activate this. It's the study of nature. It's the knowledge of universal law, natural law, and we need to utilize this. So absolutely, great point.
Very well said. Did you guys happen to see where they are passing the new child-proof internet protection law here? That they've been trying to bring that forward here. I think it actually passed. Yeah.
Was it Virginia?
Yeah, I think it's Virginia.
Well, speaking of events, I do want to bring up something when you have the chance. Brandon,
Okay.
mention it.
Well, you can bring it up now.
Okay. Well, on October 4th, I'm guessing you guys are aware of it, at 2 p.m., there's going to be a signal that's sent out to everyone's phones. So recommend on that day to everybody, it's a different type of frequency. They do this every single year, but this year it's a little bit different. They're censoring YouTube videos, people literally making a 1-minute video about like, hey, just make sure you turn off your phones. Like, as simple as can be, they're taking them all down. I saw some that reached hundreds of thousands of views, and they take them all down and they leave all the other videos up. So it's very suspicious. It's definitely something that you guys should just know about. Just, I don't want to say too much on here, but go into nature. Like, literally, that's my solution. Go into nature.
Right. Turn your phone off and go into nature.
Yes. And so just, educate yourself about that. I did put it out on the newsletter as well, the newspaper that I have. And I tried putting out some other warnings about it. I was going to make a video about it, but obviously not. So
yeah, we get taken down immediately. Yeah, well, that's a big issue that we're all going to be facing as we continue to do this type of work, is more types of censorship. And this is why I do think that we do need some real tech wizards on our side, some anarchist, abolitionist, agorist tech wizards that can really start to battle against that. And we really do need to understand the platforms that we're going to be able to promote this kind of content, and probably pull a lot of people from other areas such as YouTube. I know we already tried to do that with, YouTube and Odyssey and BitChute, but at some level, we know a lot of these are connected in the background to a lot of these organizations and the powers that be. So we just need to really become more sophisticated and more knowledgeable about that. I try to talk to a lot of hackers myself to see what they are doing, because hackers are very, very insightful when it comes to the current tech and how that actually works. And I'm pretty sure none of us here are actually, involved with that kind of coding and things like that. But it's a very, very good weapon to use against the powers that be. They've been doing it for a long time. I've known anarchist groups that have been hacking and getting data and protecting people with their tech, so, and with their skills. So I think that's really, really important. Did you finally make it, Indigo?
Hacking back in the day, but that didn't work out for me.
Oh, did you tried that?
Yeah, no, it worked. It worked, but
oh, it worked.
I mean, what came out of that?
Right. Okay, so I have a question for you guys. since we're talking about symbolism a little bit, seems like the main topic a little bit. How do you feel about the functions of utility versus aesthetics in nature, and how they philosophically and pragmatically apply to how we function? So what I mean by that is, do we see any other value in aesthetics besides it just being pleasing? Is there a natural use for aesthetics in nature that inspires some form of evolution in consciousness?
This is so Steiner. I love it. But I want to hear what everybody has to say about it. Yeah, because Rudolf Steiner is totally into
Mhm.
much of how we look at, both the aesthetics but also the usefulness of it all.
Right, right. Sorry for bringing a deeper topic to the table, but you know me, I'm going to try to bring something that's heavy hitting with all these great minds here. So,
Well, for me, it's the masculine and the feminine aspects of experience, and like even with man-made structures and things, it's like a house, for example, it has its functionality, and that's the left brain of just like, here's where we put everything, and here's how high it needs to be, and good materials and all this kind of stuff, and then you bring that feminine element of the beingness of it, of just, and I've even heard it said that a large reason why architecture is so just the functionality and it's all the blocks and cubes, right,
mhm.
absent the feminine, is that like beautiful structures inspire greatness in men to do great things, and so it's like they did away with that.
Mm.
Very interesting to think about whether that's true or not. It's certainly something to consider, I would say.
Kind of brings to mind, behind every man is a powerful woman or a wise woman, uh, kind of brings that to mind. Yeah, I think that the question also kind of stirs around the idea: does aesthetics actually enhance utility? Right? Because we can
It's
have
the
utility without aesthetics, but you know,
it's a circuit. Gender
mhm,
and polarity is a circuit. That's how energy flows and power is generated. So for the masculine to take action, he's actually inspired by the feminine,
right.
and then he projects and penetrates, and then it's cyclical. So absolutely,
Totally.
that's like the power of the feminine that we're getting into very different type of territory with the actual men and women, and largely a lot of women are masculinized, and they don't actually recognize the power of femininity. They think that makes them weak and they have to be
Mhm.
masculinized in order to be powerful and empowered, and it's just a lie they've been sold. But their ability to inspire is there. I mean, inspirited, to be inspired is to be inspirited. They're
Mm.
bringing that spiritual essence into the material.
I also find it very powerful to know that nature works through such beautiful patterns, and that it works very, very well through these aesthetic patterns. And I think that that's the proper order of how we should construct our societies or our ideas and whatever it might be, because that's what we're trying to do, is get in tune with nature. I don't even want to say emulate nature, but that is what we do. We do emulate nature all over the place, right?
Food
I mean,
forest?
Mhm.
yeah, I
I
mean
don't know.
everywhere. Yeah,
Dude,
right?
food forest. I can't help but stop. Like, what am I supposed to do? I should start wearing a shirt like it says "Grow Food," like
You
Jim Gale
should.
does,
Point to your shirt,
because
yeah.
Yeah.
it's like,
Your
dude.
presenter, who didn't make it to this conference, but it was in Seed 4, he did that. I think that was Martin Cullen or something.
Okay.
All
Mm,
those representations of the comparisons of fruit and
Oh.
how they are similar to a body, the shape of a body.
Yeah,
mm,
And you can
Colin
see the
right.
Smith.
shapes of bodies in fruit. And one thing I always notice on my
Yes.
drives is the shape of the horizon of the mountains. It gives me a feeling. And it kind of reminds me, it's very reminiscent of the feeling I get in my attraction to females. I love the female form, and I'm
See,
proud to love that. It's a beautiful form. And if it wasn't for males being in love with that form, how would we keep nature going? It's a part of our survival. And then you
mm,
could even flip it and think about like those Amazonian birds where the male's plumage is what attracts the female. And so there again, the aesthetics are super important. And they've even asked scientifically, like, why do they have to go to such extent with the colors and the and the weird songs, you know? But it's obviously very built into nature. And if you think nothing else, just like having your mother be something that's beautiful makes you want to protect her. And that shows how vile these people on this planet are, that they can't stand back and look at the beauty and the amazing perfection in the ugliness of nature, and how amazing it is, and be in love with that and want to protect it. You know, why would you want
Yeah.
to spray poison on that, you know?
This is what just blows my mind about how so many people are so convinced and insistent that gender is a man-made construct. Like that we invented it, you know, when it's literally everywhere. You know, Chris mentioned Colin Smith's work, and that's a good example. He does all this sacred symbols of sex that are just everywhere constantly. The entire universe is sexuality happening, like, constantly. And so, like, that's the difference between actually being willing to acknowledge our intelligence. Just because, like, we came up with words to describe things in nature doesn't mean we invented those things. You know, they're looking at it like, oh, nature just is what it is. It's not thinking about whether it's masculine or feminine or not. But that's not the point. Is that these are dynamics that are happening, and we have the intelligence to actually witness and observe that, and be like, oh, that's what happened. You know, like, you it's pattern recognition. You know what I'm saying? You
Absolutely, man.
recognize what is there. You're not fabricating and inventing anything. You're being able to extrapolate those patterns and then organize that into a body of knowledge and give it names, and these are the characteristics of this and that. It's beautiful. I mean, yeah, this topic here is one of my favorites.
Nature is the ultimate mentor for humanity, right? What is a mentor? A mentor is a guide. It's a
mentor.
wise advisor. So we can see the beauty, the order in nature, and this is something to model our own evolution to. I mean, the laws of nature, right? I mean, it's a beautiful thing.
Yeah. I mean, listen, like I said, you can show anybody, bring them into a food forest, and I'm just saying, you got everything there for them. You got the order, you got the masculine, you got the feminine, you got the utility, you got the aesthetics, you got it all. I'm just saying, you got the survival, you got them out of the system, you got them their mind open, you got them learning. It's all there. So
it's reminding me how Will loves to bring up the concept of gardening as a great teaching tool for children, because it's like you keep saying, Corey, like, it's all there. Like, it's such a great kind of like bubble of allegory where you like you know, you're narrowing your perception to look at through this lens of this kind of like ecosystem. And of course, natural law is everywhere, but that's what's so cool about it, is you can also isolate it. I mean, that's what like a scientific experiment is like everywhere it's happening, but you conduct an experiment, you're kind of creating like this little controlled bubble where the laws are happening and you're controlling the variables. And then, like, if this happens, or if I do this, then what happens if I do that? And, you know, like, man, what a gift to be alive.
For sure. And just to add on to that too, it's effortless. Like, it's not like we're putting much effort into it. Nature
It's
does
doing
all the
all the
work.
work.
Yeah. And if you're working with it, if you work with it intelligently, it's effortless. And that's what we can do with our message of sharing the truth. I think trying too hard is a thing. That's actually a danger. It actually is something to be careful of. Yeah, not trying at all is also a danger, but also trying too hard. You know?
And that ties right beautifully back into the masculine and feminine polarity, because it's like we're so inverted. We're constantly fighting against our own nature. And it's like, if we could just step into our power and our embodiment of man and woman, let nature do all the work. It literally is magic. It's the creative force of the fucking universe. And we're fighting against that. It's just insanity.
That's what harmony is, right? It's flow state. Logan and I talk about this all the time. For a visual aspect, you have the yin and yang symbol. Well, they spin together in unison. It's a beautiful flow. Of course,
dance.
it's a dance, exactly. But if one is going the opposite direction or going against the flow, then obviously this is just opposition, disharmony.
Very well said. Indica, can you join in? Do you have your mic muted? I think your mic's muted. There we go. You're still muted.
Oh.
There you go. Hello.
Hello.
Your presentation was wonderful. We all enjoyed it.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was
Well
very, very
done.
good.
Beautiful.
Awesome. Very
Thank
beautiful.
you. It's great to be here with everybody here. It's just amazing that I'm a part of this. So
I
I'm just
felt
very
that you bringing Joseph Campbell and the hero myth into the presentation was extremely important, and it was really good to start out with. So I was glad that now I know why you reached out to say, hey, can I go first? I was like, oh, I don't know if that was the reason, but I feel like that was the natural reason for it, because that's kind of a good starting place for a lot of people,
It
is
really
to
is.
understand the hero's journey. And I think it does apply
Initiation.
to that's right. It does apply to all this, because we have to understand that the Fisher King legend, which I'll be talking about tomorrow, does relate to how we're getting back in tune with nature and how we are connected to the land itself, our own kingdom, whether that's ourselves, our body, our mind, our body, our spirit, or the land that we are stewarding, right? And how when we fall ill from a spiritual wound, that the land will fall ill from a wound, because we can't continue to steward that. And that's what's happening in society, is that we have a spiritual wound that is mysterious to most people, but we somewhat understand a lot of that, and we have not cured that yet. We need to get back in touch with the Grail symbolism, the sacred feminine aspect, and bring the fertility back into ourselves and cure that spiritual wound, so that we can, build a more food forest. Right.
Right.
Yes.
It's about that metamorphosis of the soul, because when you start out as an infant, you don't have that ability to know very much, but you do have a soul, and it's just like the video that is it Dorian? She was there on the checkerboard floor at first, and then she metamorphosized into different stages in her life, in her consciousness, and it is all about that journey of going from base consciousness, which is where I was, and then the transformation of that journey, and all of us, because we're all going through that right now, and some are a little bit further along and some are not, but it just really relates to the metamorphosis part of the soul and why we're all here today. And that's why I wanted to kind of tie that in.
That's good. That's
I
good.
love
Good.
it.
I'm glad to hear that. I love that as well.
I'm very proud of you, Mother. It was
Thank
really
you.
impressive what you did with that was you that did the camera angles, right?
Yes.
It was very very professional looking, and it had humor to it as well, and I really, really love that.
Yeah. I want to give for some reason I hear myself. There was an echo, but I reached out to Tyler, and I said, I want to do this, and I want to make it like a dream, and I want to film it. And I just can't figure out how to do this and that. And I reached out to him, and he gave me this information of how to do it. It was kind of like, how to angle things and where to go, how to do it, because I had never done anything like that before. And I appreciate that, Tyler. So you saw the manifestation of you helping me and me taking off with that and making a creation like I did, because it would have been totally different if I hadn't asked you or you hadn't told me, hey, this is some good ideas. So I started reading them, and I was like, yes, yeah, this is really cool. So yeah, it was just a lot of fun. It was just a lot of fun. But thank you, Nathan.
That was really beautiful too. Starting off with that young man and his soul kind of being awakened symbolically as he was kind of learning and repeating the message, learning about hermetics. It's just really great way to start the whole thing. The imagination, the creative mind of the young person being opened, and that's what this is all about.
That's
right. Yeah, it was neat. Thanks,
and it takes a good parent. She's an excellent parent. She's just very open with him and has a great loving relationship. They just do a lot together and they talk a lot, and he's very in tune with reality, and he's only 9 years old. So
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Good to know.
Thank
Good
you.
to know. And yeah,
Right.
Metamorphosis is the theme of the conference. So I
That's
think we
right.
have metamorphosized this conference, pretty well. And I like what you were talking about. Everybody starts at their own level of consciousness, and that's the greatest thing that we can, understand when we're trying to teach other people, because we always expect them to be at our level, and they're not. They could be higher, they could be lower. And it's really hard to gauge consciousness in general. I found out that that's very hard. At a certain level, it's easy. Like once they kind of reach a certain threshold of ignorance, then it's like, oh yeah, they are really low consciousness. But once you start to get high consciousness, it's really hard to gauge like how far that really goes in an individual. So it's hard to like have a metric for that in your head. And I think it's important to keep that in your mind, and kind of like what Brandon was talking about. It's good to keep the flame alive and to make sure to share that flame. And I think we're gonna call it a night. It's almost 1 o'clock, and we got, I think, 2 more hours with Doug. For anybody who wants to stay, I don't know how many of you are just gonna stay up. I know I'm probably gonna get some sleep because I'm gonna have to wake up in the morning and start this all over. But I hope you guys will be joining tomorrow. Anybody who wants to join up with the Q&A tomorrow, you guys are totally welcome to as well. And I would just want to personally thank all you guys for being a part of this event. Without you guys, this couldn't have happened. You all have contributed something beautiful to the world and beautiful to all the people who are watching, and it's going to be here. It's going to be preserved on the internet. It's going to be shared. So yeah, thank you for all of your great work.
Much love.
Much love, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I really appreciate it.
Thank you. This is awesome.
All right. Well, I guess we're going to get to this presentation. This is getting pretty late. I mean, we could continue to go
the funnel
on.
record.
Yeah, right. 15 hours. 15 hours, man. I mean, we could continue to go on, but I don't know. We got 2 hours with Doug. You know how he is. He's he'll be calling me up later tonight, and he'll be like, "What? Yeah, get on there soon enough." I don't know what.
Well done for day one. Fantastic.
Oh yeah, huge success for sure.
Yep.
All right, guys.
Fantastic.
Much love.
All right, get some sleep, man. Great work.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Brandon.
Sure.
are a subset of wrong thinking, which is what religion is in the true sense of the word. So, as I said in my first part of this presentation, it's a massive presentation. I don't even know if what I got left is going to fit into the context of this conference, but I intend to cover it in full. So, but we're going to start having to move a little faster, actually a lot faster, because I got a lot left to cover. And if for whatever reason it doesn't fit into the context of the conference, the entire presentation will be immediately available online. And hopefully you can check it out there. But we are going to endeavor to try to get it done in our time slot. So we're going to have to move a lot faster. Stalin says who votes is of no real importance. It is who counts the votes that matters. So people that are ignorant enough to believe that this voting system is legitimate are ignorant. And it's interesting because in the 2020 election, you have the entire right voting bloc crying foul when they were in power. And now with the Democrats in power, they're ready to go out and play the craps again and roll the dice, thinking that this time somehow they're going to get a different result because some twit bought Twitter. You know, it's ridiculous that somehow the system's been remedied because some twit bought Twitter, some cyborg. It's ridiculous. That's how childish they are. That's how childish the mindset behind it is. Because they have to, they're in cognitive dissonance. They have to reinforce the lie in their own mind. It's mind control. And there's no excuse, It's time to grow up, people. What will move men to truth? How do you display a functional symbol of liberty? Red, white, and blue is not a functional symbol of liberty. Okay? Seen versus unseen in the economic paradigm, Well, like I say, it's all a sleight of hand. These are some notes on my slide that I put down a long time ago. And, I don't even remember everything I intended to cover. And I'm not going to be able to cover everything that I intended to cover. But don't worry, I'm not going to run out of things to say. Here in the meme it says, who won the election? And, in the taxi cab and the passenger says, the government. And then the driver is startled, And the voting is the slave suggestion box. Choosing masters every few years doesn't make you free. You got two choices, obey or obey. And here's your chains. And if you expect a different result, your brains have been scooped out. So it's a controlled opposition paradigm, and this is the corrupted form of the Hegelian dialectic, which is actually a truth discovery method. It's a learning method, but this is controlled opposition in the perverted form of this. The Hegelian dialectic in this form becomes a framework for guiding thoughts and actions into conflicts that lead to synthetic solutions which can only be introduced once those being manipulated take a side that will advance a predetermined agenda, because it's planned that way. And it's important to understand that only one side has to buy the dialectic, and then it will attack the other side and provoke them into the conflict. And, you have false flags, which are events that occur that become politically charged to forward these draconian political policies, moving this Overton window of acceptance. These are just psyops, psychological operations, but it's part of social engineering. So one way to understand social engineering is that these people, you can call them shareholders. And in that sense, they're long-term planners. And the shares represent their crops, okay? Because it is rooted in the ideology of agriculture. And then they try to manipulate the environment to fertilize their crops. This is where we get the idea of dark occult ritual magic or sorcery, because they're manipulating the environment, which is the same as social engineering. That's what sorcery is. And it's covert, and it's diabolical, filled with intrigue, rife with intrigue. It brings out the worst behavior in everybody. So anybody who wants to act surprised about it, also have had their brains scooped. But much of the propaganda is product placement. Covert ops or black ops. PSYOPs, covert, clandestine operations, using psychology to subvert man into conformity. Each man must choose between joining our side or the other side. Vladimir Lenin. You are either with us or against us. Benito Mussolini. These are your buddies. If you believe this crap, you got to stop getting fooled by it, and I know it's not easy. I'm empathetic and sympathetic with what people are going to have to learn and deal with, but everybody has that responsibility. So there's not really any excuses not to know this stuff. So it's a two-party illusion, two wings of the same predatory bird. Vote all you want, the flight plan doesn't change. The best way to control the opposition is to lead it ourselves. Lenin. Divide and conquer and identity politics. This is the method. The cognitive dissonance is created. That's the division in the mind. And then we go to war on every front to the point where they're inventing new ways for us to be divided. And then identifying with our political party as our savior. It's ridiculous. So we get these donkey cults and these elephant cults, The donkey cult versus the elephant cult in this polarization dialectic dichotomy. All issues become politicized, and once they're politically charged, they're used to forward the same political policy under the guise that one party is better than the other, and it's not, because they're both on board with the coercion, the government program. It's all part of the same program, which is about gathering more power to itself, government getting more power to itself, stripping more freedom away from the people. Government is slavery. Is independent journalism dead? It's important to understand that the press was part of the checks and balances system for this government. It was the idea, that the press was a contingency for corrupted government, and that it was designed to keep government in check. Well, now government owns the media as though it never did, and it's really just become the mouthpiece for their programs and their agendas and their indoctrination. So the journalists, the so-called prostitutes, they're highly culpable for all of this tyranny. They're directly responsible for it because they've been propagating it and selling this lie to the masses. And it's interesting if you get into the Pulitzer war with William Hearst, which I've talked a little bit about. But, the idea was that Pulitzer was not engaged in yellow journalism, and that Hearst was, and Hearst had the West Coast, and he was jiving to take over the East Coast, and he was attacking Pulitzer with yellow journalism to the point where Pulitzer had to push back and engage in the yellow journalism, which actually tarnished his own reputation, and then William Hearst ultimately came out on top, and that's very interesting. The statism is childish, Man's law is corporate policy, which I've already said. Both parties are complicit in the evil. The Democrats have mommy issues and the Republicans have daddy issues. A voter is not willing to let others be free. You need to keep that in mind when you go to the ballot box and when you say and look your children in the eyes or anybody you say you love in the eyes and tell them that you love them when you're not willing to let them be free. Who are you lying to? What bullshit, are you spewing out of your mouth? What verbal diarrhea is coming out of your mouth? Because it's not true. You can't love somebody if you don't love yourself enough to want to be free. You can't give something that you don't have, and you can't love somebody that you want to live in this slavery we call government. That's the way it is. There's nothing I could say to make it untrue. There's nothing I can do to make it untrue, and there's nothing you can do to make it untrue. So if you genuinely love somebody, you're going to love yourself enough to get your head out of that condition. You stop perpetuating this victim abuse cycle. Man's law is unnatural law because it is not natural. A true leader of the free world would not use violence as a means of leadership. Lex Rex, law is king, not Rex Lex. King is law. Get it straight. When the people fear government, there is tyranny. When the government fears the people, there is liberty. Because government is the thing, and it assimilates everything to its own whim and its own will, its own agenda. It is the thing, and it's horrifying. There's no depths to which it won't stoop. It's related to the ego to relinquish its position of authority or executor. That's always going to be its first directive, is survival. That's its highest directive. It cares more about that than anything else. So that has to come first. So it brings out the worst behavior in everybody. It assimilates us. We become assimilated by it. It takes us over through mind control. The belief in authority is the ring of power described by Tolkien in The Hobbit and the trilogy Lord of the Rings. The belief in authority is the ring of power, and it needs to be cast back into the fiery chasm from whence it came. It can never bring anything good and decent into this world. It only destroys that which is good and decent. So we've talked about all of the political spectrums, or many of the political spectrums, and I showed a lot of the models in the first part of this talk, which I did some time ago. I've been trying to get the rest of this done. But this is the real political spectrum that we need to understand, because the real political spectrum, wrap it in quotes, is a function of consciousness. Freedom is based on our awareness and our knowledge of morality, being able to discern that which is right, that which is good, from that which is wrong, that which is evil. And evil is anything that destroys freedom. So in this spectrum, we see anarchy at the top in the sense of it means not chaos, as in the traditional colloquial sense. Anarchy in the sense of no masters and no slaves. No slave class, no master class. True freedom, each individual responsibility, or each individual responsible for their knowledge to understand morality and the difference between right and wrong, to manifest true freedom. So here in this model we see at the extremes, the communism at the far extreme on the left and the fascism at the far extreme at the bottom on the right, and then in the center the amount of external government based on coercion and control, And then at the two extremes, on the left or the right, that both is totalitarianism, overt slavery. You know, and then as we come closer to center, we're getting closer to truth. And then ultimately, when we realize and arrive at truth, we become conscious, fully enlightened. And then we can manifest a condition of true freedom, and only then. Based on the amount of consciousness, which is internal government, internal monarchy, and respect of self-ownership present in society, which has to be present in ourselves to understand our own sovereignty and respect our own sovereignty has to occur before we can respect and the sovereignty of others. We can't give something that we don't have. Many believe that the only proper civilized way to combat tyranny is through political action by getting involved in the process, campaigning, running for office, or supporting this or that candidate or party. However, the track record of such political action, warding off opposition and tyranny, has been a dismal failure, largely because tyranny, at least at first, nearly always has the support of a well-intentioned but deceived and misinformed public. So this is where we get the idea that good intentions pave the road to hell. It doesn't matter what your intentions are. It matters if you're right. Be right or go wrong. And government can never be right because government is based in violence and coercion, and that can never be moral. So what is this mental schism? This is really ancient psychology, and it has to be understood that the left brain is associated. This is not neuroscience, but see, this is a model that can help us understand ourselves, and it's a very effective model, and it can be proven and understood. So, let's say the intellectual aspect of ourselves is represented by the left brain. But when we get into this left brain imbalance associated with this random worldview, it can lead to rigid skepticism, scientism, atheism, solipsism, empiricism, moral relativism, social Darwinism, eugenics, and authoritarianism ultimately. If this part of brain is chronically dominant. And with the left brain imbalance, the R complex, the base stem of the brain, where our impulsive behaviors of fight or flight survival mode come from. It's the base stem of the brain. It's our lowest capacity to function in this world. And in a left brain imbalance, this sets up as executor over the whole being. And it refuses to relinquish that position as executor. And then contrary to that, in a right brain imbalance, the mammalian brain, the mammal brain, sets up as executor. This is where we get the postmodernism, the idea of going with our feels, acting on our emotions. They're both they're both equally deplorable behaviors, and they're both akin to animal consciousness. But we're not animals, so that makes us less than animal because we're not filling our role in nature. We're not acting in our full capacity. So a right brain imbalance, the feminine side of the brain, the right brain, can lead to naivete, blind belief, religious extremism, solipsism, unworthiness, self-loathing, order followers. Order followers in both forms of imbalance. They're masters over some in their petty powers, and then slaves to the others. They're bosses or they're owners. Willing slave. If this is part of the brain chronically dominated, if this part of the brain becomes chronically dominant, in the right brain imbalance, we can see these qualities manifest. There's a lot more to this actually, but like I say, we got to try to keep moving fast. But this is partly how we get caught in the dialectic. This is part of our moral dilemma. And it has to be understood. You know, and I want to just talk a little bit about environmentalism. That any environmental issue like climate change is a big one. It's politically charged to forward a political agenda. So you need to understand that environmentalism is just going to become a powerful political device in favor of government agendas under the guise of for the greater good. There's a lot more to say about this slide. We're going to keep moving. So part of this worldview schism is understanding these aspects of this brain model and this imbalance that the left brain is corresponding to this randomness worldview, the idea that the universe is a grand accident, there is no creator, therefore there is no underlying intelligence in nature, there is no such thing as spiritual, moral, or natural law. Existence has no purpose other than to continue to exist, engage in hedonism and pleasures of the body or the physical. These are hallmarks of scientism, atheism, and ultimately totalitarianism. And then contrary to that, in a right brain imbalance leads to determinism, the idea that everything's preordained by God. All occurrences are preordained and God controls everything in creation. Free will is an illusion and does not exist. Since God controls everything, change is impossible, so why bother, you know? Why bother to change yourself? Action is ultimately meaningless, and these are hallmarks of religious extremism and what we can call slave think. Therefore, the randomness left brain imbalance is master think. So, you know, people believe that, so ultimately natural law, to reconcile or synthesize this paradigm, we got to understand that natural law is the deterministic component, and that free will is negated by both of these ideologies, but is in fact the random component. So when we reconcile free will, understand that it does exist, we do have free will, then we can understand that that is the random component and that the deterministic component is the natural law. That's the consequences for our actions. Our teacher to learn this morality and understand right from wrong so we can solve this moral dilemma. So Edward Bernays was a nephew of Sigmund Freud, and he published a book called Propaganda in the early 20th century, but he's known as the father of propaganda, and he was also contracted by the United States government and positioned as the first thing he did as propaganda minister was change the Department of Defense to the Department of War. I mean, the Department of War to the Department of Defense. So they wanted to water it down, you know, like they changed the word shell shock to PTSD, you know. They want to euphemize it and water it down so you feel better about what it really is. But Edward Bernays, the so-called father of propaganda, says the conscious and intelligent manipulation of the organized habits and opinions of the masses is an important element in a democratic society. Those who manipulate this unseen mechanism of society constitute an invisible government from which is the true ruling power of our country. And yeah, there's a lot of truth in that there's always a hidden hand in government. But you need to understand that comes de facto with government. It's not something that you're going to take down or get rid of. And anybody that's saying they're going to take it down and they're an outsider and they're going to get rid of it is owned by this hidden hand. You need to understand that so you stop getting fooled by it. There is no political solution to this. Nobody in government's taken down the cowboy. Nobody in the government's taken down the deep state. They're owned by the deep state. They do what they're told. And they're blackmailed and they're compromised on every level. Divide and conquer identity politics. Socialism would be nothing without propaganda, and by socialism I mean any form of coercive government, including capitalism, because it's based in man's law and centralized control of resources. A successful tyrant cannot openly exhibit malice and lust for power, but must craft his message so as to convince the people that his intentions are noble, that he wants truth and justice to prevail, and that the way to make that happen is to give him power and control. He must be given the ultimate power to govern effectively. And then you're going to have, all of these techniques implemented. Gaslighting, from gaslighting to turning up the noise around conspiracy, then put false narratives out there to, amplify hyperbole and rhetorical jargon to squelch out the main signal of truth. It's an inevitable, because any event ultimately, unless you were there, is going to be disclosure, and that's not privy information to you. And even if you access to it, you could never convince the masses that it was true, because there's too much noise around the main signal, and there's too much propaganda indoctrinating them into the main narrative, and it's disclosure ultimately, because there is no political solution to this. Capitalizing on current affairs and government corruption and scandalous waste. Citizens of the People's Republic of China have the right to criticize and make suggestion to any state organ or functionary. That doesn't mean that it's going to affect change. I don't know where that came from, but it's on here. The system was designed and built by those that crave dominion over other people. They want control. Here's a laugh. Citizens of the USSR are granted freedom of the press and of assembly. In your dreams. The difference between the people in the USSR and this country today is that nobody really in the USSR, everybody in the USSR knew that the KGB, or that everything in the propaganda machine on the TV and in the media was KGB propaganda. People here still haven't figured that out. They still trust the media religiously. They believe everything they say and everything they tell them to do obediently, and it's disgusting. Hitler said, make the lie big, make it simple, keep saying it, and eventually they'll believe. Goebbels, his propaganda minister, said the bigger the lie, the more it will believe. The more it will be believed. And I think that what happened in 2020 is the most tremendous example of this phenomenon. It's so true. And like I say, all of these governments, every single one of them in the world, was in lockstep with this program. So our ideas about these governments being separate and adversary to each other, it's an illusion. It's one government system. And this Argyle is an interesting phenomenon, I use this Argyle because it's a farce, I had something to say about this Argyle, and I can't remember exactly what I wanted to say about it, but it's a pattern composed of diamonds of various colors on a plain background used in knitted garments such as sweaters and socks. And it was associated with golf, which was an Argyle pattern. It's also associated with a family former name from the former country of Scotland, which is where golf is said to have originated. The pattern is based on the tartan pattern of the Argyle branch of the Campbell clan. There's a lot more to say about this Argyle. And I also want to say that it is part of the inspiration for the character, the Joker, in the Batman. But I'm not going to get fully into all this right now. But by exploiting the better angels of human nature can be accomplished to garner the public's trust. Exploiting the better angels of human nature can be accomplished by garnering the public's trust. So they're going to use all of your good intentions against you. Often tyrants have used false flag operations and propaganda as an excuse to start a war and seize more power for themselves, as we saw in the bombing of the Reichstag in the Third Reich, which led to Hitler signing the Enabling Act as an example. I know how grave a thing war is. I wanted to spare our people such an evil. We have displayed a truly unexplained patience, but I am no longer willing to remain inactive while this madman ill-treats millions of human beings, end quote, Adolf Hitler. So, it's the same old song. Naturally, the common people don't want war, but after all, it is the leaders of the country who determine policy, and it is always a simple matter to drag the people along, whether it is a democracy or a fascist dictatorship or a parliament or a communist dictatorship. All you have to do is tell them they are being attacked and denounce the pacifists for lack of patriotism and exposing the country to danger. Hermann Göring, the head of the Nazi Gestapo. So, it's an old song. Fake news and fake history. There's a lot more to this idea of fake news. What it really should be called is government news. That puts it into a much better perspective, because that's really what it is. It's forwarding the government lie and the government policy under the guise of bona fide journalism and journalism with integrity. And it has no integrity. It's just already destroyed its own integrity through the yellow journalism, through the sensationalism, and even all of the institutional, prizes, the Pulitzer Prize and the Nobel Prize. These come from institutions that are already long since corrupted. It's all bullshit. The mantra of cancel culture. It's the mantra of the cynic that just wants to reject everything on its face and criticize everything and then destroy everything. So we need to understand Nietzsche's on the use and abuse of history, the monumental, the critical, and the antiquated histories, and how this happened, and how they foment these movements, and they destroy everything from the old system that is the evidence that their new system of same socialism is not going to fail this time. That's what happened in every great nation in history. And it's damn near been to the peril of our entire species, because we can barely recover what got lost in Egypt. I'm not going to start talking about that now, but that is where the solution lies. And that happened about 40,000 years ago. And it happened over a long period of time leading up to that. But ultimately, it is a failure in the priest class, and by that I mean they're learned men of that time. They weren't religious men. They were highly scientific men that understood the true science and the true, even hidden laws that operate in this time-space continuum. It is easier to throw everything out and learn nothing than to work with what we have until we can arrive at why others do not understand the real dilemma. Why would the ruling class classes, status quo, want history and historical monuments destroyed, because that's the evidence that the people in the ancient world understood these things even better than our so-called modern scientists. That's our solution out of this. That's why the pyramids were built, as a contingency for what's happening now. We need to understand that. Why would people think that further deteriorating an already deteriorated history somehow would be beneficial to humanity? Because they want to be the arbiters of truth. They don't want truth. That's hard work. They just want to believe something that makes them feel good. There's a lot of ways to explain this stuff, but it's all psychology and it's indoctrination. It's a result of the propaganda. They want to control the narrative. They want to be the arbiter of truth. They want justification for man as the lawmaker. They want justification for utilitarianism and Roman pragmatism, the belief in master-slave relationships, and even at the expense of their own children's education and future. It is easier to fool people than to convince them that they have been fooled. The war made possible for us the solution of a whole series of problems that could never have been solved in normal times, Joseph Goebbels. See, that's the modus operandi of government right there. I know how grave a thing war is. I wanted to spare our people of such an evil. We have displayed a truly unexampled patience, but I am no longer willing to remain inactive while this madman ill-treats millions of human beings. Adolf Hitler. We already read that quote. We'll keep moving. So this controlled opposition exists in our media just the same. One media organization is designed to bolster one political paradigm and its controlled opposition. So this is the result that we're going to get. It's a mutual interest in both parties. It's like big time wrestling. At the end of the night, the government wins. In the NFL, both teams play, the NFL wins. Well, on the big playing field, the right goes against the left, and the government always wins, and the people always lose their freedom and their liberty and all that is good and decent. And then the end justifies the means, the Machiavellianism, this raison d'etat from Louis XIV, by reason of the state. The virtue is redefined by that which leads to a stronger state. And that's a phenomenon of understanding, patriotism versus mercenaries. To have a patriotic army fighting for the borders of their nation, if it becomes too dependent on mercenary forces, then oftentimes the generals can overthrow the monarchs. That's where the Machiavellian idealism comes from. It's very important to understand. Media is supposed to be the fourth branch of government, meant to hold politicians to account through a system of checks and balances, but obviously that's no longer the case. These institutions are fully corrupted, fully infiltrated, designed to enforce the chain of what they want to call chain of command, when in fact it's really just a chain of obedience. And it's a dialectical paradigm, polarization dialectics. So they give you false choices, two choices, and that's not any choice at all. Two choices is no choice at all. Then you get hooked and then downgrade. So you have fascist news on the right and you have communist news on the left, both claiming that, they're the good guys. Everybody knows TV is bad for us, so we're going to talk about why that is. But, ideally you're having your nose rubbed in shit. You're being mocked in a language you don't understand. It's divide and conquer and identity politics. People around the world would have all too often shown more loyalty to a particular flag than to morality and justice. It is lamentable that to be a good patriot, one must become the enemy of the rest of mankind, Voltaire. You know, it's what George Orwell called prole feed in his 1984. You know, this propaganda, these propaganda machines is prole feed. And that's exactly what it is. So, toss out the shit box. Now, what does that mean? It doesn't mean that you get rid of your TV. It means that you control the information that's on it and that you make sure that you fully understand it at a mature level that you can explain for progeny and posterity the dangers. Because everybody understands that TV is bad for you, but nobody understands why or what it is that's so bad. Because they're selling you the idea that government is benevolent. They're selling you the idea that man can be the lawmaker. You call it communism, call it whatever you want. It's all evil. It's trash. It's garbage for the soul. It's a lie. You know, and everything on this, patronizing all of these institutions, you know, all of this violence and deception is being patronized on this shitbox. Mark Twain said, if you don't listen or watch the news, then you are uninformed. But if you do listen and watch the news, you are misinformed. You know? So it's up to the individual to overcome this dilemma and see through the whole thing. You know? Because until you're all the way out of the matrix, you're still a potential Smith. You're still a Smith, as in the Matrix allegory. So what is its ostensible purpose, its velvet glove? To provide accurate information to people so they can make informed decisions, act in a power checking capacity to corruption in other institutions. Act in a power checking capacity to corruption in other institutions, you know. So that's what its velvet glove ostensible purpose is. But what is its true purpose? To control the worldview of the government's subjects, to spread government corporate propaganda, lies, and misdirection, control the public's perception of what is socially possible. And it's going to give you all these red herrings, and any sex scandal is always a distraction from something more important. And it's give you fluff. Half of what the government does is placeholding, you know, to make you think this is the news, and it's nothing at all. It should be called tabloid wars. You know, these modern so-called news medias are nothing but disgusting tabloids, ultimately. So they want you to don this muzzle because there's no better symbol of the loss of freedom and liberty than this muzzle. And they want you permanently muzzled and domesticated and broken like a domesticated, addled, deballed, cowardly slave, animal, less than animal. And that's what this muzzle is about. It's certainly not about health, you know, but there's a lot more to it because it's highly esoteric. We've talked about the masks. We're going to break these, you know, I'm going to do a presentation on masks. And I'm going to get deeply into this subject and show us, you know, how powerful of a political device this is and why it's being used now. There's a lot more to this, you know, and I'll probably have a few more things to say, but certainly a symbol of no freedom and no expression or no speech, you know, and it's so overt, you just wonder how people are ready to accept this because that's how effective their propaganda programs have actually been, and that's how willing people are to cling to this corpse called government to keep this God complex and this cognitive dissonance in complacency and keep their feels good about keeping this system going. There's a lot more to it. I'm sure I'll have more to say as we keep going, but I got to keep moving as fast as possible. because the people will believe what the media tells them they believe. George Orwell, and truer words have never been spoken. And we can go farther on with this, you know. The people will like what the media tells them that they believe they like. The people will know what the media tells them that they believe that they know. The people will think what the media tells them that they believe that they think. This is what this means. You need to understand how important this is to understand. Because people don't understand it, that's why they're getting fooled by it. You know? There's no such thing at this date of the world's history in America as an independent press. If I allowed my honest opinions to appear in one issue of my paper, before 24 hours my occupation would be gone. The business of the journalists is to destroy the truth, to lie outright, to pervert, to vilify, to fawn at the feet of mammon. We are the tools and vassals of rich men behind the scenes. We are the jumping jacks. They pull the strings and we dance. John Swinton, journalist for the New York Times, 1880. You know, so it's all bolstering nationalistic fervor, patronizing the police and military. Communism is a euphemism for slavery. Government is a euphemism for slavery. What is the lie that's being propagated? Ultimately, man's law. Man is the lawmaker. Because that, in order to accept that, we have to overthrow the laws of creation, therefore overthrow the Creator. And here's another George Orwell quote I don't want to forget, but it's basically the nationalist does not only not disapprove of the atrocities committed by his own side, he has an amazing capacity for not even hearing about them. And we saw this very overtly in 2020. A scathing example. Now, George Orwell and his work is very, very important, and I've got quite a bit on here that I wanted to cover, but like I say, for time's sake, I'm going to have to try to really expedite what we got left because there's still a lot. You know, but the party slogan in the novel 1984 is "War is peace, freedom is slavery, and ignorance is strength." You know, so war is imperial power, it's venture capitalism, it's conquest, and the individual surrendering to the collective is the slavery that's being referred to here, to give up the individualism for the collective interest, for the greater good, wrapping in quotes. And ignorance is strength. This is power in our victimhood. The fax machine, an interesting fact, is the fax machine was part of the way the USSR fell because it was uncensorable. That's interesting. And, you know, some of the stuff, when I was preparing this presentation, I don't even remember everything I wanted to cover, but we don't have time for me to... I could talk about this book for hours. You know, it's one of the most important books of our times. And I want to make sure we understand, many people may not. This book is sheerly about breaking the will. That's what this book, 1984, is about. It's about breaking the will. And in this book, in this story, we have this 2 minutes of hate, because the controlling class know that the politician's job is to be hated. You know, Obama in this country was hated so bad, it actually activated people, you know, politically from their political dormancy. And that's just one example. You know, all of these politicians are doing the same thing, which is, you know, what they're told on camera, but ideally they're forwarding draconian policy, which they're going to be hated for, and then the hate that they garner is used to compel the voting masses to, you know, usher in their next successor. Of course, the votes are rigged, but they got to give you a good show and they got to make it look good. You know, so just I'm trying to put the emphasis on understanding this 2 minutes of hate and what is really driving these voters. You know, they're not voting for anything benevolent. They're voting their hatred because they're self-loathing. You know, they haven't reached, you know, adulthood. They haven't reached spiritual and mental adulthood. They're essentially children in adult bodies. You know, spoiled brats, shit diapered spoiled brats that are going to throw a temper tantrum every time they don't get their way. You know, but in this novel we had these victory cigarettes, and that corresponds to an Edward Bernays program when they introduced what they called their liberty torches in the early 20th century under the guise of promoting, you know, women's liberation. And they propagated and targeted the females with this cigarette propaganda and called them liberty torches. So the women began to smoke in mass as a symbol of defiance to the status quo. And here on the slide you can see the hierarchy in the 1984 paradigm with the inner party at the top, Big Brother on the very top, the inner party and the highest structure compartment of the hierarchy, because it's about compartmentalization and on a need-to-know basis, and who is privy to what knowledge and information. And then under that, the outer party, which is like the media and the press and the order followers. And then below that, the slave class is what they call the proles. And the upper echelon of the hierarchy is constituting only 2% of the population, while the proles make up the lion's share, you know, 95% of the population, or 98% of the population. I'm not sure how I'm supposed to break that down, but that's basically what it is. And thought crime, you know, that's where it goes. Like we see this in the Minority Report, you know, and you can love or hate these movies, but these movies are product placement for their agendas. You can say it's life imitating art or art imitating life, but either way, it's ultimately propaganda it's related to the vampire myth because it's seductive. You know, it's seducing you into compliance, and it's taking a census of who's ready to accept and how quickly, as to them not, you know, forcing their own hand and pulling the velvet glove off of the iron fist too fast, where too many people might see their evil agenda all at once, you know. So they want to be very careful, and they're always testing the waters, always beta testing everything. Most Americans, the war is not meant to be won, is meant to be continued, and that's the idea of government. You know, government is the war, and it's not meant to win anything, or it's just meant to maintain its control over everybody, over the masses. Most Americans have taught to have a generally positive view of England in spite of its history of brutal imperialist conquest, simply because maintaining the image that one's own government is noble and virtuous requires maintaining the belief that their allies are noble and virtuous. You know, the modern fact checkers in this, Snopes and all this crap, they're the ministers of the Ministry of Truth, as we saw in 1984. and their modus operandi is to crush political dissent. That's what their name of their game is. So some of the terms from Orwell's 1984 try to cover some of these. Belly feel, a blind, enthusiastic acceptance of political ideas to the extent that it becomes a gut instinct. You know, it's related to the postmodernism. Black, white, the ability to blindly believe anything regardless of its absurdity, can have different causes: respect for authority, fear, indoctrination, even critical laziness and gullibility. Crime think, this is like the Minority Report, which I was talking about. Thought crime and pre-crime. That's what they're working on now. They're already implementing. There's no question. But it's going to get to a lot more extreme. So in that respect, Minority Report, I'd have to recommend it because it's what's happening in this world. It's a good way to access the information. There may be no other way to access some of this information except through some of these films that they're making. Good think, orthodox thought, opposite of crime think. Thought crime, an occurrence or instance of controversy or socially unacceptable thoughts. Sometimes a rejection of strong social or philosophical principles. And this is one of my favorites, duck speak, to speak without thinking. And I'm not satisfied with that definition of duck speak. There's a lot more to it. It's basically to tout the party line or the government line. And by party, I mean uniparty, which is either party. To speak to bolster the idea that the system is benevolent, and to bolster the idea that man can be the lawmaker, to be politically compliant in any way. It's all duck speak. So the fact that you have all of these coincidences and correspondences to this idea of the duck with this duck speak dynasty and all of this, it's not a coincidence. They're playing on duck speak. Donald Duck. It's very real, and it's very powerful, and it's a fact that we're going to have to understand it. This duck speak, think about the Looney Tunes, duck season, all that. It's bizarre, and I'm telling you, it's a big deal. Good sex, the normal intercourse between man and a wife for the sole purpose of begetting children without physical pleasure on the part of the woman, and that's interesting. We're not going to get into all that, but yeah, it just goes to show you that, if you think it's dangerous to talk about this kind of information, I'm trying to tell you it's a lot more dangerous not to speak up about it. Sex crime, any sex outside of good sex. There you go. This is where it's going, people. Test tube babies is the wave of the future. Own life, the tendency to enjoy being solitary or individualistic, which is considered subversive. Absolutely. Unperson, a person not only killed by the state, but effectively erased from existence. Crime stop, to rid oneself of unwanted thoughts. Pro feed. And I recommend the movie 1984, but before you watch that movie, you need to read this book. If you happen to watch the movie before you read the book, watch the movie again after you read the book. This book is a case in study. It's not something that you read, it's something that you use to learn from and reference and understand why people get fooled by this. So the first fallacy is that you're going to have is that you're not being fooled by it. That's what governments, specializes in, is to make you feel good about your ignorance and your erroneous thinking. Prol feed, the steady stream of mindless entertainment to distract and occupy the masses. Bread and circus. And there's a lot more we could cover. I'll try to cover some of this. Let's see. well, yeah, there's a lot more to say about this. I think I'm going to actually build an entire presentation on 1984 and Orwell, because there's just too much to cover, and I'm really running out of time. So this idea of anarchy as chaos and no masters and no rulers, they're propagating this with shows like Jackasses, where they get these ignorant jackasses to just go out and do crazy stunts and stuff, and they're not real. It's all staged anyway. It's all rehearsed. They have to rehearse it because they're insured. They're not really as daring and daredevils like they appear to be. Like nothing in Hollywood really ever is the way they want you to see it. They're just a bunch of cynical, degenerated jackasses that, they don't care about anything, and they criticize everything, and they reject everything, and they have no benevolent qualities of any kind. But my point is to put the emphasis on why the propaganda wants this, why the government wants this. These guys are being sold to you under the guise that they're some kind of rebels, and they're nothing but conformed, destroyed, ignorant garbage, state products. This is exactly what the state wants, because this is what creates the need for mommy and daddy government, because these people never want to grow up and take responsibility. And I'm not saying you can't ever have any fun. I'm saying this is why the government is propagating this, that this is fun and this is some form of rebellion. It's nothing of the sort. This is the behavior that they want, so they can populate their prisons and propagate their perpetual enslavement of our species. It's disgusting to me. And marginalize anarchy, the idea of true freedom, which is not no masters and no rulers, because you're never going to have a condition of no rules. You have natural law. It's always going to be functioning. It's no masters and no slaves. No master think and no slave think. It's called getting your head out of your ass. So we're going to talk a little bit about the positive and negative aspects of modern technology, which is hitting an exponential curve. And, I'm not a Luddite in the sense that I fear technology, but I'm very realistic on understanding how dangerous it is. And based on where I see people's minds at, we're in deep shit. Because all of this technology is backdoored for control. And yes, it is our modern literacy. Yes, we have a responsibility, because there's no going back, to learn and how to use this stuff to our advantage, to try to propagate and restore freedom in the world, or recover any vestige of freedom that we can. But, that's our responsibility. But we have to understand where they're at with this technology, which part of what we can discover is what they're putting out in their films that they make, because it is disclosure and it is privy information, it's clandestine. But it's related to the vampire myth, and that means it's seductive. In order for the vampire to have the effect, we have to invite it in, and its means to achieve that is seduction. But in the Lord of the Rings allegory, it's called the Palantir, basically represents the modern computer or the modern cell phone. And Gandalf, who's a gray wizard, not fully a white wizard. So the white wizard turns evil, but he's still a white wizard. Why? Because he understands the real natural laws. That doesn't mean he won't serve the dark side with those forces. Because Chapel Perilous is when we come into an awareness of these forces, but we still can't tell whether the forces in nature are here to aid or hinder us. So this is the idea of the gray wizard. But later Gandalf, faces his shadow self on the highest mountain in the lowest abyss, and defeats his shadow self and becomes the White Wizard. There's a lot to that. Tolkien is a genius. He's one of the most important authors of our time. But he said, Gandalf says, a palantir is a dangerous tool, Saruman. And of course, Saruman says, why? Why should we fear to use it? Because when technology exceeds ethics, we are on our destiny is perilous, or we're sowing a perilous fate here. I actually have this, quote, but I'm forgetting it. But yeah, when technology exceeds ethical thought, our destiny is certain peril. So maybe I'll get that right, but you understand what I'm saying. And the tech is driven by by mammon, big money. They want us to lose confidence in the system so they can move us into a new system. So we are in deep. How much longer do you think that it's going to require biometric ID before we can even access the internet? And what is the way out? To get your mind right now, while you still have access to information before it's too late. And then you can help others do the same. So we're in this age of technology, and it's a huge responsibility. It's part of the phenomenon that I've talked about in terms of going into the greater mysteries. It was a failure ultimately in the priest class. So now every individual is responsible for being the master of everything in this world, and that includes knowledge and technology, and it's our responsibility that we can't give away, and we will determine whether any of this is here to aid or hinder us, and if it's being used for control, it's not helping us. It's condemning us to hell on earth. You don't go to hell; it comes to you. And and then they're going to off-world as soon as possible. They're going to off-world it. They want everybody to think the elite want to go live in outer space. Wrong. They want to send all the political dissenters and basically everybody in the slave class into space so they can reclaim the planet. You got to get that figured out. Technology hinges on the consciousness and the wielder of the technology, whether or not it's benevolent. Just because we could doesn't mean we should. So just because we can actually achieve a thing doesn't mean that that's something that we should be pursuing, such as nuclear bombs. Some technologies have exceeded moral ethics, and all these technologies, until we learn true morality, are backdoored for control, and it's only going to serve the agenda of the ruling class. However, like I say, it is the modern literacy, so we all have the responsibility to understand where this is going, and this is where it's going, and this is what 2020 was about. It was never about anybody's health. It's about total control over everything that we do, think, say, see, hear, everything. And it's scary, and it's a very real phenomenon that we're faced with, And these QR codes, they not only, coordinate your data with other data, they pull data from your devices. So this stuff is a lot more advanced than what people think it is. And the minute that they think they know everything about what it's doing, that's when they're deceiving themselves. And we better understand that we're treading on very thin ice with all this stuff. And we should already know by now where it's all going. It's disgusting. It's no longer papers, please. It's, it's, they call it the mark of the beast. They want to implant microchips and all this. There's many marks of the beast, starting with fiat currency, And I'm not promoting cryptocurrency. I'm saying that, we can either help each other or we can kill each other. That's the choices that we have. And, part of the spiritual lesson is that we have to to learn to help each other and learn to care about everybody and everything at a very deep level and take responsibility for it. And if we try to neglect that, then we get what we deserve. Because, like I say, you don't go to hell, it comes to you, and this is what it looks like. I don't know why I had a redundant slide there, but it's pretty cool. Because there is no limit to man's ingenuity when it comes to control. You know, and this is ruled by fear, you know. So while they want to convince you that this is all a revolution and being done to fend off the tyranny, as we saw in the French Revolution, the terror became the Great Terror. And then all of a sudden it's your turn to go to the guillotine and your turn to walk the plank. You know, because violence is never moral. And don't want that confused with self-defense, because self-defense is a human right. But there's a difference between self-defense and murder and revenge and vengefulness. And vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. So, you know, we better understand that ultimately this is all going to be used to force compliance to the state. So what is eugenics? Well, one thing I want to say is that it's pretty much common knowledge now that the German Nazis were engaged in eugenics policies, and it's also common knowledge that the United States had been engaged in these policies even in the 19th century before the Germans, and that the Germans had taken some of the policies from the United States and implemented it into their programs. But ideally, the benevolent idea about eugenics is that it's supposed to breed temperance. You know, but see, that's the idea that it's in the blood, and it's not in the blood. You know, just because, you know, somebody is a good person, then that means that they've done their own responsibility and their own inner work to know the difference between right and wrong and understand natural law. That doesn't mean that their children are going to inherit that from them. Their children have the same responsibility to learn and raise, and of course the parents have the responsibility to assist in that, but there's no guarantee how their children are going to turn out. You know, it's not in the blood. It's in the care. You know, and of course the eugenics I'm talking about is actually dysgenics, which is a corrupted form of this idea of eugenics, and it's the highest form of the satanic ideology. It's where it all leads to, you know. But it's really about good education. And you know, there's a lot more to say about eugenics, but we're going to have to keep moving fast. Yeah, and it's, you know, this it's also, you know, the idea if it's about the blood, you know, it's about good breeding, and it's a fallacy, you know. I mean, there's something to that. Yeah, I mean, we don't want to breed too close to the tribe in the sense we want to breed across the pueblo because we know that causes birth defects. But you know, this is the extreme of that. And this leads to the idea of pedigree and like dog shows as a tribute to the divine right of kings. You know, we need to understand how powerful that is. And the idea that some men are more born to be the masters, and culture versus environment. The idea that that we're born that way versus that we're affected by the environment, and the behavioralism that we saw B.F. Skinner, his work. And then it's interesting that the very first computer developed by Robert Watson for IBM was called Watson, was actually designed for the purpose of eugenics and to remove the human, you know, moral responsibility from the decision making of who lived and who died and who had a better life and who had, you know, to be subjected to the violence of the state. And that's where it's all going with this AI. You know, this directive of this AI is to remove the moral responsibility of us and allow these machines to make these cold, calculated, callous decisions about human destiny and individual destiny. There's a lot to that stuff, you know. But we got to understand what I've said here about this. There's a lot more to say about it, but what I've said are the main points I wanted to make. So what, you know, we have this erroneous idea about human nature, that nature versus nurture, and that some people are born inherently good and some people are born inherently bad, instead of recognizing that just like dogs in that sense, the environment is going to have a tremendous effect on the behavior of the animal. We're not animals, but what I want to say is the effect is the same in that sense. If you get treated bad, your behavior is going to be bad. If you're properly educated and treated good, you're a lot more likely to turn out a lot better, you know, and raise ourselves out of this mire of ignorance and depravity. But so some people think human nature is we're born inherently good or born inherently bad, or born inherently good or born inherently evil. They negate the effect of the environment, and they negate the fact that human nature, in fact, is much like a computer in the sense that it's programmable. It's programmable. So, of course, we're being infected by the environment and the lies and the propaganda and the government programs. There's a lot more to say about this, but I got to really start speeding it up. And, you know, as far as the death penalty is concerned, I'm not saying that nobody could ever commit a crime for which they don't deserve to die for, but I'm saying that if somebody kills somebody and it's not in a direct act of self-defense to defend their own lives, it's really vengeance, and vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. Jesus said, let he who is without sin cast the first stone. And that's what he means. That man doesn't have the right to judge and sentence our fellow brothers and sisters. We have the right to defend our own lives and the lives of others when there's impending real, you know, lethal force being brought against us. We have a responsibility, but we don't have the right to murder people, because ultimately, especially in these cruel, you know, the most cruel manners that we can even conceive of, you think about this, but ultimately this is going to be used to force and garner compliance to the state through fear. This is part of the state's fear campaign to garner conformity. And rule by fear is terror. You know, not taking up the issue, but rather pointing out this is immoral. I'm not really taking the issue because it's already a politically charged issue. And once it's politically charged, it's going to be used to forward political agendas. But I am saying that this is ultimately going to be used to force compliance and garner conformity to the state. It's transactional leadership. It's transactional issue. Authoritarian regimes grow by exploiting people's fears. The electric chair is transactional. Americans have been scared into surrendering their basic rights in the name of safety and security, as has happened under so many other authoritarian regimes. And how could anybody ever say that what we're seeing here is immoral? And it's interesting, or is moral. And it's interesting because now they've moved it into the realm of what they call lethal injection. And I want you to think about why they don't like this. Because right now they're calling for everybody to go get their injections. They don't want you to think about lethal injection, you know, and that's interesting to me. But yeah, I pointed out that the decor matches the hospital decor. It's bland, sterile, lifeless, and cold. And I always thought that was very interesting about hospitals and doctors' offices. But yeah, I mean, this is a real phenomenon that we're seeing here, and I think there's a lot more to be explored about this. We got to keep moving, though. And these prisons, these are also being used to garner conformity to the state, whether somebody's committing a crime for which they deserve to be punished or not. No one has the right to kidnap somebody, torture them, lock them in cages, and all this that they're doing. And ultimately, it's going to be used to garner fear and conformity to the state. The United States has the highest prison population in the world. 2.3 million out of 325 million. 90% of those are nonviolent offenders. The guards don't even realize they're in the same cage with these prisoners, Talk about wrong livelihood. The forms of punishment are designed to set the precedent of being tough on crime and not soft on crime, but are ultimately coercing obedience to the state through fear and terror. And they're all euphemisms for slavery, which is what the state is. More power for the rulers means more security for the people is the lie on which all tyranny is based. More power for the rulers means more security for the people is the lie on which all tyranny is based. The course of history shows that as government grows, liberty decreases. Thomas Jefferson. What Americans might imagine to be while Americans might imagine to be the freest country on earth, it has the highest incarceration in the world with over 2 million caged, most for nonviolent crimes. Government creates the movement and becomes the movement, or becomes the movement. So that's what government prides itself in. It's going to create these movements or it's going to assimilate these movements. And we don't have the spiritual armor to defend against it because we don't understand the semantical dilemma, the political science, and ultimately that it's not a political solution. It's a spiritual solution in the sense that we got to care about freedom and truth more than anything else in this world. The modus operandi of government is to create a crisis and never let a good crisis go to waste. And they're going to politicize they're going to create crises and then politicize them, use it to forward their draconian policy, their political agenda, with COINTELPRO, which is propaganda, and PSYOP manipulation. And they're going to use cooperative intelligence programs, infiltrate the movement, and politicize all events and all issues. This is how it's done. So here's some books and films that depict dystopic futures, starting with George Lucas's THX 1138. And I understand he put that all through his Star Wars movies, this THX 1138. And this is a fascinating film. And it's interesting because he actually escapes the system by just getting farther and farther and farther away from it to the point where they just are no longer concerned about him. And there's a lot more to say about THX 1138, but it's a pretty horrifying movie. And it stars Robert Duvall, who's amazing. But this is one of the earliest modern films that was showing us some of the advancements in the technology and where it was going. It's a pretty interesting film. So it's interesting because it's still relevant today. It came out, I think, in the late 60s or early 70s. And, you can still see it's ahead of its time in a certain way. I mean, we've passed this point, but, they don't have everything fully in place yet. So it's interesting how much it corresponds to George Orwell's 1984. I could go on about that film. Aldous Huxley's Brave New World has also had a film made about it, and I saw it was pretty interesting. It's a long, long film. And, of course, what's in that book is describing much of what's going on now, especially overtly, much more so after 2020. Then there's a couple of different covers I brought with Aldous Huxley's work. And Aldous Huxley is pretty important. He's part of the Fabian Society, part of the European Socialist movement. There's a lot more to it, a lot more to say about it. We try to keep moving fast. Logan's Run. Supposed to actually have Alex Jones's mom in that film. And it's a pretty interesting film. It's a good movie. But again, based on dystopic futures. One of my favorites, Equilibrium with Christian Bale. That is a great movie, and the symbolism in that movie is very powerful. And the word equilibrium is Masonic, in the sense of the Egyptian science. A lot more to say about these. We gotta make up some time here. Of course, Blade Runner was a great film depicting the dystopic future, and now they've made a remake of this, a sequel more or less, the Blade Runner: The Final Cut, which is also a good film. I recommend it. This is part of the study and understanding our world. This is not for entertainment. These movies need to be understood. From the product placement aspect and from the heed the warning aspect. And of course, Escape from New York. If you notice in that film, the song they're singing when he goes into Broadway is "Everyone's coming to New York, New York." Got me singing now. But they're telling you, New York is going to be expanded. It's not going to be just that island that is the prison. Because everyone's coming to New York, New York. That's what they're telling you in this film. Our greatest achievement so far as a species is we've turned this entire planet into a damn prison. Congratulations. You're brilliant. You just astound me, and you're genius. It's incredulous or whatever. I don't even know what I'm saying now, but it's very important to understand how covert this is, and how this is product placement for the agenda that they have. And then Escape from LA, they're talking about giving the president a lifetime term of office in the new moral America. No smoking, no red meat, no sex, etc., land of the free. Because freedom is slavery, war is peace, and ignorance is strength. They know what they're doing. They know why it's going to work, because they're exploiting the ignorance of the masses. We're not doing the shadow work to extract ourselves from this deplorable depravity of the socialist mindset. And the Terminator films, they introduced a lot of the cyborg technology. Interesting, the first Terminator came out in 1984. That's no coincidence. If you pay attention to these Terminator films, they all continue to pay homages and tributes to George Orwell's 1984. From O'Reilly on the tombstones, etc. It's all in there. And it's very important to understand. And this is pretty horrifying. Like I say, we don't go to hell, it comes to us. And that includes life extension technologies. So remember, eugenics and dysgenics not only decides who lives and who dies, but when they live and when they're allowed to die. And it's a pretty horrifying situation, but we got to stand in truth in spite of fear. We don't really dispatch fear or overcome it. It's just we learn to stand in truth in spite of fear. It's a responsibility that we have to face the fact that we can't ultimately abdicate. And each one of us has this responsibility. There's a lot more to say about these films, but, I would tell you they're already among us, these cyborgs. And the minute that you think you're not getting fooled by it, you better rethink it. Don't forget about the deep fake, too. They can show any video and audio of anybody doing anything, saying and doing, thinking anything that they want now with these deep fakes. So we got to really understand that it's disclosure number one, and we have to align ourselves with the deeper truths to have the spiritual armor to even resist this. Because you're not going to resist this physically and triumph. Look at it. And in the film, interestingly, in 1984, the nightclub is called Tech Noir, it's already antiquated and a thing of the past. And that's where we are. We're in beyond Buck Rogersville with this technology, That's what this Tech Noir is implying, that we're way past that. We're the Jetsons on her T-shirt, just plummeting headlong blindly into a dystopic future. That's what that means. And I'll just say one thing about the name James Cameron. The initials JC, just like Julius Caesar, they coincide with Jesus Christ, because that is a solar cult religion. It came out of the solar cult. And people think that they just stop voting, that they're out of politics, or they stop going to church, that they're out of Christianity or this solar church. They don't understand. That doesn't get you out of it. These paradigms, everybody is propagating this to you. We're ensconced in this. It's deeply entrenched in our psyche and in the psyches of those around us. And they're going to force us on. That's what culture becomes in the third phase, where everybody is society policing itself, everybody beating everybody onto the cultural track of conformity. There's a lot more to say about the solar cult. Don't get me started. And of course, they're going to use this as, RoboCop, robotic technology, so we can have these enforcers without any emotion that would never defy the order. And of course, they want the order to come down from AI. They want to remove all human decision making. But I think it's interesting to point out that, they use the order followers to buffer themselves off from the karmatic natural law. But as this technology becomes more implemented, I think that the natural law will reach higher into the hierarchy with the karma. At least that's something to consider. But this, comes from dysgenics, eugenics, demoralization, dehumanization, iatrogenics disease, which is death by medicine or death by medical malpractice, and government is achieved by demoralizing society. And when they get these RoboCops accepted by the public, I want you to know that these prototypes, like the original Terminator and Ed-209 and the RoboCops, these prototypes will remain, because these are the real prototypes that were used to actually garner the acceptance for this technology. You need to think about that. And like I say, they want to decide who lives and who dies, and when they live and when they die. And, I'm not saying that this is one of my nightmares or something I'm scared of. I'm saying that you better know what you're dealing with, because I'm not living in this world by myself. We're all going to face this, because this is what's going on. And the main thing you need to understand about it is this is how far they're willing to go to coerce your conformity to the damn state. You better understand what it is and how evil it is. Because like I said before, what's it going to take to move men to truth? These people want to be God. They want to give themselves life extension technologies and be gods of the universe, and usurp the position of the creator and dictate truth and law, wrap it in quotes. And, one more thing I wanted to say is, what was I thinking? But yeah, this is also part of the vampire myth, where they have to tell you what they're going to do. And then by not saying no, you're tacitly saying yes. But yeah, they want to be God. Oh yeah. And think about when they give out multiple life sentences to convicts. You think that just means they want to make sure that they never get out of prison before they die? I think you better rethink it, because I think that their intention is to extend your life and keep torturing you in their damn cage. Better think about that and keep moving forward. Because as far as I'm concerned, this is where all this technology can go. And that's the best thing that could ever happen, as long as that damn thing goes and destroys itself after this. When when technology exceeds ethics, peril is imminent. How's that? Because statism is the most dangerous religion in the world. And that comes from the Larkin Rose book, The Most Dangerous Religion. And he's absolutely right, and it's a brilliant book. It's one of my favorite books, and I recommend that book. And kudos to Larkin Rose and all he does. And this has to be understood at a very deep level. How man's law impedes true justice. Under the guise of doing for the greater good, it always does more harm than good. So that doesn't mean that these order followers can't do anything good, or that the state doesn't do anything good. It means it always inevitably does more harm than good. And therefore that is not an acceptable solution to anything. It's only going to exasperate a problem. Statism is the one true divide, the brilliant idea that we give a small group of people the right to kidnap, imprison, harass, steal from, and kill people so that we can be protected from people who kidnap, imprison, harass, steal from, and kill people. A statist is an individual who erroneously believes that there is such a thing as authority, wrap it in quotes, vested in certain human beings, magically giving them the right to rule, quote unquote, over other people. This, quote, authority, end quote, means that certain people who we call, quote, government, end quote, have the moral right, wrap it in quotes, to issue commands to those whom they rule, quote, those under their jurisdiction, to speak the law, and that their subjects, quote, end quote, slaves, have a moral obligation, wrap it in quotes, to obey the arbitrary dictates, wrap it in quotes, of laws set by their masters. Most simply put, a statist is someone or anyone who believes in the legitimacy of slavery. Statism is the belief that man is the arbiter of truth and therefore the arbiter of law. A socialist/statist is an individual who erroneously believes that there is legitimacy to man's authority to be the lawmaker, therefore justifying the violence of the state. A statist/socialist embraces moral relativism and Roman pragmatism in their selfish pursuit of materialist ambition and is therefore a proponent of master-slave relationships. So what is Satanism? Well, it's a highly ambiguous term, but the Christian church would have you believe that it's a bunch of idiots sacrificing animals out in the woods in some satanic ritual, worshiping some entity we call the devil or Satan, which is the most ridiculous, prospect that you could think of. But that, why would they want you to think that? Because then you never know what it really is, which the four tenets of are really what's driving this socialist depravity of this, or this depravity of the socialist mindset. Ego identification, self-preservation is your highest directive. Modus operandi of government. Moral relativism. Government wants to ambiguously arbitrate law, different here than it is over there, different at a different time in a different place. That's all based in moral relativism. That's what allows for the ambiguity. And then and gives you the idea that there's some place you can go to get away from it. Social Darwinism, having a leg up, competition with our brothers and sisters. Ultimately, eugenics, which we described as dysgenics. Some people call the phenomenon of taking the good things, because a lot of what they do is the subversive or inverting the modus operandi, or the inversion principle. And they'll take everything good and decent and invert it and twist it and make it something rotten and corrupt. And then they'll take something rotten and corrupt and try to make you think that it's something good. And some people have termed this Sabbatean Frankism. I don't know why I brought that, but that's probably pretty important to understand. The main thing to understand is this is genuinely what Satanism is, because Satanism is not really about what happens after we die. It's about what's happening here and now. It's about evil, proliferated in our world. There's a lot more to say about this. We're going to keep moving fast. Anton LaVey, the high priest of the Church of Satan, says, my religion is just Ayn Rand's philosophy with ceremony and ritual added. And I don't know whether he actually said that, but I can relate to it. What is he saying? He's saying this socialist or even this capitalist mindset is just selfishness. It's materialistic ambition and the hedonistic pursuit of physical pleasures. And, you know, and we've already been talking about a lot of the psychology. Don't confuse Rand's works with the culture or memes surrounding it. You know, Satanism in the sense is purely self-centeredness, materialistic ambition, pragmatism, moral relativism. And I'm not saying that pragmatism is inherently evil, but we have to understand it in the sense that freedom and truth have to come first before we go forward with our agendas. You know, if we're going to lay down the tracks, somebody's house is in the way, we better find a way around it. We can't just go through their living room is the idea. Moral relativism, profit over principles. You know, some people say the S.E.E.D and Frankists are the Zionists today. That's a huge subject. And the idea that they're Zionists is just a cloak, you know, of what they really are, which is just, you know, a controlling class that will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing their own soul. The S.E.E.D and Frankists, I guess, believe that, yeah, you know, they want to make the Bible a self-fulfilling prophecy. They want to cause chaos to bring about the Antichrist. I'm telling you, anybody that believes in man's law is the Antichrist, okay? Church is the first thing to be infiltrated. The church, you're not here to be fixed by the church. You're here to fix the church. And that's what's going on between your own ears. That's the church, okay? I don't know why I'm talking about S.E.E.D and Frankism here. But there's a lot more to this. We got to understand ultimately it's about selfishness. Because like I said, we can love each other, we can kill each other. You know, that's from the movie Oh God with George Burns. And he's absolutely right, you know. There's probably a lot more to say about that, but we got to keep moving. Carl Jung said, one thing is sure, a great change of our psychological attitude is imminent. That is certain. Because we need more. We need more psychology. We need more understanding of human nature, because the only real danger that exists is man himself. He is the great danger, and we are pitifully unaware of it. Know nothing of man, far too little. His psyche should be studied, because we are the origin of all coming evil. Okay, so from the movie John Carpenter's film Assault on Precinct 13, Sergeant Bishop here says on the intercom here to the dispatcher, there are no, or that's his boss actually on there. There are no that's his boss talking on the dispatch, yeah. So he says there are no heroes anymore, Bishop. Only men who follow orders. You know, and like I say, it's going to go farther than that, where they remove the human decision making, like we saw at the beginning of the movie War Games, when they want to remove the human element in case of a nuclear war contingency, you know. The most fearful people in the world are order followers, and they think they are brave. It doesn't take courage to join a death cult or a protection racket, because that's where they think their safety is, because they're immoral and they want protection for their immoral behavior. And they want affirmation. You know, they have the Eddie Haskell sycophant syndrome. There's a lot more to the psychology. As the fear grows, the bad blood slows and turns to stone. The moral dilemma is bureaucracy standing between righteousness. The immoral actions that they are not held accountable for makes them more fearful and subsequently more reactive and potentially violent. Larkin Rose. I don't know if he said that, but he calls them road pirates. Fleecing travelers is not bravery, and I agree with that. And it's the chain of obedience, not the chain of command. There's probably a lot more to say about this subject. So order followers will follow any order or enforce any decree of any potential incumbent leader or ruler or rulers. Why? To abdicate moral culpability for violent action, including torture, kidnapping, and murder. They serve the state. They serve a stronger state, and that is not a virtue. You know, that which leads to a stronger state, we've already covered in the Machiavellianism, is not a virtue. And they're ruled by fear and intimidation. And that's their modus operandi. And they're trained to escalate situations. Because, like I say, the government's modus operandi is to keep the moral high ground. So they have to have justification for all of their violence. They're compartmentalized. And they don't want to know, even if you brought the information forward. They're not interested in it because, you know, I'm sure I have a quote coming up regarding this from Upton Sinclair. But it is not with, you know, in the interest of man to know a thing when his salary depends on him not knowing. But they are the most fearful people in the world and think they are brave. Yeah, okay, so we covered that. Just keep going. Order following and artificial intelligence. Yeah, here's that scene in War Games. You know, the other guy won't turn his key when they're supposedly under a nuclear attack. Of course, it's simulation, but that was the purpose of the simulation, to stick Watson in there and let him do all this, the decision making, and that's the AI we know today, to remove human error, but more importantly, the hue. Which is, you know, I guess I meant by that the care, the compassion. So to remove the humans from the chain of command, the redundancy, contingency. There's a lot more to say about this. Human reliability tests. You know, they've done an actuary to all this stuff for this reason. Because they're trying to remove moral culpability from themselves for having this God complex. And like in RoboCop, you know, the primary directive was covertly installed in the RoboCop, and he could not arrest the acting CEO of the company, you know. And there's no jobs in the modern world that robots can't do. None. None. You know, firemen, they're part of a corrupted institution, you know. I mean, I would tell you that the idea of firefighting began in Rome as part of a protection racket. It's a Hollywood version of patronage. It's based in environmentalism. You know, you could say there's nothing more depressing than an unemployed soldier. What does that mean? If they have no war to fight, they're useless. Well, if they have no fire to fight, they're useless. And I'm not saying these people don't do any good. I'm saying that they're patronized to the point to bolster the idea of the legitimacy of the state, and it's a total fallacy. They don't know what they're part of if they think they're good people. They don't understand. You know, they're order followers. They do what they're told. You know, it's job security if there's a fire. How many times have firefighters been caught starting fires? I'm not saying that they all do. I'm saying that people don't understand the evil of the state because they're ignorant. And they have this misconception of this hometown law enforcement and this small minimum government, you know, which is slavery. They think some minimum amount of slavery is for their best interest and benevolent in some way. And they're ignorant. Because if, you know, I mean, This is the image that they used in their propaganda and their shitbox propaganda machine to sell this lie to the public. And this is a perfect picture because this is what's going to end up happening every time all the citizens of the town go behind the bars and under the bus, etc. So it's time to wake up, people, because we're not in Mayberry anymore. They have militarized police forces, and this is the standing army, the crossing of the Rubicon that our founding fathers warned us about, and this is the most imminent impending threat that we're facing, because these people are ready to enforce any decree that the state decrees. And we saw that in 2020. You know, you think that these people with these blue line flags want to support these order followers? These are the same people that are going to come and destroy all of our freedom. Every single problem we face, all these lockdowns, everything that has happened in the New World has been legislated to exist. All the problems we've had to deal with, trying to deal with, and all the red tape has been legislated to exist simply because the government have granted themselves a monopoly on force or violence in their case. But they want to remove our ability to resist with force, because that's not violence, that's self-defense. But they've granted themselves a monopoly on this force, and it's violence. The police can do what they want, they're above the law. The government can do what it wants, it's above the law. It can just spin any lie it wants, and the people will just go along with it. And every problem that we face today has been perpetuated and created by the political class and whoever works behind them. But whoever works behind them is irrelevant to the point that the political classes are the ones who legislated the rules that we follow. You know, so this idea of the deep state is pointless. You're never going to know about that. The whole state on its face is immoral. And there's the problem, and there's the remedy. Get rid of the political class and we get rid of their system. Stop believing in man's law. Stop believing in the religion of authority. But we got more work to do than that, because we've already talked about the religion of money too. You know, there's a lot more to this, but we're not in Mayberry anymore, people. If small thinking ever served us, it won't now. And this is part of the propaganda and patronage. So you'll see these news stories. These two officers come and rescue this kitten out of this tree or this animal from some perilous fate, you know. The point is, we don't need these people to do these things. And think about how many people stand down waiting for these people to arrive. You know? And these people have given themselves qualified immunity, which means there's nothing they can't do that they won't get away with, including murder and kidnapping, etc. As though I have to continue to elaborate on that. And it's based in a gang mentality, and if you look at the prison systems, those are all, you know, basically educating people into a gang mentality. They've got them all segregated by race mostly, and if you don't join the gang as soon as you hit the joint, you are definitely in peril. You're not to be so blind with patriotism that you can't face reality. Wrong is wrong, no matter who does it or who says it. Malcolm X. Sorry about that. Yeah, where was I? Common sense dictates that when those in power are the ones making the rules, playing by the rules will not protect the people from tyranny. Larkin Rose. Obeying is what he's talking about. So, you know, think about how many people hesitate to act because they're afraid of the consequences of doing the right thing when violence is being imposed against them. And they think they're going to shelter in place and wait for these guys to show up and save everybody. You know, the idea of a cop when you need one, you know. It's ridiculous, and the people are willing to believe this stuff. And the people that support this is what they are. They're bootlickers and they're cowards, and they're bootlickers because they're cowards. And they'll obey anything that the state decrees, and they'll put these violent thugs on pedestals and support the decrees of the state, because then, you know, they can continue to live in their own illusions. A man will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing his own soul, including lick the boots of these henchmen of the state. These people are admittedly not thinking for themselves. People think that they serve the people, and nothing has ever been farther from the truth. You know, and this thinking attracts garbage because it's garbage thinking. Garbage attracts garbage. Government attracts the most mentally depraved among us because the ideology is the most depraved among us. Order followers have agreed to enforce any law without discretion, whether they know it or not. They think that they won't comply if a bad order comes down. Well, then they'll be out of a job or worse. You know, because if they leave the force, then they're a potential, witness against the crimes that's happening inside the institution. Think about that. You know, they've seen it. They know who's in the take, and they know they're all in the take because they don't have a choice not to be. You know, you can see some of that in the blaxploitation films with Pam Grier, like Foxy Brown and Sheba Baby. Those are pretty good movies because they have a pretty good sense of realism in this type of an institution, or these institutions. They're not exercising consciousness. The pandemic, for instance, was a vetting program to vet political dissenters or anybody. If you think there's, good people on the force, you have to understand that they're going to be vetted. If they were ever thought, they were going to join the Third Reich and end the Nazi Party by, from the inside politically, diplomatically, they're going to get vetted and kicked out. There's a lot more to that. Like the idea that our sheriffs are the only elected law enforcers, well, they're going to get vetted too. That's why a lot of movies marginalize local law enforcement. But I don't support any of it. I don't think anybody should either. But there's a lot more to this in terms of understanding. We're going to have to understand that it constitutes the crossing of the Rubicon and having a standing army in our midst, and that means the point of no return. And most of these types of people are dandies. They care more about what they look like than how they act. And that's interesting because that is also FOP, and that's an acronym for the Fraternal Order of Police. I don't think that's a coincidence at all. Remember the dandy was an insult, and then the Yankees adopted it as their theme song, the Yankee Doodle Dandy. There's a lot of psychology behind this stuff. How you can get people to do this stuff. It's Stockholm Syndrome, partly. That's what the public is suffering from. And, there's a lot more to say about this. But we'll just keep going, see what we got here. It is difficult to get a man to understand something when his salary depends on his not understanding it. Upton Sinclair. So we talked about Julius Caesar crossing the Rubicon and how it typifies the point of no return, and the danger was he brought the standing army into the walls of Rome. If you want security, you'll have maximum security. It's called a police state. It's not called a lawyer state or a politician state. It's called a police state because that's what the danger is. We've turned this planet into a damn prison. And the prison is the deterrent. The idea that you might go to prison if you break one of their so-called laws. Well, what's the incentive if they've turned the whole damn planet into a prison? It does more harm than good. You know? And the natural progress of things is for liberty to yield and government to gain ground. You see, that's what you can expect out of supporting these ideologies. You know, peace. The idea of peace means that things for the profiteers means things don't change. You know, but the people that are suffering, they have a different idea of peace. You know, there's a lot more to this stuff. It creates this us versus them mentality. It's a cult mentality. We're going to talk about that. You know, so here's an example of slavery then and now. And it's really all the same, you know. Why can't we see it? It's based in institutionalized belief. Impressment is just another term for slavery, like a military draft or impressment into the Navy. White slavery is sex slavery. Chattel slavery is overt. Debt slavery is the modern covert means. No man can put a chain about the ankle of his fellow man without at last finding the other and fastened about his own neck. Frederick Douglass. What a great quote. I have no fear that the result of our experiment will be that men may be trusted to govern themselves without a master. That's Thomas Jefferson. So we're in the home stretch, people. We're really going to have to put the hammer down here. So I think, you know, these Milgram experiments are very important to understand. This is where people's unbridled belief in authority allowed them to commit the atrocious act of electrocuting people, even to the point where it could cause death. So we need to study these Milgram experiments to understand this religion of authority and how dangerous it is. And the Stanford prison experiment I actually learned in college. A great teacher there, Mr. Barksdale, introduced us to this. And he was a great professor and loved by many of his students. And but yeah, this is about the phenomenon of this order following and how the tendency is for the order follower to escalate, you know, through the intimidation to try to intimidate people into compliance, and that it had a devastating reverse effect. You know, so we want to study the Milgram experiments and these Stanford prison experiments. And some people want to tell you that this is controversial, but I'm telling you this is a fact of life, and we better understand it. And, you know, part of the tyranny, I said 15 years ago that every tyranny begins as a medical tyranny, because the first wave is always to gain your trust. And the central dogma is based on the Thomas Watson and Francis Crick theory of 1962 that we're controlled by genes, and that they're teaching this religion in our universities. You should be alarmed by that, because we're not controlled by genes. And I'm not saying that we don't have hereditary diseases and defects that can be passed on generationally. I'm saying ultimately, if we raise our consciousness enough, we can override our own gene expression and cause our own evolution to occur. You know, so we talked about iatrogenics disease, which is death by medicine. And that you know, the science is the medicine. And med means to come to the middle. It means the doctor doesn't heal you. It means that the patient and the doctor come together and meet in the middle. And then from there, the body begins to heal itself through proper nutrition, proper education, the Hippocratic Oath. Ask a doctor if they know the Hippocratic Oath. You know, you might be surprised the answer you get. How many of them don't know it? Let thy food be thy medicine, and thy medicine be thy food. The body's going to heal itself. But education is part of this process, and this is where the doctors are supposed to intercede. They're not supposed to have a monopoly on drugs and medicine, you know, and they're certainly not supposed to be able to be, they're the new law enforcers, you know. It's their decrees that force these lockdowns. So they've been vetted too. If there's any such thing as a good doctor, where were they in 2020? And where are they now? Probably out of business or worse. Better think about that. You know, sick, guilty until proven innocent. You know, this is what the government clamors for, you know. And that's part of what 2020 was setting the precedent for. You know, anybody that wasn't in compliance could be seen as guilty. It's like the new yellow star. You're sick until proven healthy. Joseph Mengele said, "Bring me the man and I will show you the crime." Well, 2020 said, "I'm going to make Joseph Mengele blush, hold my beer." And we had this Munchausen syndrome by proxy, you know, where everybody's viewed as sickly, which equates to guilty, before proven healthy or innocent. Sorry about that. So, oops, I went too far. Better understand what we've just witnessed and what we're still witnessing now. So much of the official narrative has ambiguity to the point of the form of gaslighting. And the Bill of Rights outlines certain things that no leader is ever allowed to do, you know, but none of this counts if somebody gets the sniffles, right? Good intentions will always be pleaded for every assumption of authority. The Constitution was made to guard against the dangers of good intentions. Yeah, it's also based on the Code of Hammurabi, and it's, you know, it's the idea of the Republic, which we've talked about, but there's a lot more to it. You know, the Republic is a contingency for democracy, but the democracy was a contingency for theocratic monarchy, and so on. It's all, morality is a contingency for slavery. Spirituality is a contingency for slavery. In fact, it's not about the afterlife. You know, it's about giving themselves emergency powers, which strips away the freedom of the individual and forces everybody into the collective and strips away our inalienable rights. You know, it's government constantly seeks to inroads to infringe and violate rights. And, you know, checkpoints, it's all going to be biometric surveillance, force us into this biometric system. Better wake up, people. Guard with jealous attention the public liberty. Unfortunately, nothing will preserve it but downright force. Whenever you give up that force, you are ruined. Patrick Henry. So we talked about the Stockholm Syndrome. You know, everybody now, even after they've lifted the so-called mandates, which they're bringing back now, but now we see this collective OCD and these hypochondriacs, and it's, you know, it's chronic. Rights don't change because or become suspended in a crisis, you know, but the government's going to always try to convince you that it does. The Nazis, according to the history books in the West, began a campaign to eliminate handicapped citizens and ill citizens from society, the weakest, the low-hanging fruit. You know, they always go for the low-hanging fruit. First they came for the National Socialists, etc., etc. There's so much ambiguity in the official narrative that it becomes a form of gaslighting. And we talked about iatrogenic diseases, death by medicine, which is the leading cause of death, in fact. Death by medical malpractice. So the central dogma in science and medicine is that we're controlled by genes. And that's religion. They're teaching it in the universities. That we're victims of our genes, you know. And again, our power is in our victimhood, see? So a lot more to say about this. But yeah, this medical tyranny is a real phenomenon, and we better become aware of it. And the hospital is the point of centralization, because government is a process. So part of the modus operandi is to force us into the process, and the hospitals are the point of centralization. And based on Sean McCann's work, one of the phenomenons that happened in the early 20th century is many of the lodges had their own house doctors. and they were getting discounted medical rates or treatment or medical services from their house doctors, because through that they were able to find some of the best doctors, make that available to everybody in their lodge, and access it at discounted prices. Well, these hospitals basically ostracized these doctors from being able to come into their hospitals, and they forced them out of business. And it's interesting because in college you write essays in the originally the AMA format, which was the American Medical formatting for your essay, and now it's APA, which is the American Psychological Association. So there's a lot to that. I don't want to get fully into that, but they basically at the door told them that they could, for all they cared, they could go out in the street and die. So what is the velvet glove ostensible purpose of the medical, healthcare, and medicine? Yeah, the government's modus operandi is a process. The government is a process, and its modus operandi is to force you into the process. And these hospitals are the point of centralization. People think that if they just keep their head down, go along with the crowd, government's going to leave you alone. I'm telling you, government is not just going to leave you alone. And if 2020 didn't make you realize that, then nothing will. Your head may be so far up your ass it has to be surgically removed, and these are the guys you can count on to do it. So the velvet glove ostensible purpose of the medical industry is to nurture, maintain optimal health for the population, provide medical treatments and care services for the sick, research new methods for treatment and healing of disease. But its true purpose is to make extreme profit from sick people who are looking for the solution to their illness, undermine the general health of society by providing false treatments, pharmaceuticals and surgery, etc., which do not address the underlying causal factors of illness. And then you have a monopoly on science, and then the caduceus becomes the scepter of power. Yeah, and this caduceus here, and they have it right in the center of the gavel. Very interesting. The original caduceus is two snakes in balance. And this is imbalance here, this single snake. That's imbalance, Man's law is corporate policies. Just trying to make sure that we covered all that. So we'll just try to keep moving forward. So yeah, medicine is internal balance, and that's what this is symbol of. And that, in that sense, is the symbol of health. But it became a magic wand when the medical industry formed in about the 7th or 8th century there. But there's a lot more to this. Get me started on symbolism. Better keep moving fast. So these so-called medical people and these doctors and nurses and all their personnel have been reduced and vetted to become nothing more than order followers, minions of the government policies and the government programs, and even the basically dictators of. They're the new law enforcers in this sense. So there's a lot more to say about it. We are all guilty now in all spect, and we can never go anywhere without permission. And this is a result of institutionalized belief, and you get this phenomenon of these mad scientists, a scientific dictatorship, a technocracy coming from the 5 sense illusion, the left brain prison, the ego identification, and institutional belief. And this is the new priest class with the claim to the Most High. It's a claim to the Most High because it's a matter of life and death. All occupation now in every sector are forced into compliance and thus reduced to order followers. The true purpose of the media is to control the minds and empathy out of people. Healthy people are not good customers for the healthcare industry because they are not selling energy, they're selling drugs. That's based on Bruce Lipton's work. When you make a fuss over politicians not wearing masks as being hypocritical, you are actually reinforce the mask push or the mandate. Think about that. And people want to believe in the accidental history, which I talked about in the very first part of my presentation. And this is why, because they don't want to see what's right in front of their eyes. So anybody that can see the corruption is deemed a conspiracy theorist. Well, I'm saying that anybody that can't see the corruption is a coincidence theorist. And they want to cling to this accidental history, And whether it's planned this way or otherwise, it is now a symbol of medical tyranny. This is the One World Trade Center, which was put in the place of the two towers from 9/11. And in my view, it's a symbol of the medical tyranny or the global tyranny of government in general, considering the events of the past couple years. And like we talked about, the government response doing more harm than good. And we'll just keep moving. If you have coercive government, you don't have real science, you have scientism. And that's a Mark Passio quote, and it's a brilliant quote. So what is the ostensible purpose of science? To pursue and learn the truth regarding the qualities and workings of nature through accurate discovery methods, to conduct experiments to prove or disprove theories and hypotheses, publish the results of such learning so the public may be accurately informed regarding the findings. But what is the true purpose, the iron fist? To act as research and development of government to provide new technological means of controlling the public, to skew and misdirect the public's perception and worldview regarding what is possible in the natural world. So we're talking about conspiracy versus coincidence. And so I brought this slide along. Of course, this pandemic could be compared to Nazi Germany on the grounds of following immoral orders. We are all guilty now and all suspect, and we can never go anywhere without permission. There's a lot more to say about all this stuff, but we've already passed the 4-hour mark, so I got to really kick it in here. We went back there, and they had come. This is from the movie Apocalypse Now, and hacked off every inoculated arm. There they were in a pile of little arms. And I remember I cried. I wept like some grandmother. I wanted to tear my teeth out. I didn't know what I wanted to do. And I want to remember it. I never want to forget it. I never want to forget. And then I realized, like I was shot with a diamond bullet right through my forehead. And I thought, my God, the genius of that, the will to do that. Perfect, genuine, complete, crystalline, pure. That's something heavy duty to think about. And, it's an interesting film because it's dealing with the army coming in and vaccinating the populations and the public. So I recommend that film. It's a case-in study. And as everybody probably knows by now that knows me, it's something that I've studied a great deal and someday may have something more to say about it. So these are all techniques of cults and indoctrination. So what are these techniques of the cults? Primarily isolation, number 1, conformity, 2, 3, indoctrination through repetition, and 4, trauma. How to brainwash willing followers who want to give away responsibility for their own actions. A cult, a group or sect that could have religious beliefs or an ideology that is deemed dangerous by outsiders. Extremists may be willing to use violent means to uphold the cult's belief and ideology or follow decrees of the cult leader. Insiders usually don't know what the cult that they have joined a cult. Compartmentalization. People in antiquity worshipped a lot of things. Did the ancient people lose the knowledge by worshiping the object? Idolatry versus fetishism, or idolatry and fetishism, which I meant to say magic versus fetishism, but rather than venerating the sacred place where knowledge was stored. I don't know why. Obviously, I was trying to bring in some esoteric stuff in there. Cult technique number 1, isolation, physical separation from the rest of the community, create an us versus them mentality, demonize outsiders, those who don't belong. Cult technique number 2, conformity, no individuality will be tolerated, identity must be completely shed. Uniforms to create sameness in appearance, sameness in speech and behavior. Uniform, one form. Let me see that in the Star Wars Stormtroopers. Cult techniques number 3, indoctrination through repetition, rigorous schedules and instruction, repetitive behaviors, obstacle courses, drills, formations, marching in step, duck stepping, etc. Repeated phrases, chants, singing the same songs in lockstep. Cult technique number 4A, physical trauma, high levels of activity to the point of exhaustion, low sleep and disrupted sleep, sleep deprivation, high carbohydrate and low nutrient diets. Cult technique number 4B, mental and emotional trauma, verbal and psychological abuse, unexpected, sudden and shocking scenarios, perpetual atmosphere of fear and duress. By definition, if you are following orders, you cannot be exercising conscience. You know, and people that even believe in the literal history of Jesus negate the fact that he was killed by the centurions by decree of the state, which were the police of ancient Rome. And that's interesting, you know. That shows you the cognitive dissonance, the denial of the evil of the state and the evil of the ideology of order following. As long as this dynamic continues in the world, conditions will continue to deteriorate, and anyone that supports it can own that. But don't ever try to say that it was moral or that we couldn't do any better. It does more harm than good, and this is always the result. Justification from the Latin jus, which is right or law, and facere, to make or to create a right, to make this inevitable result moral. And this is where socialism is always going to lead us to. So the depravity that we're talking about is all the psychology that leads up to trying to justify this. It's all ego driven, and that's the nature of the ego. But we can't get rid of the ego. We have to learn to use the ego as a tool and put it back in the toolbox when it's no longer time to need that in that sense, and not let it set up as executor. How can the potential tyrants be recognized and kept out of power? Rightful liberty is unobstructed action according to our will within limits drawn around us by the equal rights of others. I do not add within the limits of the law, because law is often but the tyrant's will, and always so when it violates the rights of an individual. Thomas Jefferson. We have the right to dissent. We have the duty to dissent. Innocent until proven otherwise. The good of society is best served by recognizing and respecting the human rights of every individual. Because there is no limit to man's ingenuity either when it comes to killing. And again, I said this is all going to be used to force compliance to the state. And you know, biowarfare and nuclear war and all of this is going to be used to terrorize people into conformity and compliance. So we had the Nuremberg trials, which essentially were a farce, but it did set a precedent. So we need to understand that, yeah, most of the Nazi leaders escaped this, and you know, this probably fell on a lot of the lower ranks, and not even that many people were really condemned and convicted by this. But it did set a precedent on the world stage that war crimes were punishable, and that necessarily these people that think that they were just doing their job wasn't going to fly as an excuse for their evil actions during, and you know, anterior and posterior to the war. We talked about war crimes. We talked about medical tyranny. Western propaganda, communism, Bolshevism, Lawrence of Arabia, Second Red Scare, Operation Paperclip, which is where they gave a lot of the the Nazis a rat line out of there, and many of them came here, and you know, incorporated into our medical and science communities for purposes of eugenics and government agendas. There's a lot more to say about this. So we're getting close to the end. I'm going to keep going really fast. So force and violence are often spoke about as if they are the same and are used interchangeably when in fact they are diametrically opposed, polar opposites. Force is the capacity to do work or cause physical change, energy, strength, and active power. Action, which is in harmony with morality and natural law because it does not violate others' rights. Action, which one always possesses the right to take, including the defense against violence, which is the government's only means. And then violence is the immoral initiation of power, of physical power to coerce, compel, or restrain. Coercive action, which is in opposition to morality and natural law because it involves the violation of others' rights. Action which one never possesses the right to take. So understanding the non-aggression principle and the self-defense principle are the two pillars of enlightenment that we need to understand. So we're talking a little bit about solutions, but most of my solutions are in my earlier work. Those are the real solutions, and I know that stuff's difficult. But this is the caveat for all of that, because what does it, like I say, what does it take to move men to truth? So we need to understand natural law, because it's not going away. So a good working definition that we have is the universal non-man-made, binding, and immutable conditions that govern consequences of human behavior, not animal behavior. People with the ability to discern and reason the right from wrong, the morality. Natural law is a body of universal spiritual laws which act as the governing dynamics of consciousness. If a law is unjust, a man is not only right to disobey it, he is obligated to do so, Thomas Jefferson. It is not so desirable to cultivate a respect for the law so much as for the right. H.D. Thoreau. One has a moral responsibility to disobey unjust laws, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. The doctrine of non-resistance against arbitrary power and oppression is absurd, slavish, and destructive of the good and happiness of mankind. And that was the New Hampshire Constitution. You can dig that. So what is natural law? It's been called the law of cause and effect, the law of cause and attraction, karma or moral law, and the golden rule, do unto others as you would have done to yourself, and often better understood in the apophatic, do not do unto others as you would not have others do unto yourself. Karma and moral law, you reap what you sow. Law of attraction, the energy you emit is the energy you attract. Energy flows where attention goes. As you think, feel, and act, so shall you be. And a lot of people confuse law of attraction with magical thinking, and that's not what the law of attraction is. Understanding natural law is the true law of attraction. Not thinking that you're going to have a Mercedes-Benz and waking up and having one in the driveway. Law of cause and effect. Effect invariably follows cause. For every action, there exists an equal and opposing action. And that is natural law. You could never vote in a moral, wrap it in quotes, lawmaker, because a moral person would never assume to be the arbiter of law. So here's the 7 deadly sins, and Mark Passio just did a fantastic presentation covering this. But, you know, our modern institutions and churches are propagating that these things that are really just amount to imprudence and vices, which are bad qualities, constitute these 7 deadly sins. Vanity, pride, sloth, gluttony, lust, avarice, and greed, envy, jealousy, wrath, and anger. And, you know, these don't really harm anybody, but they lead to bad behavior. And obviously improvement is needed there. But the real deadly sins, which are transgressions against natural law, are murder, assault, rape, coercion, trespass, lying, and deception, and theft. And it all amounts to theft because depriving somebody of something that you don't have the right to take. And there's a lot more to say about this. I recommend Mark's new presentation, The Seven Deadly Sins. And I wanted to talk more about this, but I've already gone over time. So natural law is based upon principles in truth inherent to creation, harmonized with due to knowledge and understanding. Universal exists and applies anywhere in the universe, regardless of a location. Eternal, immutable, exists and applies for as long as the universe exists and cannot be changed. Man's law is based in dogmatic beliefs, constructs of the mind, complied with due to fear of punishment, differs with location based upon a whim of legislators, and in time. It's based in moral relativism, changes with time based upon the whim of legislators. Oh yeah, with time. Changes with location, changes with time, and also based in moral relativism. So we need to understand the difference between right and wrong. Right means correct, based in truth. Moral, based in natural law. Actions based in it do not result in harm to other sentient beings. Wrong, it's incorrect, not based in truth. Immoral, not based in natural law. Actions based in it result in harm to other sentient beings. And all rights are property rights. Rights do not come from government. No one can grant rights that they don't have, or grant a group any right of any kind, because a group accepts no responsibility and has no conscience. Because the exercise of rights creates a higher civilization, but people cannot define a right, and that's disturbing. And I talked about this in my last presentation, the Trivium and the Trinity, that it's best understood through the truth discovery method known as apophysis, affirmation by negation. We can understand a right by what a right is not, hence the seven deadly sins, the true seven deadly sins. So that's important to understand. So property, or in the noun plural properties, is a thing or things belonging to someone, possessions collectively. She wanted Oliver and his property out of the house. The stolen property was not recovered. These are examples. A building, these are definitions that I just found here apparently. A building or buildings and the land belonging to it or them. He's expanding now, buying property. The renovation comes of commercial properties. Law, the right to the possession, use, or disposal of something, ownership, rights of property. I'm going to explain this a little bit better, but that's what's on the slide. Old-fashioned term for property. 2, an attribute, quality, or characteristic of something. The property of heat to expand metal at uniform rates. Property and natural rights. So all rights are based in property rights, because all violations of our rights are a form of theft. So we want to understand that. Start with, do you think you own your body? Because, what happened in 2020 was certainly a claim on our body. And if we want to reclaim our sovereignty and our rights, we better understand what we're actually in possession of. Property becomes ambiguous because groups don't have rights. They don't have consciousness. This is the danger of the collective. The corporate world is a fictional world. It's the land of the dead, hence corpse. It's a proxy world, and these proxies are what allow the morality to go awry. Our body is our personal property. No man has a natural right to commit aggression on the equal rights of another, and this is all from which the laws ought to restrain him, Thomas Jefferson. Rightful liberty is unobstructed action according to our will within the limits drawn around us by the equal rights of others. I do not add within the limits of the law, because the law is often but the tyrant's will, and always so when it violates the rights of an individual, Thomas Jefferson. So yeah, there's a little bit more to understand about property. basically these three tenets here. That number one, it constitutes ownership, rightful possession. The claimant rightfully acquired and is in rightful possession of the property. Stewardship and responsibility becomes his or hers. The property owner carries the burden of responsibility, be in stewardship of the property. And then third, lastly, maintenance and management. The property owner maintains the property and is in charge of its upkeep and general condition while making decisions concerning the present future state of the said property. All rights are property rights. So yeah, I think we've covered this pretty good. Let's just keep moving. Vernon Howard said, human sickness is so severe that few can bear to look at it, but those who do will become well. And I had some information here on, this ancient psychology and the human brain, that the left brain corresponds to the logic, analytical thought, science, and math, and that the right brain corresponds to the feminine brain, it's creativity, holistic thought, and compassion. You bring these two together, and this is not a Jewish symbol. And it's much more ancient than that. But the Jewish religion and the followers of Judaism are a solar remnant of a stellar cult, which were ultimately the pyramid builders. This is part of where the parochialism comes from. There's a lot more to it, obviously. Occult forces at work in the universe. Entropy or evolution and syntropy, and evolution or syntropy, creation and advancement, complexity, diversity, truth and wisdom, consciousness, goodness, morality, freedom, life, survival, or life/survival, order. That's the one force opposed by evolution or syntropy. This is where we get the idea of light and darkness dichotomy, which in the modern form is like Cain and Abel. Horus and Set became Cain and Abel in the modern Bible, and elemental powers were literalized and historicized, and now nobody understands it. Evolution or entropy is degeneration, stagnation, simplicity, uniformity, ignorance, deception, unconscious evil, immorality, slavery, death, extinction, chaos. So I'm going to have to skim these pretty much literally because we don't have any time left. What is true intelligence is when we bring both hemispheres into balance. And then here's the properties associated with each brain hemisphere, and the green represents the balance, when we bring these things into harmony and this chemical wedding occurs. There's a lot more to say about this stuff. Consciousness can be defined as the ability to recognize patterns taking place both within the self and in the environment in which the self exists and operates. Left brain responsible for analytical thought, logic, mathematics, reason. Right brain responsible holistic thought, intuition, artistic expression, and empathy. Left brain dominance, we covered this pretty well. Left brain dominance symptoms: rigid skepticism, scientism, atheism, solipsism, moral relativism, social Darwinism, eugenics, authoritarianism. Right brain dominance symptoms: naivete, blind belief, religious extremism, solipsism, unworthiness, self-loathing, order following, of course moral relativism, and willing slave. So we also need to understand the triune brain model, that, as I said, in left brain imbalance, the R complex, the reptile brain sets up as executor of the being, and in right brain imbalance, the limbic system, the emotional center, sets up as the executor of the being. These are both forms of animal consciousness, where the neocortex can't really be accessed. Only when we bring them into balance do we access the frontal neocortex, known as the gray matter. And this is what causes the evolution. This is what causes us to will our own evolution. A lot more to this stuff. And this is largely in some of my earlier work. But the neocortex also is part of the Trinity in understanding that it's the divine child and it's the son because it's masculine, and this is what allows us to create right action in the world, and that's a penetrative force. So our action penetrates the world, that's why it's masculine. This is not misogyny, you know. So the limbic system representing the sacred feminine, the mother, the R complex, the sacred masculine, the father. These are brought into balance to give birth to the divine child, the neocortex, allowing us to take right action and penetrate this physical world, which is the Christ. That's what that's about. A lot more to it. Same thing here, just another model. Keep moving forward. The depravity of the socialist/statist mindset. These are the expressions of natural law. If is the middle word in life, you know, if you can keep your head when all about you are losing theirs, etc. It's always rooted in fear, you know, because if you cared about truth, you wouldn't be worried about it is the answer. That's the answer. You're more concerned about progeny and posterity than your own materialistic ambition. So here's the expressions of natural law, generative polarity, what we use to create. If we create the positive with love, consciousness, you see how these go directly down each column in order. It's an inevitable order. So if it starts based in love, then the manifested result will be manifested good. If it starts in fear, which is unconsciousness, then the manifested result will be chaos. There's a lot more to this stuff, but we got to stop believing in Santa Claus, and at some point we got to grow up and become mature. I'm not going to fully break this down, but I've got work covering this in my earlier work, so we're going to just keep moving. The problems we face will not be solved by the minds that created them. No problem can be solved by the same level of consciousness that created it. And it's so true. So natural law also can be termed the law of freedom. As morality declines, freedom declines. Freedom and morality are directly proportional. As morality increases, freedom increases. As morality declines, freedom declines. Another way of stating this law would be to say that the presence of truth and morality in the lives of the people of any given society is inversely proportional to the presence of tyranny and slavery in that society. So let's be sovereign and not be a slave. A sovereign is a monarch, a ruler of the internal self, a single ruler who rules only the kingdom of self. Sovereignty is a state in which one controls one's own thoughts, emotions, and actions, and by bringing them into unity, non-contradiction, non-duality, attains mastery over one's own consciousness. Self-control equals self-mastery equals self-ownership. Unbreakable. Responsibility. You know, this is what people want to abdicate. They think that making money and trying to make a decent living in the financial system or the monetary system is responsibility. That's not responsibility. That's responsibility, because the God of this world is the dollar bill. Responsibility is about being in service to truth and freedom. Truth must be protected. Truth becomes hostile to man's ambition. Truth is individual empowerment, but comes with tremendous responsibility. Individual empowerment is hostile to statism. Individual sovereignty is in peril, as it is the negative interference to the collective. We must learn to make the right choices, or we will be subject to the collective forcing us to make the wrong ones. Government is slavery. Truth must be protected. Truth becomes hostile to man's ambition. Socrates says the only good is knowledge and the only evil is ignorance. And he was murdered by the state. You know, I always said he was the archetype kind of on which the Christ story was built on. But there's a lot more to that, and I've talked about that in my earlier work. Our destiny, unless we stop trying to give away our personal responsibility. these are the lemmings jumping in the hole. Man will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing his own soul, including jumping into a giant hole. Government is slavery. I consider it nothing less than a question of freedom or slavery. It is natural to man to indulge in the illusions of hope. We are apt to shut our eyes against a painful truth and listen to the song of that siren until she transforms us into beasts. For my part, whatever anguish of spirit it may cost, I am willing to know the whole truth, to know the worst, and to provide for it. There is not retreat but in the submission and slavery. Or there is not retreat but in submission and slavery. I don't know what this is saying. I had a pretty good quote there, but I'm going to have to leave it out because it's not written right. Humanity has only two real choices, freedom or slavery. And, this is not the false dichotomies. This is the real dichotomy. The right to freedom being the gift of God, it is not in the power of man to alienate this gift and voluntarily become a slave. Samuel Adams. The sum of all is, if we would most truly enjoy this gift of heaven, let us become a virtuous people. So be this guy, because saying no is the solution. This cancel culture, we talked about that. We got to get completely out of the socialist mindset and understand natural law, learning and understand principles, respect personal sovereignty to learn to respect the sovereignty of others, knowledge of self and self-empowerment equals understanding, responsibility to truth, freedom, find ways to preserve the knowledge before it becomes lost and ultimately extinguished. Say no to the collective, but we have to take up the responsibility. So respect from the Latin again, or re is again, and spectare to look at. So take another look at yourself and understand your role in this evil system and find ways to align yourself to truth through knowledge and self-empowerment, and take that responsibility for the sake of progeny and posterity. What shall it profit a man should he gain the whole world yet lose his own soul? So thank you. That is the end of my presentation. I want to give a special thanks to Brandon Martin for hosting the S.E.E.D conference, Mark Passio, Sean McCann, Will Keller, Mark Devlin, James Cordner, Brandon Spencer, Larkin Rose, John White Ogan, Francisco Sani, especially Nate Cap, Richard Grove, James Corbett, Fred Gingras, Ivan Oyola, Tyler Boyer, the Autonomy team, and all of the great workers on the One Great Work Network. Special thanks to, and there's so many more I want to name here. But, thank you everybody who's doing this. Max Egan, everybody that's in the arena and got skin in the game, and people that are trying to learn and understand this. And remember, this is a caveat for all my earlier work. So I hope this is enough to help us move men to truth, men and women alike. So thank you, and God bless.